Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1131 Going in the East and West, Marin took a total of 10 250 class armed merchant ships on this trip. However, he did not take the North Atlantic route to America, but went south along the west coast of France first. The reason for this is that Marin did not want others to know that he was going to Ming Dynasty by the Pacific route. Because Europeans did not know the existence of the Pacific Ocean at this time. In fact, it is okay to let other countries know about the Pacific Ocean. But the problem is that if European navigators knew the existence of the Pacific Ocean and knew that the Earth was round, they would go on a sailing expedition around the Earth, just like Magellan did. Marin didn't care about what kind of round-the-world voyage they played, but Marin cared about them passing through America. If those navigators accidentally discovered the richness of America, Marin would not be able to live in peace in the future, and there would definitely be a lot of people vying for America. Therefore, in order to keep it secret, although Marin would take the Pacific route himself, he deliberately sent a fleet to go south along the west coast of Europe first, so that the Spaniards and Portuguese could see it and let them think that they were taking the eastern route. In fact, he took the Pacific route in the west. This is probably what is called going in the opposite direction. No, it should be called going in the east and west. It's just that going in the opposite direction is wrong, but going in the east and west is not wrong. With these 10 armed merchant ships as cover, others will not suspect that they are taking another route. Then, no navigator is interested in going west. In order to show his presence, Marin deliberately docked and visited Lisbon halfway. Sure enough, Marin was accused by the Portuguese again for providing guns and cannons to the Kingdom of Malacca. But Marin explained it last time, and explained it again this time. The Portuguese were very angry about the defeat in Malacca, especially Ricardo, the direct person responsible for the defeat, who hated Marin. However, Marin's explanation was not wrong. We didn't know that Portugal would attack Malacca later, so how could it be wrong to send guns and cannons in advance? What's more, when Columbus sent guns and cannons, Portugal didn't even know the existence of the Kingdom of Malacca. Therefore, the Portuguese hated Marin, but there was nothing they could do. Marin looked very guilty on the surface, but he was smiling in his heart. I like to see you want to kill me, but you can't do anything to me. After saying goodbye to Lisbon, Marin's fleet continued to move south and arrived at the Canary Islands in Spain, and replenished supplies in Las Palmas. In this way, both Spain and Portugal have witnessed Marin's southward journey to the east. But after leaving the Canary Islands, when the southbound fleet arrived near the Cape Verde Islands, Marin took out a telescope and observed it from front to back, and found that there was no Spanish or Portuguese fleet nearby. So he commanded 2 ships to leave the fleet and head west along the north equatorial current of the Atlantic Ocean to Panama. As for the other 8 ships, they continued to move south along the coast of Africa and took the eastern route, first arriving at the Strait of Malacca, and then arriving at Taiwan Island. Moreover, when Marin passed Lisbon, he explained to the Portuguese the purpose of this trip, Dongfan Island. Moreover, Marin also specifically stated that he would visit and travel around the Ming Empire. In this way, it can be regarded as blocking the Portuguese mouth in advance. According to the agreement signed in Rome before, Marin's colonial scope is Japan, the Ryukyu Kingdom and Dongfan Island east of the Ming Dynasty. And the Ming Dynasty is Portugal's colonial and trade scope. But the agreement does not say that Marin cannot buy goods bought from the Ming Dynasty from a third country. This is the biggest loophole in this agreement. Therefore, Marin first occupied Dongfan Island, then surrendered to the Ming Dynasty, and purchased Ming Dynasty goods in the name of Dongfan Island, and the Portuguese could not find reason. However, it is certain that he was so angry that he vomited blood and even wanted to take action. Therefore, Marin still has to be prepared for a naval battle. But because Marin did not violate the treaty, Portugal could not directly and completely go to war with Marin. Therefore, the 2 sides are expected to fight a small-scale maritime encounter to put pressure on Marin, and even force Marin to stop taking advantage of the loopholes in the treaty and give up the trade interests of the Ming Dynasty. But because there is no tenable reason, the scale of this conflict is destined to be small. Portugal cannot fight Marin with the whole country's strength, and at most send a fleet to teach him a lesson. As long as this fleet is defeated, the Portuguese will be helpless. Even if the Portuguese are determined to fight to the death, Marin has a way. That is, to unite with the Spaniards and attack the Portuguese capital from land. At most, the 2 sides agreed that after destroying Portugal, all of Portugal's overseas interests would be given to Spain. For example, India's spice trade interests and African colonization rights. In this way, the Spaniards would definitely be happy to cooperate. But Marin would never do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Because, doing so would only allow the Spaniards to dominate and eventually threaten Marin's interests. It is actually a good thing to have Portugal to contain Spain. The premise is that the Portuguese themselves do not want to destroy themselves. Portugal is a country with extremely uneven power, with a strong navy but a scumbag army. Marin is confident that he can destroy Portugal with just 2 legions. But the premise is that there must be an excuse to send troops. If Portugal attacks him first because of anger, he will have a legitimate excuse to attack Portugal. After all, he did not violate the treaty, but just took advantage of the loopholes in the treaty. At that time, as long as he sent a large army to pass through Spain, he could destroy Portugal and be right. Of course, this is just the worst plan, which is equivalent to a dead fish and a broken net. Before the situation develops to that point, Marin will use this to threaten Portugal and make it stop. Otherwise, if Portugal is really destroyed, the real beneficiary is Spain. This is a typical, fisherman benefits from the snipe and the clam fighting. Marin is not that stupid. Before separating from the main fleet, Marin repeatedly told the leader of the main fleet, Columbus, not to stay in Calicut and Malacca, so as not to be seen as a secret that he is not on the ship. But at the same time, the fleet will actually stop at another port in India in order to quietly drop a group of spies. The task of this group of spies is to persuade the Indian princes who have just been defeated to send people to the Malacca kingdom to warn and notify the Malacca kingdom to transfer property in advance. As for the fleet led by Columbus, it will pass through the Strait of Malacca with great fanfare, but will not stop in Malacca. In this way, the suspicion of informing the Malacca people can be avoided. Little Columbus is Columbus's eldest son Diego Columbus. He was born in 1479 and is now 30 years old. Columbus arranged for him to lead the team this time, in fact, to accumulate qualifications and merits for his son. Marin also agreed to let little Columbus lead the team because of Columbus's achievements. In order to escort his son, Columbus sent all his confidants to his son to facilitate his smooth completion of the task. In fact, after Columbus's careful teaching, little Columbus has a very solid foundation of navigation knowledge. The only thing lacking is probably practical experience. And this time, it is just the opportunity for him to practice. Chapter 1132, Third Brothers Humboldt. Diego Columbus continued to sail south with 8 ships, heading east along the Cape of Good Hope route. Marin, on the other hand, took 2 ships and followed the north equatorial current of the Atlantic Ocean from east to west, arriving at the earliest colony, Grenada Island. On the island, George, the old butler of the Hoffman family who had been the governor for many years, had been waiting here for a long time. George warmly entertained Marin and took Marin to Grenada Island to visit the construction achievements on the island. Of course, Marin had no interest in the towns built locally. After all, no matter how powerful these towns are, they are not as good as Auric and Emden in the mainland. So, George accompanied Marin with a large group of people to inspect the farmland on the island. Grenada Island is full of mountains and plains only occupy a small area. Most of these plains, which account for a small number of areas, were ordered by George to be reclaimed into rice fields and sugarcane fields, and ginger was planted in some areas. As for the hills and mountains, they can be used to grow spices. Because spices are mainly trees or shrubs, they do not need to be planted on plains. For example, nutmeg is a small tree, which can be planted in the mountains and forests. Moreover, nutmeg requires that there should be no stagnant water. Cinnamon is also a tree, while pepper is a vine that grows in the forest. Therefore, tropical islands like Grenada, which have many mountains and abundant rainfall, can grow spices and are very suitable for growing spices. Now European spices are very expensive, so many spices are also planted on the island. For example, nutmeg. Marin asked people to buy a batch of unground nutmeg in India as seeds and transport them to Grenada for planting. The reason why nutmeg was planted on Grenada was that Grenada was the second largest nutmeg producing area in the world in later generations, and it must be very suitable for growing nutmeg. Then, the island also planted female cloves. Cloves are divided into male and female, but male cloves are petals, and they cannot be planted even if they are bought. Female cloves are seeds and can be used for planting. Cinnamon, specially sent people to Sri Lanka, not far from Calicut, to buy seeds, otherwise cinnamon bark cannot be planted, and pepper, which were also planted in the mountains and forests of Grenada. However, cinnamon, cloves and nutmeg have a long growth period and will take several years to bloom and bear fruit, so we can only wait slowly. Pepper has a shorter growth period and has already begun to produce pepper beans. Old George took Marin to visit the woodland where pepper was planted and saw the pepper that was bearing fruit. After a while, when the pepper beans on Grenada Island are harvested, they can be supplied to the mainland. After visiting the spice planting area, Marin went to inspect the plain grain production area. Then, he saw a lot of cows dying of heat in the fields with a black line on his head. Damn, it's so unlucky to see cows dying of heat under my nose. After investigation, Marin found that the cows that died of heat were indeed Eastern European cows introduced from the Crimean Khanate, which were not heat-resistant. Although Marin also asked people to buy cattle from Africa. However, Africa's civilization level was too low at that time, and the number of cattle was also small. In addition, the Portuguese did not cooperate much, so the number received was not large. Moreover, the domestication level of African cattle was not high. You know, the African buffalo is known as one of the most dangerous wild animals in Africa. It is easy to lose temper and be difficult to drive. Therefore, the serfs in Granada still prefer to drive the more docile Eastern European cattle, rather than the African cattle that have too much wildness. In order to better drive the African cattle, Old George had to order the castration of those bulls to make them quieter. But in this way, African cattle can no longer reproduce, and they need to continue to buy more African cattle from the Duke of Coimbra in Portugal. Marin frowned when he heard it. This is not a good thing. Although the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, is his ally, he is just an ordinary alliance of interests. Moreover, the other party is greedy and offers a high price. It is not cost-effective to buy African cattle from him for a long time. The biggest problem with using Eastern European cattle is that they often die of heat. Marin and Old George were very troubled by this. Perhaps seeing the two people's troubles, at this time, an Indian serf standing by the field suddenly came up and said in not very fluent German, "My two nobles, are you worried about the problem of cattle dying of heat? Mahar, do you have any ideas?" Old George looked at the dark-skinned Indian serf in front of him in surprise. Mahar was one of the Indian untouchable serfs bought from India in the early days. However, Mahar was a smart man among the Indian untouchables. After a few years, he had learned a lot of German and could communicate with Old George. Therefore, he was promoted to the leader of the Indian serfs, and usually served as an overseer, responsible for supervising the work of those Indian serfs. At the same time, he was responsible for conveying Old George's orders. After all, among those Indian serfs, he was the only one who knew German and could communicate with Old George. Mahar nodded and said, "Yes, I can see that the cattle used on the island are very problematic. The African cattle you mentioned are not afraid of heat, but they are too fierce and difficult to control. Eastern European cattle are easy to control, but they are afraid of heat and can easily die from heat." "What do you mean?" "The cattle in our hometown. They are cattle with tumors on their backs. In our hometown, white cattle are called sacred cows." "Wait, are the cattle with tumors on their backs you talking about humped cattle?" Marin interrupted before Mahar finished speaking. "Humbo? What is that?" Mahar was a little confused. Marin also reacted. At this time, humped cattle are not called humped cattle. Indians worship cattle and would never give humped cattle such a low name. Speaking of humped cattle, Marin remembered a lot of things. He remembered that there was a kind of cattle called Brahman cattle in later generations, which was a famous heat-resistant cattle breed. Of course, this Brahman cattle was not made by Indians, but was made by Americans using Indian humped cattle and European cattle. Among them, the Indian Zebu bloodline accounts for the majority, and the European cattle bloodline accounts for only a small part. This kind of cattle is specially bred for tropical areas. Later, Brahman cattle were also introduced to China and Australia and became one of the preferred breeds for raising cattle in tropical areas. In addition, it should be pointed out that the main cattle breed raised in Brazil in later generations is Zebu cattle. This is mainly because most of Brazil is located in the tropics, which is humid and hot. It is difficult for cattle that are not heat-resistant to survive here. Marin had read a football book in his previous life. When describing the situation in Brazil, he mentioned a paragraph, mainly when introducing Brazilian barbecue. And these memories were buried deep in his memory because football was useless. And today, with Mahar's reminder, it came to Marin's mind again. Well, it seems that tropical cattle still have to rely on Indian Zebu cattle. Thinking of this, Marin decided to let Columbus's fleet buy more Zebu cattle in India and bring them back to Granada for breeding when returning. From now on, the arable land in tropical areas will all depend on the heat-resistant humped cattle of our country. Chapter 1133, Sweet potatoes also have seeds. The third brother still has a lot of good things, not only humped cattle, but also pepper, which has been popular in Europe for thousands of years and has become a luxury since the Roman Empire. Of course, Marin doesn't like pepper. In his eyes, pepper is just an ordinary seasoning. The only things that can catch his eye are probably Marwari horses, wood steel and other things with more strategic significance. At the same time, there are Indian saltpeter and so on. But Marin is already developing Chilean saltpeter and will soon be able to buy saltpeter from the Ming dynasty, so Indian saltpeter is not important. However, Marwari horses and wood steel are also good things. Needless to say, wood steel is a good thing for making Damascus scimitars, an absolute strategic material. When Napoleon conquered Egypt, after the soldiers won the battle, they frantically snatched the Damascus scimitars worn by the officers of the Egyptian army, which shows how precious they are. After all, these people didn't even grab gold and silver, but first grabbed Damascus scimitars, which must be because scimitars are more expensive than gold. Of course, in addition to the good quality of the knife, there are also jewels decorated on the blade. Marwari horses are also rare excellent war horses that can adapt to tropical climates, and they are also the mounts of the Mamluk elite cavalry. The Egyptian Mamluk dynasty controlled part of the Arabian horse production area, and actually used Indian Marwari horses as mounts for the imperial cavalry. It can be seen that Marwari horses are not necessarily worse than Arabian horses. At least, they are definitely not bad in military use. Moreover, they are also adapted to tropical climates, which is very precious. Therefore, Marin has to buy these good things in large quantities. In the future, in Marin's tropical colonies, serfs will drive zebu cattle to plow the land, and warriors will ride Marwari horses to fight. But that's a matter for the future. Marin plans to transform dozens of ships specially used for transporting livestock, and go to India to buy a large number of zebu cattle and Marwari horses, as well as wood steel for making swords. But for now, what Marin has to do is to rush to the Ming dynasty as soon as possible to satisfy his curiosity. As a Chinese soul, it would be a lie to say that he is not curious about ancient China. If you can't see it in modern times, it's fine. Now that you have traveled through time, how can you not go and see it? As for going to see the emperor of the Ming dynasty, Ma Lin doesn't mind. He is not the middle-aged young protagonist with the protagonist halo in the cultivation of immortals. He doesn't need any heart of a strong man or care about there is gold under the knees of men. Ma Lin believes that those who believe in there is gold under the knees of men are indeed real men and admirable. However, most of these people often die halfway to success because of their straightforward character. Because when you have no strength, it is not a good thing to have such a strong self-esteem. This is the so-called just over easy to break. If you die too early on the road to success, how can you talk about success? Only the protagonist in the story, the son of the plain, etc., can both keep dignity and save life. For example, if Go Jian, king of Yu, had not been timid in the early stage, he would have been killed by the state of Wu long ago. How could he have a chance to turn the tables later? Liu Bang's parents were caught by Xiang Yu, and they could only be deliberately shameless, otherwise they would have been finished long ago. The most important thing for a real emperor is face. The emperors who wanted face had grass growing on their graves, such as Chongzhen. Of course, only when you meet someone stronger than you can you be shameless. If you meet someone weaker than you dare not give face and kill him decisively. Especially civilians, if you dare not give face, you can kill the whole family if you say you will kill the whole family. Moreover, Marin did not think there was anything wrong with bowing 3 times and 9 times to the emperor of the Ming dynasty. After all, Marin is a soul hundreds of years later, and bowing to these ancients is like worshipping ancestors. Besides, don't the star actors in later generations kneel and cry when they say so? Just treat it as a costume drama. Besides, Marin can get huge benefits from the Ming dynasty. There is nothing wrong with bending for benefits. Many women in later generations who do sales, such as those who sell houses, sleep with customers in order to get orders. For the sake of interests, people will always do whatever it takes. As for the strong heart in fairy tales and fantasy. Sorry, Marin doesn't know any immortal arts, and has no hope of becoming an immortal emperor, so naturally he doesn't need that stuff. Also, cultivating immortals is bullshit. As for the so-called heart of a strong man, it's even more bullshit. Haven't you seen the online writers who made up these concepts such as heart of a strong man begging for monthly tickets every day? Online writers are the most shameless. They beg every day. They are shameless. Can you believe their nonsense, heart of a strong man? In his previous life, Marin had seen a failed author named Taishang Laonyo. Because he couldn't bring himself to do it, he begged less often, so his votes and subscriptions were not ideal, and he almost starved to death. However, thinking that Zhu Hozhao was only 18 years old this year, and he was already 30 years old, it was really embarrassing to kneel down to him. Who cares? I'll just act in a costume drama. Well, I'm an actor. Thinking of the experience of playing a supporting role in Hengdian with friends for fun in his previous life, Marin hypnotized himself and suggested. After leaving Granada, Marin's ship headed west and soon arrived at Colón Bay in Panama. Then, Marin and his crew abandoned the ship and landed, rode on horseback, and rushed to Panama City at the other end of the Isthmus of Panama. Moreover, the team was accompanied by hundreds of solar cookers, slaves and camels bought from Egypt. Along the way, the guide who led the team told Marin that the pyrethrum and wormwood planted on both sides of the road were very lethal to mosquitoes. Since the planting of these two plants, the poisonous mosquitoes and insects in Panama dare not approach the road. When Goulard and his men first came to Panama, many people were killed by these poisonous mosquitoes and insects. After arriving in Panama City, Marin found that the previous 10 warships had arrived for a while and were waiting for him. Goulard, the governor of Panama, and Bald Aben also warmly welcomed Marin's arrival. However, there is a problem in front of Marin, that is, it seems that there are 2 governors in Panama. Before, Marin first sent Goulard to Colón Bay in Panama to start building a road across the Isthmus of Panama to the Pacific Ocean, and also appointed him as governor. But later, Marin arranged for Bald Aben to lead a fleet to bypass Tierra del Fuego and go to Panama City to build Panama City. At the same time, Aben was also appointed as governor. When the road was opened, an embarrassing thing happened: 2 governors appeared in the Panama region. For example, this time, when welcoming Marin, Goulard and Bald Aben stood side by side to welcome Marin. Moreover, the expressions of both of them seemed a little embarrassed. After all, Marin did not stipulate who had a higher position and who had a lower position. So, the 2 could only stand side by side. But this is not possible. After all, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, and no room for 2 masters in one country. So, after the welcome banquet, Marin still ordered Aben to take several ships south to Santa Maria Island on the coast of Chile to serve as the governor of Chile. It just so happened that Marin planned to develop the Chilean saltpeter mine. But after the development, there is a large demand for fresh water and food supply. Therefore, Marin asked Aben to take a group of reliable sailors to first establish a foothold on Santa Maria Island, and then plan to occupy the estuary area on the land a little further north, build a cement city, and control and develop the surrounding areas as a base for providing fresh water and food to the northern desert. Accompanying Aben to the south were a group of reliable sailors transferred from the mainland, a group of solar cookers for distilling and desalinating seawater, and a group of Egyptian slaves and Egyptian camels. They were going to Iquique to establish a base and needed to investigate and develop saltpeter in the northern Chilean desert. After arranging these, Marin began to prepare to set off. Before departure, Marin ordered sweet potatoes, peanuts and peppers to be loaded onto the ship. These things are agricultural products that are widely grown locally. Marin plans to replenish them nearby and take them to the Ming dynasty to present to the Ming court in exchange for trade qualifications. But when moving the sweet potatoes, Goulard also ordered a lot of seeds to be loaded onto the ship. Marin had no impression of this kind of seed, so he asked, "What is this?" "Sweet potato seeds." Goulard asked curiously. "What? Sweet potatoes also have seeds?" As a rural child in his previous life, Marin felt that his brain was not enough. Because, in his previous life, their family seemed to grow sweet potatoes by cutting sprouted sweet potatoes into pieces, and never used any sweet potato seeds. Chapter 1134, Cutting the Flowers Without Leaving the Seeds. In fact, Marin didn't know that sweet potatoes have seeds. Not only sweet potatoes have seeds, but potatoes also have seeds. However, most farmers who grow sweet potatoes and potatoes will not choose seed propagation. Because after a long period of asexual reproduction by cutting, the seeds of sweet potatoes and potatoes have degenerated. Even if the seeds are saved, the germination rate is not high. Moreover, it is easy to mutate when propagating with seeds. For example, the originally high-yield sweet potato variety is easy to mutate into a low-yield one. If you use cutting asexual reproduction, you can stably guarantee the yield and quality. How to say it, seed propagation is similar to human men and women getting married. The children born may look like the man, or the woman, or they may look a little like both, but they inherit the shortcomings of both men and women, and asexual reproduction is similar to cloning technology. The cloned offspring are very similar to the mother, with the same gender and similar appearance. Of course, cloning humans is immoral, but there is nothing wrong with asexual reproduction of sweet potatoes and potatoes. After all, that is food, who cares what sweet potatoes and potatoes think? In fact, sweet potatoes and potatoes can also bloom and bear fruit. However, when Marin's parents in the previous life cleared the weeds in the sweet potato field, they also pinched off the flowers. Why? Because flowering and bearing fruit consume a lot of nutrients of the plant. Let's put it this way, rice blooms and bears fruit, and finally gathers all the nutrients into the rice grains, while the rice straw becomes withered and yellow because of the exhaustion of nutrients. The same is true for wheat. Many people think that rice is the seed of rice, but it is not. In fact, the seed of rice is the small tip of the rice grain. As for rice, it is actually the gathering of the nutrition of the whole rice, which is used to provide nutrition for the small tip on the husk. In other words, the whole rice grain is actually equivalent to the nutrient solution in the culture medium of the small tip on the rice husk, which provides enough nutrition for the small tip to germinate and grow. The same is true for wheat. The seed of the wheat grain is actually the inconspicuous small protrusion at the top of the concave strip, which is the seed core of the wheat. The whole wheat grain, like rice, is the nutrient solution in the culture medium that provides nutrition to the seeds, also called endosperm. In other words, the flour we often eat is actually mainly the endosperm of wheat seeds. Therefore, rice cannot be grown by planting rice. Only by planting with the husk can rice grow. And the point on the rice husk is the real rice seed. When storing grain, you also need to pay attention. If you fiddle with it or the wheat grains are infested with insects, it may not be used as grain seeds. Because these insects are very cunning and specialize in gnawing on the small tips of rice and the small bumps on wheat grains. After being sown, the seeds are useless and can no longer grow rice and wheat. Therefore, farmers hate this kind of insects. Because they specialize in gnawing on the core part of rice and wheat seeds, making the rice and wheat seeds infertile. If you plant rice and wheat grains that have been harmed by insects, you will definitely get nothing. It's okay in modern times, but in ancient times, that would be the end of the whole family starving to death. However, sweet potatoes and potatoes are different. Because, for sweet potatoes and potatoes, people don't want their seeds, but their tubers. So, it's okay if they don't bloom and bear fruit. Moreover, flowering and bearing fruit will absorb most of the nutrients of the plant, affecting the yield of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Therefore, knowledgeable farmers will not allow sweet potatoes and potatoes to bloom and bear fruit. Often, when weeding, the flowers are pinched by the way. Although Ma Lin was a rural child in his previous life, he was educated in school most of the time. He only helped during the most complicated farming seasons, also known as the big busy season, such as spring plowing and autumn harvest. Rural schools also have a special holiday called Busy Holiday. That is, during the summer and autumn harvest seasons, children are allowed to go home to help. Because, for rural areas, rice and wheat must be harvested quickly, for fear that it will rain during the harvest season, causing the crops to rot in the fields. Although children cannot participate in the harvest when they go home, they can help cook. In this way, a laborer can be freed up to participate in the harvest. In addition, rural teachers also need busy holidays to go home to participate in the harvest. Especially those male teachers, they are the main force in farm work. The ones who really need a busy holiday are actually the rural teachers. When the children go home, they can only help with cooking or picking wheat ears in the summer. Of course, this happened in the 1990s. Because at that time, most farmers still used manual harvesting. After entering the 21st century, they all used harvesters, which were much faster, and some imported harvesters also had built-in drying functions. In addition, after the 21st century, most of the young and middle-aged people in rural areas went out to work, and most of those who stayed at home were elderly people who were unable to harvest manually and could only rely on machines. In other words, although Ma Lin was a rural child in his previous life, he would only help when he was very busy. He could not see his parents pulling weeds in the fields and pinching off sweet potato flowers. Therefore, he had never seen sweet potato flowers and seeds. After he became an adult, he went to college and went to work in the city, so he could not see them anymore. It was not surprising that he had never seen sweet potato seeds. Although Ma Lin had never seen sweet potato seeds, he also knew a lot of agricultural knowledge. For example, after rice and wheat mature, the nutrients will gather in the seeds, and then the plants will become withered and die. So, he frowned and asked, "How are those sweet potatoes with seeds growing?" Goulard thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. But Aben, who hadn't set out yet, replied, It seems that the yield of sweet potatoes with seeds will be lower, the sweet potatoes are shriveled, but if you don't wait until the seeds are fully formed before harvesting, the yield will be higher and the sweet potatoes will be fuller." Aben was the earliest governor of Panama City. There are also many sweet potato fields around Panama City. Aben used to go to the fields for inspections and knew a little bit. Marin understood it instantly. It seems that flowering and fruiting will really affect the yield of sweet potato and potato tubers. He was originally wondering why the yield of sweet potatoes per moo is only about 1,000 kilograms, even if 3 fertilizers are used. It turns out that the nutrients are taken away by the seeds. So he ordered, in the future, when you plant sweet potatoes, pinch off the flowers when you see them blooming. Ah! If you pinch off the flowers, won't it be impossible to produce seeds? Goulard was a little surprised. Because it is a bit shocking to not allow seeds to be produced. After all, Europeans have not had this habit yet. Just pinch it when I tell you to, why are you talking so much? Marin said dissatisfiedly. Then, he added, after pinching the flowers, count the latest per acre yield of sweet potatoes. Goulard had to nod his head. He had already decided to take out half of the sweet potato field to conduct a pinching experiment to see the effect. He didn't dare to take risks. After all, Panama now relies on sweet potatoes as its staple food. Although Goulard himself and some colonists don't have to eat sweet potatoes every day, those black slaves rely on sweet potatoes to survive. After arranging these things, Marin took the people who needed to go to the Ming dynasty, boarded 10 warships, sailed into the Pacific Ocean, and headed west all the way to the Ming Empire. Chapter 1135, Capturing a Giant Turtle as a Good Omen. The day when Marin left was a good day, January 1, 1510, which was the new year of the Western calendar. After leaving Panama, the fleet sailed westward along the north equatorial current north of the equator in the Pacific Ocean. This latitude happened to be the prevailing easterly wind belt, with favorable winds and favorable waters. The sailors who were responsible for navigation were naturally the group of sailors who had previously explored the Keelung route with Amerigo. Amerigo had returned home, but these sailors and navigators did not return home. They were responsible for navigating for Marin. After the fleet sailed west for a distance, a navigator boasted to the sailors on the ship, "Do you know? There is an archipelago in the south of this latitude, and there is a kind of giant turtle on the island. Before you came, our captain took us out to sea to fish and happened to arrive at this archipelago. Then, we saw a huge turtle as big as a table on the island." After that, the navigator also gestured the size, which aroused the sailors' exclamations. When Marin, who was leaning on the railing and watching the sea, heard this, he frowned and seemed to think of something. Giant sea turtle? Is he talking about the Galapagos tortoise in the Galapagos Islands? Marin suddenly remembered that the Galapagos tortoise is the largest sea turtle in the world. It can be up to 1.2 meters long and weigh up to 200 to 300 kilograms, which is 500 to 600 kilograms. It is very rare. The length of the tortoises in China is generally at most a dozen centimeters. In front of the huge Galapagos tortoise, it is like a tortoise grandson. Marin smiled and continued to think about his own things. At this time, Marin's brain suddenly jumped and thought of a history book he had seen before crossing, called I Want to Be the Prime Minister. It tells the story of the protagonist crossing to the Jiajing dynasty of the Ming dynasty to be a child prodigy, a champion, and finally the Prime Minister of the Ming dynasty. One thing was mentioned in this book, that is, the people of the Ming dynasty regarded the Galapagos tortoise brought by the Spaniards as a mythical beast black tortoise. Then, local officials presented the giant tortoise as auspicious signs. Speaking of auspicious signs, they were very popular in the ancient feudal dynasties of China. The so-called auspicious signs refer to auspicious signs, which are considered by Confucianism to be natural phenomena that express the will of heaven and are beneficial to people. For example, colorful clouds appear, good weather, double ears of wheat, sweet springs appear on the ground, and strange birds and beasts appear. The Galapagos tortoise is exactly the last of these, the appearance of strange birds and beasts. After all, such a large tortoise has never been seen on the land of China. The most important thing is that in the ancient Chinese myths and legends, among the 4 great beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu is an image of a turtle and a snake in one. Moreover, Xuanwu is a water god, living in the North Sea, and is a symbol of good weather and good harvests. At the same time, turtles are long-lived, and Xuanwu is also a symbol of immortality. Good weather and good harvests and immortality are exactly the 2 supreme goals pursued by the rulers of the ancient feudal dynasties. Therefore, turtles were considered auspicious animals in ancient times. The strange turtle is regarded as auspicious, and is also called the black turtle. Moreover, the last sentence in the Book of Songs, Lu Song, Han Shui is Jingbi Huai, come to offer their treasures, black turtle elephant tusks, big bribes to the southern gold. The black turtle elephant tusks here are giant turtle ivory, which was a rare treasure in ancient times. But no matter what, in China, there is absolutely no giant turtle longer than 1 meter. Ordinary turtles are only a dozen centimeters long, and a big turtle of 20 to 30 centimeters long can be considered auspicious. Moreover, for the ancient feudal dynasties of China, offering wealth is far less pleasing than offering auspiciousness. For the ancient feudal dynasties of China, which regarded themselves as the center of the world, they did not look down on the wealth of the barbarians at all. Even if there was nothing in the central plains, they would just look at it as a curiosity. However, auspiciousness is different. For the feudal dynasties, the will of heaven and the people's hearts are very important. The appearance of auspiciousness is definitely a major event worthy of national celebration. Because it shows that the emperor is wise and is the true emperor. All officials were full of righteous people, all of them were virtuous. Everyone felt proud. And the court would never be stingy if it had face. In fact, the ancient emperors and ministers were very keen on the pursuit of auspicious signs. Some emperors even pursued auspicious signs to the point of abnormality. Among them, the most abnormal pursuit of auspicious signs was Song Zhenzong of the northern Song dynasty, that is, Song Renzong's father. Song Zhenzong was the son of Song Taizong, and he did not have any outstanding achievements in his life. However, he has a record, that is, he was the sixth emperor in the Chinese feudal dynasty to be enfeoffed on Mount Tai, and the last one. Of course, he is also the most shameless one. Why do I say that? Because the 5 emperors who were enfeoffed before him were Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, Emperor Guangwu of the Eastern Han dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty and Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty. Look, the first 5 emperors, they all had achievements and had the face to be enfeoffed. Let's not talk about Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, they are recognized as heroes. Emperor Guangwu was also a famous monarch who restored the Han dynasty. Emperor Gaozong of Tang conquered the largest territory of the Tang dynasty. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang at least had the Kaiyuan period of prosperity. But what did Emperor Zhenzong of Song have? He was beaten by the Liao kingdom and forced to sign the humiliating agreement of Tanyuan alliance. How could he have the nerve to go to Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to the gods? He was also said to be very thick-skinned. Moreover, Emperor Zhenzong of Song's offering sacrifices to the gods was very technical. He forged or had his subordinates forge the Book of Heaven. Look, auspicious signs have descended from the sky, I am the Emperor of Heaven, go to Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to the gods. During the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of Song, the entire Song dynasty fell into a frenzy of discovering and offering auspicious signs. Anyone who offered auspicious signs was mostly rewarded. Even Wang Qinruo, who presented the Book of Heaven, became the prime minister. Another prime minister during the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of Song, Ding Wei, was also good at making and presenting auspicious signs. These two are typical representatives of those who became prime ministers by presenting auspicious signs. And Emperor Jiajing of the Ming dynasty was also very interested in auspicious signs because he loved cultivating immortals. For example, the treacherous prime minister Yan Song presented the 5-colored divine turtle, which won the favor of Jiajing as an auspicious sign. But unexpectedly, this divine turtle was accidentally killed by the palace maids. In addition, there were rumors that Jiajing wanted to use the menstrual blood of the palace maids to refine elixirs, and Jiajing's harshness towards the palace maids, which eventually led to the Ren'in palace change, and the palace maids almost strangled Emperor Jiajing to death. Of course, Yan Song's 5-colored divine turtle was fake. It was an ordinary tortoise painted by Yan Song. However, the giant tortoises on the Galapagos Islands are real, and they have stronger vitality and can live in arid areas. After all, the Galapagos Islands are an arid area. However, the Galapagos Islands are located in the tropics, and the giant tortoises may not be able to adapt to the cold climate of the north. Therefore, it is necessary to pay attention to cold protection. Otherwise, if the tortoise dies, Marin will also be implicated. However, the one in power now is neither Emperor Zhenzong of Song nor Emperor Jiajing, but Emperor Zhengde. Emperor Zhengde has no interest in superstition, but he loves to play and likes rare treasures. The giant tortoises such as the Galapagos tortoises are precisely exotic animals, which can completely win the favor of Zhengde. As for those ministers in the court, they can also be regarded as auspicious signs. Because, only when auspicious signs appear in the world can it prove that the country is peaceful and the people are safe, and it can also prove that they are all virtuous. Thinking of this, Marlin decisively called the navigator and ordered, "You, lead the way. Let's catch the big tortoise." Chapter 1136, Arrival in Keelung. Marin is somewhat familiar with the Galapagos tortoise. After all, even in the 21st century with advanced information, this giant tortoise is a very rare species and has attracted much attention. The Galapagos tortoise lives on the Galapagos Islands near the equator. Due to the influence of the Peruvian cold current, the island is relatively dry and hot. Therefore, the tortoise can adapt to the dry and hot living environment. Although the Galapagos tortoise is large in size, it is a gentle herbivore. It mainly feeds on cacti, grass, leaves, mosses, lichens and berries on the Galapagos Islands and is relatively easy to raise. The only drawback is that it is not cold resistant. After all, it is an animal near the equator. In addition, it seems to have to bask in the sun every day. Because it is a cold-blooded animal, it needs to bask in the sun to absorb heat. These are the key points to pay attention to, and they must tell the Ming Dynasty officials to prevent the tortoise from being raised to death. By then, the credit will be gone. For the proud ancient Chinese feudal dynasty, it is better to present auspicious signs than to present treasures. Because what they care most about is face, not interests. Soon, the fleet, led by the navigator, arrived at the northernmost island of the Galapagos Islands, which seemed to be called Pinta Island in later generations. The Pinta Island Galapagos tortoise is also a very famous branch species of the Galapagos tortoise. The famous Galapagos tortoise, Lonely George, that was on the news in 2012 is a Pinta Galapagos tortoise. Of course, Marin doesn't care about the difference between tortoise subspecies. Anyway, Galapagos tortoises are all very big, and they are enough to pretend to be black tortoises. Sending them to the Ming Dynasty would definitely be a great auspicious sign. You know, there are many statues similar to the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise in the royal palace. Even the Tang Dynasty Palace City had the Xuanwu Gate and the Vermilion Bird Street. As long as you take it to the Forbidden City, you can see the black tortoise statue. Those ministers must have seen the huge statue. The Galapagos tortoises are so big that they are almost as big as statues. It is hard not to be regarded as auspicious. After arriving at Pinta Island, Marin immediately took a group of thugs and went to the island to catch tortoises. Soon, they saw the Galapagos tortoises traveling slowly on the island. This giant tortoise walks very slowly, worthy of being a tortoise. They walk at a speed of only 200 or 300 meters per hour, less than a mile. Several tortoises saw Marin and his group of people coming from afar and were scared to run away immediately. However, their speed of escape was too slow. Marin and his group walked slowly and caught up with these tortoises who were fleeing in a hurry and caught them easily. Then, Marin and his men caught 15 Pinta Galapagos tortoises in one go and brought them to the ship, ready to take them to the Ming Dynasty as auspicious offerings. In fact, Marin originally planned to take only 9 tortoises. Because the number 9 is very auspicious. Especially for things presented to the emperor, the number 9 is the most popular. 9 black turtles, meaning 9 heavens black turtle, are definitely auspicious. But Marin was afraid that some of these tortoises would die, so he caught a few more as backup. When it comes to the final, auspicious gift, Marin will still offer 9. As for the extra ones, just leave them on Taiwan Island. After catching the turtles, Marin asked the fleet to return to the scheduled route and continue sailing west. January is winter, and both the Atlantic and the northern half of the Pacific Ocean are calm and there will be no major storms. Therefore, the fleet's voyage is smooth sailing all the way. When sailing to the western boundary line of the East 12th District after the international date line in later generations, Marin suddenly remembered that there seems to be a small island called Nauru in the east and south of the angle between the western boundary line of the East 12th District and the equator. This small island is covered with a thick layer of guano, which is a very good agricultural fertilizer. Because guano is transformed from the feces of seabirds. Feces contain nitrogen, and seabirds eat fish, so guano also contains phosphorus. At the same time, guano also contains some potassium. Therefore, guano is the only natural fertilizer in nature that contains nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium fertilizers at the same time. However, the potassium content is slightly lower, only 2 to 3%, unlike nitrogen and phosphorus, which both contain more than 10%. Therefore, guano is an excellent nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizer. Although he remembered the existence of Nauru, Marin did not change his course to find Nauru Island this time, but planned to send a fleet to find this island again when he had the opportunity in the future. Why? Because Nauru's geographical location is too bad. It is deep in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and transportation is very inconvenient. It is better to make 3 kinds of fertilizers in the mainland than to dig guano in Nauru and transport it back. After all, even the farthest apatite mine in Western Sahara is not too far from the mainland. Moreover, even if Taiwan Island is to be developed in the future, there is no need to go to Nauru to dig guano. Because Dongsha Island near Taiwan Island has rich guano mines, there is no need to go all the way to Nauru to dig guano. However, Nauru is also an important guano reserve base in the future, so it must be occupied first. Even if you don't need it for the time being, you can't give it to others. Therefore, Marin will send people to find this island and then plant a flag to indicate that the island is his. As for when to mine the guano on the island, it depends on the need. But Marin estimated that the guano on Nauru Island would not be used for a long time. However, Marin actually wrote the guano mine in Nauru into the traveler's notes left to Caesar as a reserve resource for the future. Maybe it will be useful one day. Then, the fleet entered the Micronesian Islands, which are densely covered with islands and reefs. Here, the navigators are also much more cautious. Because, if you are not careful, the ship will hit the reef. After all, there are many volcanic islands and coral reefs here, and there are also many reefs. Some coral reefs are growing, and those that will soon emerge from the water are the most dangerous. Because, if you are not careful, the ship will run aground on it. Therefore, these experienced navigators who have participated in the previous route exploration, all cheered up, followed the markings in the previous navigation notes, avoided some dangerous areas, and passed the Micronesia island safely. Then, the fleet followed the warm current of the North Pacific to the east of the Philippine Islands, then turned north, followed the Kuroshio, flowing to Japan, and headed north to the eastern coast of Taiwan. While passing the eastern coast of Taiwan, Marin also passed. Then, the fleet followed the warm current of the North Pacific to the east of the Philippine Islands, then turned north, followed the Kuroshio, flowing to Japan, and headed north to the eastern coast of Taiwan. While passing the eastern coast of Taiwan, Marin also passed. Chapter 1137, The Black-Hearted Foreman Kong Tai. These tortoises are actually quite tenacious and easy to keep alive. In addition, Marin took a tropical route, and it was not hot along the way, so 2 tortoises should not have died. However, 2 of them were too timid, and the ship was shaking from side to side when sailing in the sea. This environment was too different from the land where the Galapagos tortoises usually live, which caused panic in the 2 tortoises. Therefore, the 2 dead Galapagos tortoises were actually scared to death. After all, it was really scary to come from the calm land to the shaking ship. Oh no, it was to scare the tortoises. The mental state of the remaining 13 Galapagos tortoises was not very good. After all, tortoises are not very adapted to the bumpy life on the sea, and it is good enough to be able to hold on. Therefore, when arriving at Keelung Heping Island, the first thing Marin did was to have all 13 Galapagos tortoises carried off the ship for repair. Yes, carry them off the ship. Because it is too slow to let the tortoises run by themselves. So, it is better to have people carry them to walk faster. In addition, the war horses that Marin brought were also taken off the ship for repair. These war horses are more adapted to life on the ship, because they are all selected and left behind to adapt to life on the ship. Although they are not powerful and famous horses, they are tall and strong, and look more intimidating. In fact, this typical European war horse, although strong and fast, has poor endurance. Generally, knights don't ride it much when they are on the road. Otherwise, the horse's physical strength will be consumed too early, and it will be useless when it is needed in battle. It is said that in the 19th century, due to the shortage of horses and the lack of replacement war horses, many cavalrymen often marched with horses when marching, fearing that they would ride too long and tire the horses. Only horses with good endurance such as Mongolian horses and Arabian horses can be ridden for a long time, but they also need to rest frequently. For the Mongolian cavalry, who marched across the Eurasian continent and traveled thousands of miles, they had to ride 2 horses or even 3 horses. Of course, Marin did not come all the way to bring warmth to the Ming dynasty. The reason why he chose this kind of tall horse was to bluff people, especially to fool those literati. Those literati who don't know horses like to ride tall horses the most. For example, the champion of the Ming dynasty liked to ride a tall horse and parade to boast about his official position. If he rode a short southern horse, it would be embarrassing to parade. Therefore, the tall European horse brought by Marin is definitely a weapon welcomed by literati. When the master Marin came, Kong Tai, as the local manager, naturally had to come to greet him in person. However, when Marin just landed on Heping Island, Kong Tai was not on the island. Upon inquiry, it turned out that Kong Tai was supervising the construction of the city on the main island of Tai Island on the opposite bank of Heping Island to the south. At the beginning, after Kong Tai arrived in Keelung for the second time, with the help of Lu Laojian, he fooled several Pingpu natives near Keelung and bought a piece of land across the shore of Heping Island at a relatively small price. After that, Kong Tai had people build a small bunker on the opposite land and arranged for the people to plant sweet potatoes on the shore as a source of food for Heping Island. On the south bank of Keelung Bay, across from Heping Island, Kong Tai got several square kilometers of coastal land. Kong Tai sent people to reclaim 500 mu of land and plant sweet potatoes. The sweet potato yield per mu is more than 1,000 jin, without pinching the flowers, and 2 crops have been harvested, with a total output of more than 1 million jin. Now, Kong Tai has specially built a warehouse next to Majiabao to store sweet potatoes. In addition, in order to facilitate the cultivation of land, Kong Tai also sent people to secretly use smuggling ships to buy 10 oxen from Fujian's Meizhou Island at a high price. Although oxen are treasures in the Ming dynasty and are not easily sold, Kong Tai is willing to pay a high price. In the Ming dynasty, the price of an oxen is only 6 or 7 taels of silver, which is very cheap. In order to buy oxen, Kong Tai paid 20 taels of silver per ox, which is 3 times the normal price. Driven by huge profits, Fujian smugglers naturally help to get 10 oxen. You know, these smugglers are all people who want money but not their lives. Although the oxen were registered with the government and difficult to buy through normal channels, these daring smugglers directly hired desperate men to steal oxen, and stole 10 of them, which were sent to Kong Tai overnight. Stealing cattle was a serious crime in the Ming dynasty and was punishable by exile. However, after the smugglers offered a reward of 2 taels of silver per ox to each desperate man, they soon got enough 10 oxen. But once they changed hands, they sold them for 20 taels each. At first, Kong Tai planned to wait for Marin's fleet to come before building a city on the south bank of Keelung Bay. For this reason, Kong Tai specifically asked Amerigo, who had returned to his country, to bring back the news and ask Marin to bring more cement. And Marin did bring a lot of cement this time. However, after a long time, Kong Tai discovered that the Pingpu natives near the south bank of Keelung Bay seemed to be more gentle and not barbaric and vicious. So he changed his plan and sent people ashore to build the city in advance. In addition, his men mined a lot of stone on Heping Island, which was just right for laying the foundation of the city wall. Later, more and more stone was mined, which was enough to build the city wall. So Kong Tai immediately sent people to build the city wall on land during the slack season. In order to solve the problem of insufficient stone, Kong Tai also hired local Pingpu people to help mine stone. Moreover, he built several earth kilns specifically for burning bricks to make up for the problem of insufficient stone. As for the fuel for burning bricks, there was plenty of wood nearby. Later, the output of bricks exceeded that of stones, so Kong Tai asked the craftsmen to lay the stones outside the city wall to enhance the firmness of the city wall. On the inside of the city wall, bricks were mainly used. When Marin arrived, Kong Tai was supervising the construction of the city wall on the south bank of Keelung Bay. At this time, the 4 walls of this small city with an area of 1 square kilometer were basically completed. However, the city gate has not been completed, and there are no buildings in the city. It is just a pure super compound. What makes Marin laugh and cry is that Kong Tai actually organized the young and strong natives from many villages of the nearby Pingpu tribe through Lu Laojian and the young translators of Jilong village to help him build the city wall. Otherwise, the progress would not be so fast. It is estimated that 500 or 600 young and strong natives from many nearby villages were hired by Kong Tai to help build the city wall. Of course, they don't know how to do bricklaying work. They mainly put bricks and stones in designated locations according to the instructions of the masons sent by Beihai. The final technical work is still done by the craftsmen of Beihai. However, most of the physical work was done by these young and strong natives, and the masons of Beihai did not actually consume much physical strength. In construction, the transportation of bricks and stones is the main physical work. According to Kong Tai's adjutant, Kong Tai hired these young and strong natives with very low wages, only sweet potato rice, occasionally some venison and fish, and a small bag of salt every 10 days for each person. In this way, the local young and strong natives sold themselves to Kong Tai as migrant workers. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. In the eyes of the people of Beihai, salt may not be a valuable thing. After all, Malin is a big salt producer, and Beihai will never lack salt. But in the eyes of the natives of the Taiwan Island Pingpu tribe, salt is a very precious thing. Giving a small bag of salt, less than half a catty, every 10 days is definitely a very generous reward. What's more, Kong Tai provides meals when working on the construction site. Sweet potato rice is sweeter, much better than what the local natives usually eat. Moreover, venison soup is available from time to time. And those venison were all shot by nearby hunters with bows and arrows purchased from Kong Tai, and exchanged with Kong Tai for salt. And Kong Tai, when there was some left over for himself and his men, he also used it to cook meat soup to entertain the young and strong natives. More importantly, salt was put in the soup. Moreover, Kong Tai had a fishing team under him, and they would go out to sea to fish from time to time. Therefore, the native workers could often drink fish soup. This was definitely a heavenly life for the Pingpu natives who were still in a semi-primitive society. Therefore, they were happy to be exploited by Kong Tai, the black-hearted contractor. After all, the food here was much better than what they had before. The fact that there was salt in the food alone was something they could never do often before. Chapter 1138, Bribery Before the Troops Move. Before Kong Tai came to Keelung, the Katagalan people of the Pingpu tribe near Keelung Bay, although living by the sea, were very short of salt. Perhaps, in the eyes of modern people, salt is just a simple thing that can be obtained by boiling the sea water. It is unimaginable that people are still short of salt by the sea. However, it is such a simple truth that the ancients, especially the Katagalan people who were still in the matriarchal commune society, could not imagine. Therefore, for the Katagalan people, their salt mainly comes from the blood of prey in salty stones, rock salt, on land. If you are lucky, you may be able to pick up natural salt that is dried after the tide goes out on the beach. However, they just don't know how to boil the sea for salt. And Kong Tai is also lucky. Before, with the help of Lu Laojian, he used a solar stove to show a miracle in front of several local indigenous chiefs, which frightened the local people. Therefore, although they were jealous of the endless salt in Kong Tai's hands, the local people did not dare to act rashly and never thought of robbing Kong Tai's salt. Because the previous performance like a charlatan greatly frightened the local people. Let those aboriginals think that Kong Tai is some kind of immortal, so naturally they dare not act rashly. Kong Tai hired their young and strong men to work, and they dared not disobey. If there had not been the previous performance of the godlike charlatan with the solar cooker, it would be hard to say. You know, although the people of the flatlands of Taiwan Island are relatively gentle, that is compared with the brutal and aggressive inland mountain people. In fact, as aboriginals, they are not inferior in bravery and fighting. Just like the original Spanish colonists in history, they had already established the city of San Salvador on Heping Island, but they were frightened by the Katagalan people on Taiwan Island and dared not land, so they could only hide in the fortress of Heping Island and starve. Because the Katagalan people are also very powerful when they are fierce. Although their weapons are backward, they are fierce and will not fight to the death. Kong Tai used the solar cooker to dance the gods before, and frightened the chiefs of the Katagalan people, so that the local indigenous people did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson with my javelin and spear in a minute. Now, in the eyes of the local Katagalan people, Kong Tai is Kong Daxian, a ruthless man who can cast spells. Therefore, Kong Tai hired them to work, and they had to be happy. However, although Kong Tai was stingy and did not pay wages, he was not stingy. For example, those young and strong natives wanted to take some sweet potato rice back to their families, and Kong Tai agreed without hesitation. After all, sweet potatoes are so high-yielding that they will go bad if they are not eaten, so it is better to give some to the locals as a favor. Then, the old and young Katagalan people from several nearby villages simply built a simple village near the new city to facilitate those young and strong people to go home. At the same time, it is also convenient to come to the construction site for free meals. When it is time to eat, men, women, old and young in the Katagalan villages also come to line up to receive sweet potatoes. Kong Tai harvested millions of kilograms of sweet potatoes, and he was not afraid of being eaten out of money. There is only one thing: these people will never allow themselves to waste sweet potatoes in the fields, so as not to destroy the sweet potato fields and affect the yield. Gradually, more than 3,000 Katagalan natives from several nearby villages lived a more orderly life around the newly built Keelung city. Moreover, they also began to learn sweet potato planting techniques from Han farmers such as Lu Laojian, abandoning the primitive agricultural techniques of /and-burn farming in the past and switching to the Han-style farming model. Then, the local men went to work on the Keelung city construction site, and the women went to the fields to learn to plant sweet potatoes, and when it was time for dinner, the whole family of the local natives, young and old, went to the construction site canteen to eat together. This life is a bit like a collective farm. When Ma Lin saw Kong Tai was wearing a steel helmet. However, he was not wearing armor, but ordinary cloth clothes, and it was a short suit suitable for work. In that way, he looked like a contractor who had returned from an inspection of the construction site. And the steel helmet on his head was also like the popular safety helmet on the construction site. When he heard that the natives now called Kong Tai Kong Daxian, Ma Lin laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Then, under the arrangement of Maria, Kong Tai's wife, Marin and others had a typical farm meal. The chefs of this meal were all the women of Jilung village where Lu Laojian was originally. It's not a high-end dish, but it's also quite distinctive. The group ate with relish and drank sweet potato wine brewed by the villagers with sweet potatoes. Although the wine is a little turbid, it tastes unique. After eating and drinking, Marin and Kong Tai came to the secret room to talk alone. "How is it?" What is the situation in the Ming dynasty now? Kong Tai frowned and said, not very good. It is said that the Ming dynasty is in chaos now. The eunuch Lu Jin is in power and the court is in chaos. Officials from all over the country have to bribe him in order to protect themselves. It is said that officials from all over the country have to bribe him when they go to the capital to pay homage. At least 1,000 taels of silver are needed, and at most 5,000 taels. Stop. That's not what I want to hear. Marin was a little annoyed. He could tell that these were obviously the discussions among the people of the Ming dynasty, and more of them were the views of the Ming dynasty civil officials. But what does this have to do with him? What he wanted was to obtain trade qualifications, not to care about the internal affairs of the Ming dynasty. So, he scolded him bluntly, what I want you to find out is whether we can submit to the Ming dynasty, not the internal affairs of the Ming dynasty. What does it have to do with us if Lu Jin continues to harm the Ming dynasty? If we can get recognition from the court, what does it matter if we bribe Lu Jin? Bribe Lu Jin? Will it ruin our reputation? Kong Tai hesitated. Ma Lin almost laughed out of anger. Reputation? What reputation do we have? In the eyes of Ming dynasty officials, we are barbarians, uncivilized savages. What reputation can we have? All I want is to become a native official of the Ming dynasty, not to be a role model of the Ming dynasty. Kong Tai's thoughts are somewhat close to the literati of the Ming dynasty, which makes Ma Lin speechless. If Lu Jin falls, will we be implicated? After all, bribing Lu Jin and waiting for him to fall is also considered as treason. Kong Tai's words are pertinent and reasonable. Moreover, Marin remembered that Lu Jin seemed to fall this year. He was impeached and killed in August of the lunar calendar. He was killed because King Anhua rebelled in the name of attacking Lu Jin. With such a big mess, Emperor Zhengde couldn't keep him anymore, so he had to push Lu Jin out to take the blame. At the same time, he also had a good meal by confiscating Lu Jin's property. You know, when Lu Jin's property was confiscated, there were 2.5 million taels of gold and 50 million taels of silver, which was the richest man in the world at that time. Even the European tycoon Marin was not worth mentioning in front of Lu Jin's huge property. You know, the 2.5 million taels of gold alone are worth more than 26.19 million gold coins, not counting the 50 million taels of silver. However, these have nothing to do with Marin. All he wanted was to obtain the status of a chieftain in the Ming dynasty so that he could go to the Ming dynasty to purchase and do business at any time. Therefore, he did not hesitate to bribe Lu Jin in order to obtain the status of a chieftain in the Ming dynasty as soon as possible. Moreover, bribery is also a shortcut. Because, generally speaking, corrupt officials who have received money are still very efficient in doing things. Otherwise, it would take a long time to teach those honest civil servants to discuss. But this matter must be done quickly, because Lu Jin will fall in the 8th month of the lunar calendar. If it is too late, the bribe money will be wasted. So, Ma Lin ordered, Kong Tai, you immediately send someone to the inland to secretly contact Hu Jian's Jinui, give them enough silver, and ask them to pass on the message and ask for an audience with Lu Jin. Then, send 10,000 taels of silver. Not through the government. Ma Lin rolled his eyes, we are bribing, of course we have to do it secretly. Jinui belongs to the factory guards, and it is most convenient to contact Lu Jin. If we go through the official, it will give the other party evidence of guilt. Kong Tai learned a lot of Confucian culture, and he became a little pedantic. This time, Marin plans to take advantage of Lu Jin's last glory to help himself obtain normal trade qualifications. You know, Lu Jin is now in his heyday and almost controls the government. If you want to obtain the qualifications of a chieftain, Lu Jin is definitely not around. So, it is better to bribe him and ask him for help. As for Lu Jin's downfall in the future, just say that you were asked for a bribe. Anyway, this matter has not been passed through the civil service system, and it is not easy for others to investigate. As long as the little Emperor Zhengde is coaxed, everything will not be a problem. And after bribing Lu Jin to open up the relationship, Marin can smoothly set off to the capital of the Ming dynasty to pay a visit. Chapter 1139, No Masters in Southern Shaolin. As a blonde foreigner, Kong Tai is obviously not suitable for activities in the inland of the Ming dynasty. With this look, he is too conspicuous in the Ming dynasty and can easily be noticed. Therefore, the secret contact with Jinui and the bribery of Lu Jin can only be done by a broker. To this end, Kong Tai found a more reliable broker named Hu Jian to help with this matter. But at the same time, because silver is precious, Kong Tai spent money to hire several reputable knights to help escort the silver to avoid accidents. While sending a bribe to Lu Jin, Marin also attached a painting of a turtle. The painter was naturally the great painter Dürer who came with Marin. Dürer used sketching techniques in a large piece of paper to draw a proportional picture of the Galapagos tortoise, named Black Turtle Picture, and asked the broker in charge of the bribe to teach Lu Jin, saying that this was auspicious and wanted to present it to the court. There are also 8 words on the black tortoise picture: good weather, peace and prosperity. In addition, there is a note in the painting, which reads, if you can successfully pay homage, another 50,000 taels will be offered. Even for money, Marin believes that Lu Jin will not refuse. Moreover, now that Lu Jin has made the sky angry and the people resentful, and has a bad reputation, he also needs auspicious signs to prove that he can bring good luck to the court. This kind of fame and fortune, he must not refuse. If it follows the normal procedure, Marin should land at the 2 maritime customs points in Guangzhou or Ningbo, and then after inspection, the Ming dynasty officials will arrange to pay tribute to the capital. However, Marin does not intend to take this old road, because it takes too long. It is now March in the lunar calendar, and it is only about 5 months away from Lu Jin's fall. If you take the normal tribute route, it is estimated that it will be delayed until Lu Jin's fall. What happens next is hard to say, and it is also difficult to accomplish. Therefore, Marin plans to take the fleet directly to land at Daguku, Tianjin. As for the reason, it is escorting auspicious signs to Beijing. After all, the Galapagos tortoise is known as the black tortoise, which is very precious, so it is reasonable to go through Daguku. As for unreasonable laws, so what? Now that Lu Jin is in power, he has the final say on whether it is in accordance with etiquette and law. Originally, when hiring masters to escort the silver, Ma Lin planned to go to Quanzhou Nan Shaolin to hire masters to escort the darts. However, after asking around, he found that there are no kung fu masters in Nan Shaolin now, and it is still a holy place of Buddhism in the south. After thinking about it carefully, Ma Lin slapped his head. It seems that the habit of practicing martial arts in Hujian Nan Shaolin was developed from the sword classic, passed down by the famous General Udayo during the anti-Japanese war decades later. At that time, the southeast coast was not peaceful. In order to protect itself and assist Udayo in the anti-Japanese war, Hujian Nan Shaolin began to popularize martial arts, practicing stick skills based on Udayo's sword classic. Later, Quanzhou locals also developed a folk martial arts called pole fist, based on this. This kind of martial arts was mainly popular in the Qing dynasty, because the Qing dynasty prohibited civilians from carrying weapons, so the common people simply used shoulder poles as weapons and practiced Shaolin stick techniques to protect themselves. Now, Udayo is just a 6-year-old kid, 1 year younger than Caesar. Therefore, southern Shaolin and the like are still chanting scriptures, and there are no large numbers of martial monks. Moreover, Udayo's martial arts were mainly learned from the Jingchu long sword, not Shaolin Kung Fu. Although martial arts are praised to the sky in martial arts novels, in fact, in real history, when Udayo visited Shaolin, he found that the Shaolin martial arts at that time were too bad, so he passed on the Sword Sutra, derived from the Jingchu long sword, to them. Even the legendary Yi Jin Jing was created by Tiantai Zi Ning Taoist in the late Ming dynasty, 1624. Note that it is a Taoist, not a monk. After the Shaolin monks got it, they boasted that it was written by Asen Bodhidharma 1,000 years ago, and they would never admit that it was invented by the Taoist. As Lao Jin is a Buddhist, he naturally praised Buddhism in his martial arts novels. In fact, Lao Jin's ancestors served as officials in the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty respected Buddhism the most and deliberately suppressed the Taoism of the Han people. Lao Jin, whose ancestors had been rich in the Qing dynasty, naturally leaned towards Buddhism. In other words, in real history, Shaolin's martial arts were still very poor during the Ming dynasty. Later, after absorbing Udayo's sword classic and Zi Ning Taoists' Yi Jin Jing, Shaolin made great progress in martial arts. As for the reputation of Shaolin Temple, Lao Jin's praise made a huge contribution. The Qingqing sect and Kongtong sect, which played soy sauce in martial arts novels, are actually martial arts schools that are not inferior to Shaolin. But there is no way, Lao Jin is too famous, Shaolin was praised, and they were stepped on. Especially the Qingqing sect, which was the worst. Yuzhanghai, a character created by Lao Jin, directly criticized the Qingqing sect so much that the descendants of the Qingqing sect later wanted to discuss martial arts with Lao Jin, thinking that their martial arts would be vindicated. Although he didn't find the legendary Nan Shaolin master, Kong Tai still found several martial arts masters with good reputations through intermediaries to escort the silver. After all, Hujian is mountainous, and where there are mountains, there are naturally bandits. In order to protect themselves, there will always be some martial arts masters. Ma Lin is not short of money, and he brought a lot of silver this time. Therefore, he generously spent money to hire 7 or 8 martial arts masters with good reputations as escorts to escort the silver to Beijing. At the same time, through the broker, Kong Tai also contacted a centurion named Feng Su stationed in Quanzhou, Fujian by Jinhui, and asked him to help contact Lu Jin secretly. Quanzhou in this era has not yet opened up to maritime trade. Even the tribute of the Ryukyu kingdom took the Fuzhou route. Therefore, Quanzhou was not prosperous at this time. And Feng Baihu was stationed here, which was not a good job. His main duty was to patrol the scourge of Japanese pirates along the coast of Fujian. And the Jinhui who really mixed well were either in the two capitals of the north and south, or in Jiangnan. Those who are mixed up with Fujian are definitely the unlucky ones who are exiled. Through contact, Ma Lin and Kong Tai found that this Feng Baihu was quite kind and not so black-hearted. He was taken down after giving 2,000 taels of silver. Then, Ma Lin gave him 500 taels of activity funds, and this Feng Baihu really sent someone to pass the message back to the capital through the internal channels of Jinhui. Afterwards, the team escorting 10,000 taels of silver also took the internal note issued by Feng Baihu to the north. In the Ming dynasty, a road permit was required to leave the county, and the household registration management was very strict. Feng Baihu did not issue a road permit, and he did not have that power. But he issued the internal pass of Jinhui, and there was no local official who dared to make things difficult. Because those officials were more afraid of Jinhui than ordinary people. Moreover, because Lu Jin has taken control of the government in recent years, the power of the factory and guard institutions has been amazing. Because Lu Jin's control of the whole country was achieved by Dongchang and Jinhui. Therefore, no fool dared to easily go against Jinhui. In fact, Fujian also has eunuchs on guard. They are Lu Jin's direct subordinates, and have a closer relationship with Lu Jin than Jinhui. However, Ma Lin is unwilling to find these eunuchs on guard. Because eunuchs are often greedy and have big appetites. If they fall into their hands, they will definitely be blackmailed. Therefore, Ma Lin would rather let Feng Baihu earn the money than to provoke those eunuchs on guard who have a paranoid love for money. Chapter 1140, Capture of Tamsui Harbor. Ma Lin had inquired about it, and Feng Su, 100 households of Jinhui, had a good reputation. Although he also had the reputation of being fierce and greedy like the factory guards, he was honest and would do things if he was paid. Moreover, his heart was not too black. In fact, as a member of the factory guards, it was impossible to be innocent. Because the immediate superiors of the factory guards and Jinhui were eunuchs, Jinhui was not necessarily led by eunuchs, but in many cases in the Ming dynasty, Jinhui was controlled by eunuchs, and most of them were very greedy. Having a greedy boss is definitely a terrible thing. If you don't give gifts or money to your boss, you will definitely be punished. Even some Jinhui were unlucky enough to be sent to the grasslands outside the Great Wall to gather intelligence because they didn't give money or didn't give enough money. And gathering intelligence outside the Great Wall is not like being able to walk sideways in the Central Plains. In the territory of Mongolia outside the Great Wall, if your identity is revealed, there is only one way to go. Therefore, in order not to be sent to the Great Wall or other bitter and cold places, the officials of Jinhui had to give gifts to the superiors. High-level Jinhui officials gave gifts to the eunuchs in the palace, middle-level Jinhui officials gave gifts to high-level Jinhui officials, lower-level Jinhui officials gave gifts to middle-level Jinhui officials, and ordinary Jinhui gave gifts to lower-level Jinhui officials. But they couldn't pay out of their own pockets, right? So, in order to raise money to give to their superiors, Jinhui had to blackmail the people. Or, accept bribes and take money to help people do things. Of course, Jinhui would not blackmail ordinary people because there was no oil and water. The people they blackmailed were generally rich families and businessmen, because these people had money. Needless to say, businessmen were of low status. Unless they had a strong backer, if they were targeted by Jinhui, they would definitely have to spend money to avoid disasters and be charged protection fees or something. As for those rich families, Jinhui mainly collected evidence of their illegal activities, and then used it as a threat to blackmail them. There were also corrupt officials, who were also the targets of Jinyui's blackmail, and the blackmail methods were similar to those of those local tyrants and rich families. However, that was the general situation. When the power of the factory guards was relatively large, the Jinyui not only dared to extort illegal wealthy households and corrupt officials, but also dared to arrest people for extortion without evidence. For example, now that Lu Jin is in power, the factory guards are very powerful, and all officials have to retreat when they see them. But it should be pointed out that the Jinyui are not like the TV and movies of later generations, where everyone is a master, making everyone like 007, not only with high martial arts skills, but also good at lurking and gathering intelligence. The actual situation is that the Jinui has no martial arts masters at all. Although there are some, the number is definitely not large. Moreover, they don't want to be as arrogant as the spies in spy war movies. Their way of gathering intelligence is quite rough and direct, recruiting a group of rogues as hangers-on, or informants. Then, let this group of informants go around to gather information. The Jinui themselves stay at home or in the restaurant and wait for intelligence. If they encounter valuable intelligence, they will reward some money, but it is all copper coins, not silver or silver notes like on TV. Usually, they would also take the informants to ordinary merchants to extort protection fees to support them. Generally speaking, Jinui is a group of powerful and well-known gangsters. Moreover, the 2,500 taels of silver that Ma Lin gave to Feng Su was by no means a small amount. Because the prices in the Ming dynasty were very cheap. 2,500 taels could buy hundreds of cows. It was also good enough to send it to Lu Jin. With this money, Feng Su could seek to be transferred to the wealthy area of Jiangnan, or be promoted to a deputy 1,000 households. Of course, sending money at this time is doomed to fail. Because Lu Jin will soon fall. However, Ma Lin would not kindly remind the other party. Because it is not easy to say. Maybe Feng Su will report Ma Lin's words. Then, Ma Lin's request for Lu Jin was also ruined. So, Ma Lin didn't care what Feng Su and Feng Baihu did with the money, as long as he got his own things done. However, sending people from Quanzhou to the capital to report the news is a journey of 3,000 or 4,000 miles. If you ride a horse, it will take more than a month. It's not that there is number 800-mile express, but that is for urgent military information on the bottom of the ship. Ma Lin's tribute is not an urgent military information, and it cannot be delivered by this means. Otherwise, if you use the means of expedited delivery without authorization, you may lose your head. Therefore, Feng Baihu naturally sent ordinary people to Beijing on horseback, and he would not change horses non-stop along the way. If you walk normally, it will take more than a month. And the team escorting silver to Beijing will take even longer, estimated to be more than 2 months. Ma Lin didn't want to just wait like this, so he decided to do something. It happened that the dozen earthen kilns set up by Kong Tai near Keelung City fired a large number of bricks, too many to use. Ma Lin thought about it and decided to build more buildings. After looking at the map of Taiwan Island, Marin suddenly remembered one thing: if he surrendered to the Ming dynasty with Taiwan Island as his territory, Keelung would not be enough for the Ming dynasty to make him a local chieftain. Because Keelung is too small. Keelung only has some flat valleys in Keelung Bay, and most other areas are mountainous. For example, the famous Dayton Mountain is to the west of Keelung. Dayton Mountain is also an important landmark reference for ships sailing in the nearby waters, and its function is somewhat similar to that of a lighthouse. Of course, it is a daytime lighthouse. Moreover, Marin knows that there are huge reserves of natural sulfur mines in Dayton Mountain, with reserves of more than 2 million tons. Needless to say, the importance of sulfur is an important ingredient in gunpowder. Moreover, there was no natural sulfur in the central plains of ancient China, and sulfur was mainly extracted from pyrite, which was costly. The Dayton Mountain sulfur mine is natural sulfur, which does not need to be refined, just go and dig it. As for how to find sulfur mines, this is too simple, just smell it with your nose. The sulfur mine has a strong smell, and the sulfur dioxide gas generated by oxidation is extremely pungent. Moreover, the sulfur mine in Dayton Mountain seems to be located on the surface. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, many mainland merchants came to Dayton Mountain to purchase natural sulfur from local indigenous people. It is impossible for indigenous people to know how to dig sulfur underground, so the natural sulfur mine in Dayton Mountain is obviously located on the surface. As long as people are sent into the mountains to search and smell, sulfur mines can be easily found. Sulfur mines are also an important bargaining chip for joining the Ming dynasty. After all, the Ming dynasty does not produce natural sulfur, and the price of sulfur is higher than saltpeter. However, sulfur mines alone are not enough. Ma Lin is seeking to become a local governor or a local governor, and if you want to be a local governor or a local governor, you must at least have enough territory. Therefore, Ma Lin decided to send troops to take more territory to deal with the officials sent by the Ming dynasty to inspect. If there is only a small area in Keelung Bay, it is estimated that the officials sent by the court will find it difficult to pass Ma Lin's request. Because that piece of land is too small, it is equivalent to a township, and a small township at that. Or, it can be regarded as a larger village. With such a small piece of land, he can't even become a local prefect or a local governor. Therefore, Ma Lin needs to take over a larger piece of land to show his strength. He can only report when the Ming dynasty sends officials to verify. So, Ma Lin set his sights on Taipei, which is not far from Keelung. Or, to be more precise, Ma Lin set his sights on the Taipei Basin. The Taipei Basin is about 240 square kilometers, which is considered a large plain area in the mountainous island of Taiwan. Moreover, there is the famous Tamsui River in the Taipei Basin, and the river basin is definitely an excellent rice-growing area. Even in areas not near the river, sweet potatoes can be grown. Even if only 100 square kilometers of area are developed into farmland, there are 150,000 acres. A rough development of the Taipei Basin is enough to cope with and fool the Ming dynasty. After all, the land here is not small, and it is suitable for development as an agricultural area. At the same time, the Taipei Basin is very close to Keelung, which is convenient for Kong Tai to control and manage. In addition, Marin just brought 1,000 soldiers here. Originally, he planned to take them to the Ming dynasty to show off, but now he has nothing to do. Therefore, Marin plans to take these 1,000 soldiers to attack the Taipei Basin and bring it under his jurisdiction first. However, the Taipei Basin is surrounded by mountains. To enter the Taipei Basin, you must first occupy the exit of the Taipei Basin Tamsui port at the mouth of the Tamsui River. Tamsui River is the main river in the Taipei Basin, and its estuary is located in the Tamsui port of later generations. And going upstream through the Tamsui port can also smoothly enter the Taipei Basin. Therefore, Marin organized a fleet and an army, set out from Keelung Bay, and soon came to the Tamsui port at the mouth of the Tamsui River in later generations, and launched a landing here. Chapter 1141, Fort Red. Tamsui Port is located on the right side of the Tamsui River estuary. It is one of the earliest ports on Taiwan Island. Together with Anping Port in Tainan, it is the earliest port on the island to have trade activities. Although Anping Port was built earlier, it is still not as old as Tamsui Port in terms of history. Why? Because strictly speaking, Anping Port only became an important port after the arrival of the Dutch colonists. When the Japanese pirates were rampant during the Jiajing period, Tamsui Port was a transit point for the trade of traditional Chinese medicine with Japan. Of course, it was also an important area for the Japanese pirates to rest. Because the geographical location of Tamsui Port is too good. To the west of Tamsui Port, it is directly opposite Hujian Putian. A little further north is Fuzhou Port. Moreover, merchant ships traveling from the Ming dynasty to Japan must stop here to replenish fresh water. In addition, when sailing, the Dayton Mountain to the east of Tamsui Port will be used as a natural beacon to locate the navigation position. The shipping industry in the Ming dynasty was not developed. Although there was the feat of Zheng He's voyage to the west in the early Ming dynasty, it was only the official that had advanced ocean-going navigation technology such as the star-pulling technique. As for the civilians, they don't have those navigation techniques. Moreover, the civilian captains have no culture. Their navigation technique is to use a compass to identify the direction. Then, starting from Daming, using Dayton Mountain in the north of Taiwan Island as an important reference, sail eastward to the Ryukyu Islands, and then use the Ryukyu Islands as a reference landmark and use the compass to sail to Japan. The same is true for sailing from Japan to Daming. Unlike Marin's Beihai Kingdom, which has already developed a sextant, a navigation killer. As long as the predecessors provide coordinates, an ordinary young captain who knows how to calculate coordinates can easily take the old route. The civilian captains of Daming these days rely purely on experience to mix at sea. Therefore, no matter what, Tamsui Port is a maritime transportation hub in the north of Taiwan Island. At the same time, it is also very convenient to contact Daming. From Tamsui Port to Fuzhou, the straight-line distance is about 200 kilometers, and the ship can arrive in 2 days, which is very convenient. If Daming sends officials from the Ministry of Rights to inspect, the preferred landing point must be Tamsui Port. And the starting point will most likely be in Fuzhou. Because Fuzhou itself is a reception point for vassal states, mainly receiving the Ryukyu Kingdom, an important vassal state of the Ming dynasty. The envoys of the Ryukyu Kingdom usually go along the Dayton Mountain in the north of Taiwan Island, pass through the mouth of the Tamsui River, and then go to Fuzhou Port for tribute trade. In the previous life, because the 3 links between the 2 sides of the strait have always been an important issue, and during the reign of Madjyoga before the time travel, there were frequent exchanges between the 2 sides of the strait, and there were also projects to travel to Taiwan Island. In those years, traveling to Taiwan Island was very popular, and there were many graphic introductions to Taiwan Island tourism on the internet. Although Marin had no money in his previous life, he liked to read travel pictures and texts to satisfy his cravings. Therefore, he also has a certain understanding of many attractions in Taiwan Island. For example, Tamsui Port has famous attractions such as Tamsui Fortress, Hue Fort, and the former Qing Tamsui Customs Tax Commissioner's residence, Little White House. And this time when Marin attacked Tamsui Port, he chose the location of the later fortress and the customs wharf, that is, a little bit into the Tamsui River, instead of directly at the estuary. This is because, if you are directly at the estuary, you will encounter strong winds at sea and be easily impacted by the tide. These days, all the ships are made of wood and cannot withstand huge sea waves. Therefore, it is safer to go in from the estuary. Marin brought all 800 soldiers this time, and asked them to wear combat plate armor and rhinoceros leather armor to resist the attacks of local indigenous people. Among them, the hundreds of elite people in the front row wore plate armor. The others wore rhinoceros leather armor. This is because the physical consumption of infantry wearing plate armor is very large. Although the 1,000 people brought by Marin are the elite of the North Sea Kingdom, only more than 100 people can wear plate armor weighing dozens of kilograms for a long time. Others can't do this, including Marin himself. Therefore, Marin only let 100 men wear a full set of moving armor and stand in front as meat shields. And he, with the remaining 800 people, put on lighter rhino leather armor and followed behind. As expected, just as Marin imagined, although the aboriginals of Tamsui Port were the Katagalan people of the Pingpu tribe like those in Keelung, the Katagalan people near Tamsui Port, because they had never seen Kong Tai perform the ritual of using the solar stove, naturally had no fear of Marin and others. When Marin's army landed, several local Fanshi, the constituent unit of the aboriginals of Taiwan Island, equivalent to the tribes or villages in primitive society, gathered 800 to 900 strong men, armed with simple and primitive weapons such as stone spears and javelins, and rushed to stop Marin and others. However, it was useless. Marin's men, especially the 100 people in the front row, wore full-body armor that was not afraid of swords and guns, and all the attacks of the locals failed to work. There was no feeling at all when the javelin was thrown and the stone spear was stabbed. On Marin's side, 100 elite warriors wearing plate armor, led by Marin's top general Khan, held wooden sticks and bravely launched a counterattack against the enemy. At the same time, Marin and his men wearing rhinoceros leather armor were still landing. With just one charge, the 800 or 900 aboriginal warriors on the opposite side collapsed. It was really. This battle could not be fought, our own attacks were completely ineffective against the enemy, how could we fight? But Khan and others, holding wooden sticks, rushed up viciously and knocked down those aboriginal warriors one after another. This was because Marin did not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, so he asked Khan and others to use wooden sticks instead. Therefore, most of the defeated aboriginal warriors were just knocked down or slightly injured, and no one was in danger of life. If it were a normal sword, the corpses would have been scattered all over the ground. After Marin landed with the remaining 800 people, the task was very simple, they were to help capture the fleeing indigenous warriors. Because the 100 elite warriors wearing plate armor were too heavy to outrun the indigenous people whose clothes were not fully dressed. The pursuit and capture of prisoners could only be done by Marin and others wearing lighter rhinoceros leather armor. In this way, after a short battle, the 800 to 900 indigenous warriors dispatched by the Katagalan aborigines of the 5 Fanshi near Tamsui Port were easily defeated, and more than 700 people were captured. And these 700 people were basically most of the indigenous men of the 5 Fanshi nearby. Even the leaders of 3 Fanches were among the captives. The battle reached this point, and several local Fanches completely collapsed. There were no men left, so were they going to rely on women and children to fight against Marin's army? After Marin sent several Katagalan representatives invited from Keelung to negotiate, several local Fanches announced their surrender. Because Marin's requirements were relatively loose, and he did not make excessive demands. He only asked for the right to use the flat land by the Tamsui River. In addition, he wanted to hire local young men to help build a castle. Yes, a castle. Marin originally planned to build a new city about the same size as Keelung City in Tamsui Port. However, there is a shortage of building materials at hand. There are only some red bricks, a lack of stone, and a lack of cement. Therefore, Marin simply planned to build a temporary small fortress with red bricks at the location of the later Fort Red Hare. This fortress is not as big as Keelung City. Its length and width are only 50 meters respectively, which is equivalent to the size of a small playground in the later school, which is smaller than the later Fort Red Hare. Its function is mainly to defend against revenge attacks by indigenous people or attacks by Japanese pirates. Therefore, this small fortress made of red bricks does not need to be very large, and a small playground is enough. Moreover, only a few dozen people are stationed inside. In addition, the reason for building a small castle is that it is fast to build. After all, once his application for qualification is successful, the Ming court will send people to check. At that time, it will be needed to deal with it. If a city is built, there will be no time. Therefore, it is better to build a smaller fortress to deal with the inspection. Anyway, in the eyes of the Ming dynasty, they are barbarians. Isn't it normal for barbarians to live in a small castle? Then, reclaim some farmland near the Tamsui River to create the illusion that this is a developed territory. This is enough. Moreover, those small civil servants sent by the Ministry of Rights to check definitely do not have the courage to go deep inland to investigate those aboriginal tribes. As long as some farmland is reclaimed by the Tamsui River, it is enough to fool. And this small castle, Marin named Tamsui City. Unfortunately, the Tamsui City garrison commander he appointed, Van der Beck, had red hair, and the entire castle was made of red bricks. Then, people actually called this small castle, Red Hair City. Chapter 1142, Bringing in the Victims. Facing the aboriginals of several tribes who were eyeing him covetously, Van der Beck, who had just been appointed as the garrison commander, was so scared that he swallowed his saliva. You know, he was called the garrison commander, but Marin only gave him 10 soldiers. Even with the help of the city walls and muskets, he was not confident that he could resist the attack of thousands of aboriginals. Therefore, Van der Beck asked Marin to station more troops to defend Tamsui City together. Or, it would be more appropriate to call it Tamsui Fort. But the problem is that Marin has no soldiers to send now. The 1,000 men and horses he brought are all elites of the North Sea Kingdom, and they must be taken back. As for Kong Tai, the total number of warriors is only 100, and it is good to be able to assign 10 people to Van der Beck. After all, Keelung is Kong Tai's base camp, and the safety there is more important. But seeing that Van der Beck said pitifully, and 10 people really couldn't defend Tamsui Fort, Marin thought about it and said, or, you recruit some indigenous soldiers. Van der Beck shook his head quickly, joking, these indigenous people are together with the locals. If they act as an insider to open the gate, Tamsui Fort will be captured by them in minutes. The biggest enemy of Tamsui Fort at present is the local natives. Recruiting natives as soldiers is like washing your neck and giving it to the natives. Therefore, Van der Beck is absolutely unwilling to recruit local natives as soldiers. How about recruiting some Han people from Geelong village to help you defend the city? Marin asked. Van der Beck nodded quickly. He still trusted the Han people in Geelong village on Heping Island. They got along well with Kong Tai, and, like them, they were all outsiders to the local natives and could not collude with the natives. But Lu Laojian, who was translating for Ma Lin, was not happy. Master, there are only more than 50 people left in Geelong village, and there are only more than 20 able-bodied men. Many old and weak people were killed during the Japanese pirate attack, resulting in a high proportion of able-bodied men. How can we help Lord Fan defend the city? What's more, we still have to farm. Ma Lin thought about it and it was true. There were indeed very few people in Geelong village, and there were not enough to be dispatched. Master Lu, do you think it is possible to get some immigrants from the Ming dynasty to enrich the population? By the way, recruit some soldiers to help guard the Tamsui Fort. Lu Laojian shook his head repeatedly. Master, you don't know that the Ming dynasty has a strict household registration system. It is difficult for ordinary people to leave the county, and they don't have the courage. Also, if life is stable, who would be willing to leave their hometown? And those smugglers who dare to leave the county are all greedy people, and you don't dare to use them, Master. Then aren't you also leaving your hometown? We suffered a natural disaster. Yes, I want those disaster victims. I don't believe that there have been no natural disasters in Fujian in the past 2 years. The disaster victims have nothing, but I can feed them here. I think there will still be people willing to come. Ma Lin said confidently. Lu Laojian thought for a while and said, Master, your words reminded me. I heard from the merchants who were responsible for smuggling goods to us on Meizhou Island that it seemed that Ningda suffered from wind disasters, typhoons, and frost disasters in succession last year, and Lianjiang also suffered from frost disasters, and many disaster victims appeared. Moreover, Ningda and Lianjiang are close to the sea, and people can be secretly brought from the sea. Ningda. Lianjiang. Ma Lin remembered that these two places seemed to be in the north of Fuzhou, close to the sea, and it was indeed convenient to transport people by sea. Then let's do this, you are responsible for contacting and find people to go to Ningda and Lianjiang to find refugees. Then, secretly transport them out in the middle of the night with fishing boats and transport them to Tamsui Fort. Tell those refugees that here, food is guaranteed. With a killer weapon like sweet potatoes, Ma Lin really didn't worry about the disaster victims going hungry. But, I only have connections with smugglers on Meizhou Island. I don't have any connections with Ningda and Lianjiang. Lu Laojian hesitated. Hey, what do I think? It's nothing more than people looking for people. You send someone to find the smugglers on Meizhou Island, give him a large sum of money, and ask him to introduce you to the smugglers on Ningda and Lianjiang. This kind of thing, Marin has seen a lot in the future. Moreover, Marin had heard of a theory in his previous life: there are no more than 6 people between you and any stranger. According to this theory, even if the smugglers on Meizhou Island have no relationship with the smugglers in Ningda and Lianjiang, it is easy to get in touch with them through some brokers with extensive connections. In the middle process, you only need to spend some introduction fees. What's more, Ningda and Lianjiang belong to the same Hujian, so it's not troublesome to find them. But the smugglers on Meizhou Island are not afraid that the smugglers in Ningda and Lianjiang will steal their business? Lu Laojian asked doubtfully. When you send someone to contact him, it means that you are targeting those refugees. In addition, if you give more money, the other party will tell you. Ma Lin brought a lot of money on the ship this time, and he was least afraid of spending money. So Lu Laojian sent the young and strong people in Jilong village who were responsible for smuggling materials to contact the smugglers on Meizhou Island. After spending some silver, and the other party just wanted refugees from Ningda and Lianjiang, not to improve the supply channel, the other party also readily agreed. Moreover, he soon found a way. Coincidentally, Meizhou Island is the hometown of Mazu, the goddess of the sea. There is a Mazu temple on the island, and it is the Mazu ancestral temple. It is a holy place in the hearts of the coastal residents of Hujian who believe in Mazu. Moreover, many people with the surname Hujianlin like to claim to be descendants of Mazu. Of course, Mazu herself has no children. They generally claim to be descendants of Mazu's brothers or cousins. Every year, there are also many people who come to the Mazu ancestral temple on Meizhou Island to make pilgrimages and burn incense. And Ningda and Lianjiang naturally come to Meizhou Island to worship Mazu. Every year on the 23rd day of the 3rd lunar month, it is the birthday of Mazu. Many outsiders come to the Mazu temple on Meizhou Island to worship. Coincidentally, people from Ningda and Lianjiang came, and they stayed on the island and were not in a hurry to leave. Through these people, and with money, Lu Laojian quickly contacted the big smugglers in Ningda and Lianjiang. Then, representatives from both sides secretly reached an agreement. The smugglers in Ningda and Lianjiang were responsible for sending people to the sea in the middle of the night with fishing boats, and Ma Lin would arrange ships to pick them up. When delivering the goods, the price was 2 taels of silver per family with able-bodied men. It is said that there are still thousands of disaster victims in Ningda and Lianjiang who are displaced and waiting for relief. According to the estimates of those smugglers, there may be more than 3,000 disaster victims who can be transported to Taiwan Island. Hearing that there will be 3,000 to 4,000 refugees coming, Ma Lin was happy and felt pressured at the same time. After all, that is more than 3,000 people, and if each person consumes an average of 300 to 400 kilograms of food per year, it will also take more than 1 million kilograms. And Kong Tai's sweet potatoes in Keelung seem to be not enough to eat. Therefore, Marin ordered to cultivate a large amount of land by the Tamsui River near Tamsui Fort to plant sweet potatoes. As for the labor force, it is natural to hire young and strong local aborigines. And this kind of employment is definitely compulsory. Marin's army is still there, and I don't think these aborigines dare to play tricks. And when the more than 3,000 disaster victims are sent here, Tamsui Fort will have enough manpower, and it may not be afraid of those aborigines. By then, it will be no problem for me to lead the army away. And the introduction of more than 3,000 disaster victims is enough to reclaim the Tamsui River near Tamsui Fort into fertile fields, which is enough to deal with the inspections of officials sent by the Ming court. The only problem is it seems that there is a shortage of oxen again. Chapter 1143, Forming the Rattan Shield Soldier. The work of bringing in disaster victims was relatively smooth. Marin gave enough money, so why would the smugglers in Ningda and Lianjiang not want it? Therefore, the local snakes in the 2 places immediately took action and went to find those disaster victims. Last year, Ningda and Lianjiang suffered typhoons and frost disasters, and many disaster victims appeared, with a total of about 7,000 to 8,000 people. However, some disaster victims later took refuge with relatives who were in good conditions, and they were able to get by for the time being. And those who had no relatives who could help could only gather outside the county town and wait for relief from the government. The relief system of the Ming dynasty was relatively complete. The court had 4 major warehouse systems: Reserve Warehouse, Chongping Warehouse, Charity Warehouse and Community Warehouse. Among them, the Charity Warehouse was set up in prefectures and counties, specifically for disaster relief. Under normal circumstances, the two counties of Ningda and Lianjiang, Ningda here refers to Ningda County, which is under Funing Prefecture, can solve the problem of disaster victims by releasing grain from the charity warehouse alone. However, it just happens that it is not a normal situation now. Why? Because Lu Jin was monopolistic and extorted local officials had to make a lot of money and respect Lu Jin. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished. It just so happened that the magistrates of Ningda County and Lianjiang County went to the capital to report on their work before, and were extorted by Lu Jin for a large sum of respect, silver. In order to fill the deficit, the magistrates of the two counties chose to advance the rice from the charity warehouse to fill the hole. But unfortunately, natural disasters occurred in both places last year, and the two magistrates were a little dumbfounded. Lianjiang County was better, because it was close to the provincial capital Fuzhou, and Lianjiang County Magistrate Tao Yongwen had a good relationship with the big guys in the provincial capital. He borrowed some rice from the Chongping warehouse in Fuzhou and finally stabilized the situation. However, because the deficit was a bit large before, hundreds of people still couldn't get enough food. The porridge in some porridge sheds was so thin that you couldn't see the rice. Ningda County was more miserable. Ningda County Magistrate Wang Feng had no connections and couldn't borrow food, so he could only hold on. Due to the shortage of rice, there was almost no rice left in the Ningda County charity granary. The porridge in the porridge shed was basically like clear water. In order to raise rice, Wang Feng used all his salary to buy rice subsidies, but it was still not enough. In addition, seeing that this term of office was about to end, Wang Feng did not want any twists and turns. Therefore, he decided to conceal the facts and lie about the disaster to avoid leaving a stain on his political achievements and affecting his new job after the end of his term. To this end, he used tough measures and ordered the relatives of the victims to help rescue the victims. However, there were still 2,000 and several hundred victims who had no relatives to take them in and lived in the shanty towns of the victims outside the county. Therefore, the smugglers in Ningda and Lianjiang directly sent people to the shanty towns of the victims outside the city at night to mobilize them. When they heard that immigrants to Dongfan Island could have a full meal and eat some fish and venison, many victims could not stop drooling just by hearing this. Then, without any trouble, these disaster victims followed the boats and went out to sea. And Marin's fleet also came to the sea near Ningda and Lianjiang, waiting for the arrival of the smugglers' fishing boats. The transaction between the two sides was on the sea. After Marin's people counted the number of people, mainly able-bodied men, they paid according to the number of people, and the money and goods were settled. When these disaster victims were transported to the sea, many people were so hungry that they couldn't climb onto the big ship. It was Marin who arranged his soldiers to help them and brought the disaster victims on board. But after getting on the boat, the firelight saw that the boat was full of blonde and blue-eyed foreign ghosts, and the disaster victims were shocked. Some people were so scared that they urinated when they saw Marin and others with strange looks. After all, in the middle of the night, seeing a group of weird-looking foreign devils, everyone was afraid. However, this was not a problem. Marin directly asked someone to take out the roasted sweet potatoes that had been prepared long ago and handed them over, which quickly dispelled their vigilance. The sweetness of the roasted sweet potatoes soon made the disaster victims forget their fear and start to eat. But it is easy to choke if you eat baked sweet potatoes in a hurry. Therefore, many victims on the ship rolled their eyes because they were in a hurry to eat. Fortunately, Marin also expected this and prepared large barrels of cold boiled water to feed the victims, but no one choked to death. Marin's warships are very large. 10 500-ton warships can load more than 3,000 victims in one trip. Then, at dawn, the fleet returned to Danshui port. The next day, when the Yamen runners in Ningda and Lianjiang counties opened the city gates and came to the shantytowns of the victims, they were shocked to find that the victims were gone. The Yamen runners were shocked and hurried to report to the two county magistrates. The two county magistrates were also shocked and sent people to investigate. Soon, there was news that these victims might have gone to Dongfan Island by boat to make a living. This news was deliberately released by the smugglers by Marin. After all, Marin would have to deal with the Ming dynasty in the future. Taking these disaster victims away this time will definitely be known to others in the future. So, instead of hiding it, it is better to release some information first. The two county magistrates had complicated feelings. As the county magistrate of Lianjiang, Tao Yongwen was still a little uncomfortable about the loss of hundreds of people. Because the population reduction means that he, the county magistrate, is incompetent. But at the same time, he was also a little happy in his heart, he finally got rid of these burdens. And Wang Feng, the county magistrate of Ningda, was pleasantly surprised. He was leaving office at the end of the year. At this time, He was most afraid that the problems of the disaster victims would be exposed, especially that the disaster victims would die or cause trouble. Therefore, when he heard that these disaster victims left Ningda for Dongfan Island, he was greatly relieved. Although 2,000 and several hundred people were lost, they were all disaster victims and unstable factors. At this critical moment of changing terms and promotion, he was very happy that someone could take the disaster victims away without causing trouble. Just like that, with the tacit consent of the two county magistrates, the matter was over. And Marin also got the population he had dreamed of. After returning to Taiwan, Marin divided the population. He assigned 1,000 people to Keelung to reclaim the land near Keelung Bay. In this way, Kong Tai and his soldiers and craftsmen can get rid of the heavy agricultural production labor. Before, due to the shortage of labor, Kong Tai and his soldiers also had to plant sweet potatoes together. As for the other more than 2,000 disaster victims, they were all settled by the Tamsui River near Tamsui Fort. In order to ensure their safety, Marin organized these strong men to build 10 large defensive walls to house the disaster victims. The walls are all made of rammed earth, which is not very strong, but it is enough to resist possible attacks from local indigenous people. Then, Marin naturally organized these disaster victims to build adobe houses with rammed earth. This kind of house is low cost, fast to build, and most importantly, low cost. Then, Marin paid a high price and bought a large number of farm tools and some oxen from the smugglers. After the farm tools and oxen were in place, it was natural to plant sweet potatoes. The climate in Taiwan was warm and the winter was not cold. Moreover, it was late spring, which was a good time to plant sweet potatoes. The strong men and young women among the disaster victims began to plant sweet potatoes under the guidance of the farmers sent by Jilong village. However, when planting, Marin emphasized that when planting sweet potatoes this year, it was necessary to pinch off all the flowers of the sweet potatoes when weeding. The farmers were stunned. Can the flowers still bear fruit if they are pinched off? But Marin emphasized that this was not a seed-bearing crop, and what was needed was not seeds, but tubers, so there was no need to bloom and bear fruit. While organizing immigrants to plant sweet potatoes, Marin also ordered 200 strong and brave young men to be selected from the disaster victims to serve as militia to assist Van der Beek in guarding Tamsui Fort. However, when it came to how to train these young men of the Ming dynasty, Marin was a little troubled. The young men among these disaster victims were relatively thin and short because of long-term malnutrition, and were similar to those indigenous people. In theory, they should be allowed to practice muskets. Because, the musketeer doesn't need to be too strong. But Marin is not too confident about these people. After all, although these people are disaster victims, they are disaster victims of the Ming dynasty, and they may not look down on Marin and other foreign ghosts from the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, Marin does not want them to master powerful muskets, so as not to be backlashed. In addition, it rains a lot along the northern coast of Taiwan Island, and muskets may not be of much use. Because most of the defenders of Taiwan Island use matchlock guns, and matchlock guns are most afraid of rain. If they are guarding the city walls, they can ignore the problem of rain by adding a roof. But the army can't just stay in the city, they have to go out. Especially when it is necessary to conquer the Taipei Basin. And these militias, Marin's plan is to use them to deal with the rebellious aborigines. Therefore, they only need to maintain a military advantage over the aborigines. As for the Japanese pirates, no need to think, just hide in the castle and resist. Marin began to plan to train the militia selected from the Fujian disaster victims into European-style spearmen, but when he thought of the javelins of the indigenous people of Taiwan Island, it seemed that the spearmen were at a disadvantage, because the indigenous people could just throw the javelins and run away. And relying on their familiarity with the local mountains and forests, the spearmen couldn't catch up with them. Since we have to guard against the javelins of the indigenous people, the sword and shield soldiers are the best choice. But the wooden shields are of poor quality and too heavy. It seems that rattan shields are the best. Marin thought of the rattan shield players in Qi Jiguang's Mandarin Duck Formation. So, he found Lu Laojian again and ordered, send someone to the inland to find out who can make rattan shields and who is good at using rattan shields. Then, hire them as instructors with a lot of money. Master, what are you doing? I want to form rattan shield soldiers. Chapter 1144, there is also rattan armor. Rattan shield. What is that? Lu Laojian was a little confused after hearing this. He didn't even know about rattan shield. What? You haven't heard of rattan shield? It's a shield made of rattan. Ma Lin was a little surprised. Lu Laojian shook his head and said, I have only heard of rattan armor soldiers in the Three Kingdoms storybook, but I haven't heard of rattan shield soldiers. In fact, rattan shields already existed in this era, in Fujian. However, rattan shields are not well known at the moment, and only a few people know about them. It was not until Qi Jiguang's anti-Japanese war that the Ming dynasty of rattan shield spread throughout the world because rattan shield players were widely introduced in the Yuanyang formation. At this time, although there were rattan shields in the Fujian area, they were not famous, so it was no wonder that Lu Laojian didn't know about them. Don't worry about it. Just send someone to find those smugglers to inquire about rattan shields. At the same time, ask an old hand who is good at using rattan shields to be an instructor. I want to train these 200 people into rattan shield soldiers. Rattan shields are a kind of shield that is both light and very strong. During the anti-Japanese war, the rattan shields held by the rattan shield holders in Qi Jiguang's Mandarin Duck formation could resist the sharp Japanese swords of the Japanese pirates. Naturally, it is not a problem for rattan shields to resist the stone javelins and spears of the Aborigines. Moreover, the ancient Fujian people were generally short and thin, and it was unrealistic for them to use heavy wooden shields and iron shields. Therefore, light and sturdy rattan shields are naturally the best choice. 200 rattan shield soldiers are enough to resist the attacks of the Aborigine warriors. After all, in addition to holding rattan shields with high protection, rattan shield holders also have sharp single knives that can be used to attack opponents. As the saying goes, money makes the devil push the mill. After Marin offered a high reward, the rattan shield soon had news, and the rattan shield instructor was also found at the same time. The smuggler sent a middle-aged man to Marin, a lame middle-aged man. This lame middle-aged man was named Li Qiangyong. He was originally a sword and shield soldier of Pinghaiwei in Fujian and an elite soldier of Pinghaiwei. But 5 years ago, when he was assisting Xinhua Prefecture, the ancient name of Fujian, to encircle and suppress bandits, he was accidentally chopped on the right leg by bandits and had to retire. He became an ordinary tenant in the military household and cultivated the land for the generals of the guard. But because of his disabled right leg, Li Kezi was not very good at cultivating the land, and his life became more and more difficult. 2 years ago, Li Kezi's wife also ran away with someone and took away her young daughter. After all, in the Ming dynasty, a military household, and a disabled military household, had no future. Because farming was not working well, the wretched generals who Li Kezi worked for later refused to teach Li Kezi how to farm. In desperation, Li Kezi had to find another way to make a living. Fortunately, Li Kezi was very good at rattan weaving and could weave rattan shields with old rattan. At the beginning, when he went to the battlefield, he used the rattan shield he wove himself, which was very useful. Of course, now that he can't go to the battlefield, he naturally can't weave rattan shields, but uses rattan weaving skills to weave some rattan chairs, rattan boxes, rattan baskets and other tools, and sell them at the market. In this way, he could barely support himself. When the broker found Li Kezi was selling rattan weaving at the market. What, 5 taels of silver per month? When he heard the salary offered by Ma Lin, Li Kezi stood up in shock. You know, 5 taels of silver per month means an annual salary of 60 taels. And the annual salary of a county magistrate in the Ming dynasty is only 45 taels. For ordinary soldiers, even the well-treated Qi family army, the annual salary of the soldiers is only 8 to 10 taels, plus food and accommodation. And the annual salary of 60 taels. This treatment is simply very generous. Of course, it should be pointed out that the Qi family army is a recruitment system, and officers and soldiers have salaries. At present, the Ming dynasty is still a military household system, and the guards have no salary at all, and fighting is all obligation. And many of the land of the military households were embezzled by officers, so the military households were generally very poor. When Li Kezi heard that the annual salary was 60 taels, he was not as good as the ordinary military households, and he was immediately tempted. Then, this old military household who was good at weaving rattan shields and also had sword and shield martial arts, immediately followed the smuggling ship to Tamsui port. Anyway, he is alone now, with nothing to worry about. After Li Kezi arrived, he was immediately appointed as a coach by Ma Lin, responsible for the training of 200 rattan shield soldiers. When he was free, he was also responsible for weaving rattan shields with a group of middle-aged and elderly people who were good at weaving. However, the production cycle of a rattan shield that can be used in actual combat is relatively long, mainly because the rattan needs to be soaked in tung oil for a long time to make the rattan tough and strong, and not afraid of swords. Therefore, Li Kezi first woven 200 simple rattan shields that had not been soaked in tung oil, and let the soldiers train first. As for the real combat rattan shield, it takes a long time to process it. And what surprised Ma Lin was that Li Kezi not only used old rattan to weave rattan shields, but also used old rattan to weave rattan armor. Is it the rattan armor worn by the legendary rattan armor soldiers? Ma Lin is also a fan of the Three Kingdoms, and he was immediately very happy when he heard about rattan armor. Li Kezi shook his head and said, "It's not the rattan armor mentioned in the Three Kingdoms storybook, but the rattan armor woven by the old man using the craftsmanship of rattan shields. However, the protection is not bad, at least, it can resist ordinary swords." Then, Li Kezi introduced the production techniques of rattan armor to Ma Lin in detail. Similar to rattan shields, rattan armor also requires special old rattan. Fortunately, the climate and vegetation of Taidao and Hujian are similar, and many old rattans can be found in the mountains. After these old vines are cut, they are soaked in water for half a month. Then, they are dried for 3 days, soaked in tung oil for 2 or 3 days, and then dried for 2 months. After that, they are soaked in tung oil and dried. Repeat this 5 times to meet the requirements of making rattan shields and rattan armor and weave them. In addition, in view of the shortcomings of traditional rattan armor soldiers who are afraid of fire, Li Kezi did not apply tung oil on the surface of rattan shields and rattan armor, but chose to apply raw lacquer. Raw lacquer is waterproof and heat-resistant. When applied to the surface of rattan, even if the rattan is flammable after being soaked in tung oil, it becomes difficult to burn with the protective layer of raw lacquer. Unless the protective layer of raw lacquer is worn, the rattan shield and rattan armor will become flammable. Marin was very happy to hear that the rattan armor made by Li Kezi was not afraid of fire. So he said happily, "Coach Li, then please take people to help these 200 people compile a set of rattan shields and rattan armor. As for tung oil and raw lacquer, don't worry, I will send someone to purchase them immediately." At that time, the raw lacquer of rattan shields and rattan armor can be applied thicker, and we don't lack the money to buy raw lacquer. Marin can already imagine how much threat a group of warriors holding rattan shields and wearing rattan armor, or rattan shield and rattan armor soldiers, can bring to the indigenous people. At that time, perhaps Kong Tai will be able to easily occupy the entire island of Taiwan without mobilizing a large army from the mainland. Moreover, Marin is not worried that these rattan shield and rattan armor soldiers can threaten his rule. Because rattan shields and rattan armor have no advantage in front of muskets. They can bully the natives without muskets, but they are still not good enough to face musketeers. In addition, rattan shields can also resist Japanese swords. Perhaps, when Marin marched into Japan, he could bring some rattan shield soldiers with him to beat up the Japanese samurai. If that didn't work, he could make some bamboo wolf whips and copy Qi Jiguang's Mandarin duck formation, which could also defeat the Japanese samurai. Chapter 1145 North to Dagoku. Rattan armor is similar to the wood chip armor invented by Marin. Both are plant armor and very light. But there is still a big difference between the two. Marin's wood chip armor does not have good protection. If there is no iron sheet on the outside of the wood, it is not very practical. At most, it can reduce the degree of injury to soldiers, but it cannot resist the damage of weapons, especially metal weapons. Strictly speaking, wood chip armor is used to fight Native Americans. Because the weapons of Native Americans are too bad, they are all stone tools, and even the bowstrings are some plant vines, which are soft and weak. Therefore, wood chip armor can still be used in America, but it is absolutely useless in Europe without iron sheet. However, even if it is covered with iron sheet, it can only resist some ordinary sword damage at most. It cannot resist powerful bows and crossbows. As for muskets, there is no solution, and plate armor is useless. But Marin still knows the defensive power of rattan armor. This kind of rattan armor has been experimented on TV programs in later generations. It can resist the shooting of ordinary bows and crossbows, except heavy crossbows, let alone swords. Moreover, its production cost is low, that is, some old rattan cut from the mountains, as well as tung oil and raw lacquer, are not valuable. At least, they were not valuable in the Ming dynasty. It costs nothing to cut old rattan on the mountain, and as for tung oil and raw lacquer, the price is not expensive. Tung oil is only 31 per catty in the Ming dynasty, and raw lacquer is more expensive, but only 65 won per catty. The cost of making a set of rattan armor, including rattan helmets and rattan shields, including the cost of craftsmen, does not exceed 2 taels of silver. If it were in Europe, the labor cost alone would be more than 2 taels of silver. However, ordinary rattan armor has a major disadvantage: it is afraid of fire. The burning rattan armor soldiers, in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, is too famous, so even the Ming dynasty did not like to promote rattan armor. Because, with the popularity of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms story, even peddlers in the Ming dynasty knew the weaknesses of rattan armor, so naturally no one was willing to make any rattan armor. Li Kezi, a former garrison soldier and rattan weaving expert, combined the shortcomings of rattan armor soaked in tung oil being afraid of fire, and came up with the idea of using raw lacquer to apply a thick layer of rattan armor and rattan shield on the surface to solve the problem of being afraid of fire. Because raw lacquer is not afraid of water or fire. As long as the raw lacquer coating is thick enough, rattan armor is not afraid of fire. Seeing that rattan armor is not expensive, light, and has high protection, Marin was happy and asked Li Kezi to bring a group of rattan weaving experts to help him make a large number of rattan shields and rattan armor for use back in Europe. Another way is to ship them to America for use. The jungles in North America are too dense, and cavalry cannot be sent deep, only infantry can be sent. But because of the ubiquitous cold arrows of the Indians, the soldiers need armor with high protection. Plate armor is invincible, but you can't run at all when you wear it. Even if you can run, you can't go far, and the speed is super slow. And rattan armor, which is light and highly protective, has become the best choice for jungle warfare. What's more, rattan shields are also the best shields to fight against natives. Even for the local shield soldiers, Marin also planned to switch to rattan shields to save the soldiers' physical strength. Just when Marin asked Kong Tai to send smuggling speedboats to Meizhou Island to purchase more tung oil and raw lacquer, good news came from Feng Su. 100 households of Jinui in Chuanzhou. Lu Jin agreed to Marin's request for the fleet to land in Daguku, but only allowed Marin to land with his entourage, and it was strictly forbidden to carry weapons. This is because Lu Jin was afraid that Marin, a barbarian, would take the opportunity to attack Tianjin. Therefore, Marin was required not to land with weapons. As for the presented Portuguese cannons and muskets, they were all handed over to the soldiers of Tianjin Wei and transported to the capital. This news was sent to Chuanzhou by Lu Jin through the post system with the official post system. Because the post pays attention to timeliness, it is often transmitted very quickly. Although it does not reach the level of 800 miles of expedited, because it is a post relay, the speed of transmission is much faster than that of ordinary people. Because, through the post system to deliver messages, you can change horses at any time, without waiting for the horses to rest before going on the road. But when the news reached Marin, it was already late May, and it was only 2 or 3 months before Lu Jin fell. Fortunately, Marin's ship has a fast speed, and it is not a problem to travel nearly 100 kilometers a day. The straight-line distance from Dantrabeo to Tianjinwei is only more than 1,600 kilometers, and there is no need to take a detour on the sea. Therefore, Marin is not worried about delays. But before leaving, Marin suddenly remembered one thing: he needed some glass. What did he want glass for? Not for trade, nor for bribery, but to make a greenhouse to raise Galapagos tortoises. Galapagos tortoises are tropical creatures after all, they like warmth and fear cold. The capital is located in the north, and it is relatively cool for nearly half of the year, and Galapagos tortoises may not adapt. But the problem is that the Galapagos tortoise is the auspicious sign presented by Marin, and there must be no problem. If they die, it will not be auspicious, but bad luck. If Marin dares to bring bad luck to the Ming court, his trade qualification will be revoked in minutes. Therefore, these Galapagos tortoises must not be raised to death. At least, they cannot die so quickly. Otherwise, it will not be auspicious. Marin regretted catching these Galapagos tortoises, but the reason he landed from Tianjinwei was to escort auspicious to land. Otherwise, he had no reason to take the shortcut of Tianjinwei. If he landed from Fuzhou or Ningbo, the reception points for vassal states, and then went to the capital, it would probably take several months. By then, Lu Jin fell, and things would be a little difficult to handle. Because Lu Jin could get things done through bribery when he was in power, and when Lu Jin fell, it was not impossible for those civil servants to do their job impartially and delay it for a few years. Therefore, Marin is now in a dilemma and must offer Galapagos tortoises. Moreover, it must be ensured that the tortoises are not raised to death. And the best way to prevent the tortoises from being raised to death is to build a greenhouse. But Marin remembered that Galapagos tortoises had a habit: they had to bask in the sun for at least 1 or 2 hours every day, otherwise it would affect their health. This was difficult for Marin. How cold was it in the north of Beijing in winter? If the equatorial Galapagos tortoises were allowed to go out and bask in the sun on a cold day, they would definitely freeze to death. Therefore, the only way was to let the Galapagos tortoises bask in the sun through the glass of the greenhouse. But the problem was that there was no transparent glass in the Ming dynasty, and crystal was too expensive. In desperation, Marin had to play the role of a craftsman again, and decided to burn a batch of glass himself and bring it north, and by the way, help these black turtles build a glass greenhouse. So, while Marin asked his men to build a crucible furnace for burning glass, he sent people to the Ming dynasty to purchase quartz sand, alkali, and lead ore for burning glass. Obviously, he wanted to burn the most basic optical glass, lead glass. In fact, there is another important ingredient for burning glass, borax, but Marin was not sure if the Ming dynasty had it. As a result, I found out that this thing has been in China for a long time. It turns out that borax was used as a traditional Chinese medicine in the Song dynasty. Borax was mentioned in the Taiping Shenghui Fang, officially compiled in the early years of the Northern Song dynasty, and its effects were introduced, clearing away heat and relieving phlegm, detoxifying and preserving. Although the price is a bit expensive, 500 yuan per caddy, it is several times cheaper than in Europe. In Europe, the price of borax is about 3 taels of silver per caddy, which is 6 times more expensive than in the Ming dynasty. Fortunately, this is just an auxiliary material for burning glass, and it is not used much, otherwise the price of glass would be very expensive. In addition, Ma Lin also sent people deep into the mountains to find the legendary Keelung Baduzi coal mine. Unfortunately, the mountains are high and the forests are dense, and it is difficult to find it for a while. So he simply asked people to purchase coal on the mainland. Anyway, coal is not expensive on land. When the crucible furnace with a combustion chamber was repaired, the smuggling speedboat sent to Meizhou Island also brought back enough quartz sand, alkali, borax and coal. Then, Marin called West, the first mate who had been an apprentice in a glass factory, to come and make glass. Before melting the raw materials, West had them washed again and also had someone make a simple copper roller with a copper rod. After that, the washed and dried raw materials were poured into the crucible furnace. And coal was placed at the bottom to simmer vigorously. When the temperature reached more than 1,000 degrees, which was high enough to make steel, West asked the craftsman who helped to pour the molten glass onto the prepared platform. When the solution solidified into a gelatinous form, West picked up the copper roller and began to roll the gelatinous glass until it became a large flat plate. Then, the large piece of flat glass was put into the annealing furnace by West for annealing, and the flat glass was considered successful. West processed all the raw materials into pieces of 1-foot square flat glass in one breath, and packed them on the ship. These flat glasses are enough to build a relatively large glass greenhouse. Anyway, the glass greenhouse does not need to be glass on all 4 sides, only the south side needs to be glass. After preparing the glass for building the greenhouse to house the Galapagos tortoises, Marin finally prepared everything and led the fleet north to Daguku, ready to land there to pay tribute. Chapter 1146 Fear. Before heading north, the sailors of Marin's fleet removed the crossbeams on the masts and changed the cross sails to upper edge girder sails. Because there is no tailwind when sailing north and south, it is best to use an upper edge girder sail that can adapt to any wind direction. However, it seems that the wind is not very favorable along the way. Therefore, the fleet did not travel hundreds of kilometers a day. It took more than 20 years to reach a distance of more than 1,600 kilometers. However, this is about the same speed as riding a horse. Moreover, riding a horse cannot carry cargo, while the fleet can carry a large amount of cargo, which has huge advantages. When he arrived at Daguku, Marin found that the Daguku wharf was full of Ming soldiers holding swords and guns. Seeing this battle, Marin was shocked. Did something happen? In fact, there was nothing wrong, but Lu Jin was afraid of something happening, so he transferred most of the soldiers and horses of Tianjin Wei to Daguku to prevent anything from happening. After all, Marin said that he was bringing a fleet with more people and horses. Lu Jin was worried that the barbarians like Marin would take the opportunity to rob Tianjin Wei, so he sent most of the people of Tianjin Wei to monitor Marin's people. On the shore, He Zhenwu, the commander of Tianjin Wei, adjutant of the Wei Suo, was sweating profusely. Why? Because Marin's fleet was too scary. 10 500-ton warships, in the eyes of He Zhenwu, who had never seen any big ships, were a super fleet. Such a scale was enough to attack Tianjin Wei. So, when Marin's fleet tried to dock, He Zhenwu had people fire a warning shot, prohibiting Marin's fleet from approaching. Marin didn't know why, so he had to stop the fleet, and then sent Kong Tai to land in a small boat to negotiate with the other party. General He, I don't know why you don't let our fleet dock. Kong Tai asked puzzledly after seeing He Zhenwu. Why don't you let you dock? Envoy Kong, you brought a lot of people, right? If you are allowed to dock rashly, how will you attack Tianjin Wei? In the final analysis, He Zhenwu was afraid. After all, he only brought 3,000 men, some of whom were garrison soldiers who had not been in battle for a long time. They really had no confidence in defending Tianjin. It would be fine if they were guarding Tianjin city, after all, there was a city wall as a support. But if they were to fight at the port? Kong Tai immediately understood what the other party meant. After all, the other party was worried. So Kong Tai explained, General this time the king of our Beihai kingdom came in person to pay tribute. The king is of noble status and his safety cannot be compromised. Therefore, we brought thousands of guards with him. I think if His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming dynasty went on a tour, there would be more than tens of thousands of guards, right? Even those princes, many of them have 2 or 3 guards. It is said that a guard has at least 3,000 soldiers. My lord is the lord of a country anyway, so it is not against the rules to bring thousands of guards, right? He Jinwu pointed to the artillery on the deck of the fleet and asked, since you are here to pay tribute, why are there so many artillery on the ship? Are you plotting against Tianjin? Kong Tai was a little stunned, isn't this looking for trouble? It is a European practice to install cannons on ships, isn't it? But he still had to explain patiently, General, he doesn't know that pirates are rampant at sea. How can the king's travel be considered a precaution? These cannons are set up to fight pirates. Otherwise, if the king's fleet is attacked by pirates, it will be a disaster for our Beihai kingdom. He Jinwu listened and agreed with Kong Tai's words. After all, Marin is also the head of a country. Although, in the eyes of the Ming people, Marin is just the head of a small country, but the head of a country is the head of a country, and it is normal to be cautious. However, He Jinwu was very cautious and still refused to let everyone go ashore at once. He was only willing to let Marin's flagship dock first, and let Marin only take 100 people ashore. As for other ships, they will not dock for the time being. In fact, He Jinwu was afraid that the other side would suddenly attack after thousands of people landed together. What kind of people are the guards of Tianjin Wei? As the commander of the guard, He Jinwu knew it very well. These guards can bully farmers or hooligans, but they can't beat elite enemies. Unless it's a battle to defend the city, they can fight. Therefore, he asked Marin to go ashore with 100 guards first. In this way, even if 100 people make trouble, he has 3,000 people and can handle it. Kong Tai returned to the ship and told Marin the news. Marin's men were quite worried about He Jinwu's request, worried that Marin would be detained by the other side. But Marin was not worried, because he knew that the Ming court loved face and would not do such a wicked thing as arbitrarily detaining foreign monarchs. Moreover, Marin really didn't care about the 2,000 or 3,000 guards of Tianjin Wei on the shore. Even if the other side makes trouble, he can deal with it with 100 personal soldiers. You know, Marin's 100 personal guards are all carefully selected elites. Everyone can wear a full set of plate armor to fight for a long time, and they are all good in martial arts. What's more, Marin has Khan, a humanoid monster, by his side, so he doesn't have to worry about the Ming dynasty's guards. Just like that, Marin landed with 100 soldiers calmly, and also brought more than 100 tall horses from Europe. Originally, Marin wanted his soldiers to wear fake plate armor made of tinplate to show off their power. But in the end, Marin gave up this showy idea. Why? Marin came to the Ming dynasty to seek trade this time, not to show off. Therefore, the fake plate armor used for the bright tinplate ceremonial guard cannot be worn. Otherwise, the people of the Ming dynasty thought that the North Sea Kingdom was very rich. Although this is the case, Marin does not want to be regarded as a rich man. Therefore, after thinking again and again, Marin asked his guards to wear Red Lobster soldier uniforms made of woolen cloth and triangular hats as formal wear. After the 100 guards landed, they immediately stood in a neat queue under Khan's command, and then waited for orders silently. When He Jinwu saw this scene, his heart suddenly tightened. This is definitely an elite. What is an elite? Elite soldiers are not only physically strong, but also strictly disciplined. He Jinwu didn't know the martial arts of these people, but just looking at their tall and strong bodies and bulging arms, he knew that their combat effectiveness was not bad. At least, they were stronger than the guards under his command. Moreover, when they were lining up just now, He Jinwu found that these foreign soldiers did not ask the superiors to shout, but stood in their own positions consciously, quickly and neatly. If it were the guards of Tianjin Wei, it would probably take a while to line up even if the generals shouted, and it would definitely not be so neat. Therefore, this move of the Beihai guards greatly shocked He Jinwu and filled his heart with fear. We must not let all of their 1,000 soldiers land. At least, we cannot let them land with weapons. This was the strongest thought in He Jinwu's mind at this moment. Chapter 1147 How to Determine Levels. Marin didn't care about He Jinwu's idea. After his 100 guards lined up, Marin began to arrange for the sailors to carefully carry down the 9 selected Galapagos tortoises. These 9 Galapagos tortoises are the healthiest among the 13 surviving tortoises, and naturally they are also the most suitable for gifts. When these 9 tortoises were carried down, He Jinwu's mouth opened wide enough to swallow 2 eggs. Old he has lived for more than 40 years and has never seen such a huge tortoise. Before, he received the task to pick up some black tortoises, but he didn't quite believe it, thinking that it was a barbarian who was deliberately asking for a reward. As a result, the facts told him that this was really true. Not only He Jinwu was stunned, but the Ming army soldiers who were watching were also very confused. Obviously, they were all shocked. Kong Tai, who was with Marin, wanted to laugh. In fact, when he first saw the tortoise in Keelung, he was no better than these Ming army soldiers. Seeing that He Jinwu and other soldiers of the Tianjin Guard of the Ming army were all stunned, Marin had to remind them, "General He, this is an auspicious sign, why don't you take it?" In ancient times, auspicious signs were very important. Auspicious signs represent the face of a court. Neglecting auspicious signs is not a good thing. He Jinwu was reminded by Marin, and he woke up as if from a dream, and quickly arranged for people to receive the Galapagos tortoise. However, the soldiers who were assigned stopped and dared not step forward. Why? The Galapagos tortoise is huge, weighing hundreds of pounds, like a beast. Moreover, many tortoises are carnivorous and bite people. But the Galapagos tortoise is actually a mild variety that eats fruits and vegetables, but these Ming army soldiers don't know. After all, the size of the Galapagos tortoise is there, which is very deterrent. After Marin explained, these Ming army soldiers came to carry it tremblingly. Then, these Galapagos tortoises were carried into very clean guest rooms, where they were treated better than humans. Afterwards, Marin reminded them that these tortoises do not eat meat, but only fresh fruits and vegetables and tender grass. Of course, He Jinwu would not dare to let these auspicious uncles, known as black turtles, eat grass even if he had 10 guts. Therefore, these Galapagos tortoises eat all fresh fruits and vegetables bought from the market, and these tortoises eat with relish. Fortunately, it is early summer now, and vegetables are very abundant. If it were winter, it would be very difficult to get fresh vegetables. Ordinary people can't eat them at all. Only some royal manors, which use hot springs to grow vegetables, can eat fresh fruits and vegetables. After arranging these tortoise uncles, He Jinwu began to arrange food and accommodation for Marin and others. Because he was a foreign vassal, Marin's treatment was naturally not bad, and he lived in the best inn room on the Daguku port side. His 100 guards were also assigned rooms. However, He Jinwu did not dare to let the soldiers and sailors on the ship land. After all, these foreign soldiers seemed to be very elite, and he could not afford to cause trouble if they went ashore. Therefore, He Jinwu finally decided to let the 900 guards and sailors stay on the ship. However, He Jinwu ordered people to send food and water boats to supply the soldiers and sailors on the ship. As for whether to let those people get off the ship, He Jinwu told Ma Lin that this would have to wait for instructions from the capital. Moreover, he also sent his men to the capital to ask for instructions. Daguku is not far from the capital, only 340 miles away. If you go through the post station system and keep changing horses and galloping, you can arrive on the same day. On the day when Ma Lin landed at Daguku, He Jinwu also sent someone to send a message to the capital to ask for instructions. After all, he was just a local guard officer. He didn't understand the reception of foreign envoys or even the king. Then, Ma Lin and his party stayed in Daguku temporarily, waiting for the response from the capital. When the news reached the capital, it immediately caused an uproar in the court. Some conservative civil servants believed that it was not in accordance with the etiquette for the king of Beihai to land in Daguku and come to Beijing. He should have landed in Guangzhou, Fuzhou, Ningbo and other ports that received foreign vassals. However, Lu Jin said that the Korean envoys did not go through these 3 ports when they came to the court. Moreover, the other party came to offer auspicious signs, so it was normal to be special. Then, Lu Jin's gang of minions also supported Lu Jin's point of view. Some people actually said that it would be more auspicious for the auspicious black tortoise to land at Daguku in the east. Because this represents purple air coming from the east, which is most in line with the arrival of the black tortoise. This metaphor is very clever. Now, those aggressive censors can't refute it. After all, the Confucian dynasty still attaches great importance to auspicious signs. Only with auspicious signs can the existence of these ministers in the court be shown to be reasonable. Therefore, the ministers discussed and sent a member of the Ministry of Rights to send a deputy director, equivalent to the deputy director, to lead a team to Daguku, Tianjin to receive Ma Lin, the king of the foreign country. At the same time, the auspicious black tortoise was welcomed back. However, when it came to assigning Marin a rank, the courtiers held their own opinions and had a dispute. According to convention, vassal states such as Korea, Japan, and Ryukyu were equal in status to the princes of the vassal states, but the Mongolian tribes were uncertain. But the actual situation was that the court recognized that their status was equal to that of the princes of the vassal states, but when it came to the Ming dynasty, when attending court or banquets, the vassal kings stood or sat, at banquets, below the marquises and boors of the Ming dynasty. This mainly shows the dignity of the Ming dynasty. Look, you, the lord of a foreign vassal state, are also below the marquises and boors of my Ming dynasty. But except for the lower position, their rank was not low. For example, they did not need to salute the marquises and boors of the Ming dynasty, but only to salute the emperor, the crown prince, and the prince first. Moreover, they performed 4 ceremonies to the prince, and the prince needed to return 2 ceremonies. As for the princes and boors of the vassal states, they saluted each other. Logically, their rank was higher than that of the boors, but the Ming dynasty considered itself superior, and the status of the boors was no less than that of the monarchs of the vassal states. Moreover, although the vassal kings and the monarchs saluted each other, it was generally the vassal kings who saluted first. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, how to calculate Marin's rank. If Marin calls himself a king, then there is no need to talk about it, just refer to the kingdoms of Siam, Malacca, etc. But Marin called himself a Grand Duke, which made the emperor and his ministers of the Ming dynasty dumbfounded. What the hell is a Grand Duke? Is he a king? Logically, the Grand Duke should be classified as a duke. But the problem is that the North Sea Kingdom is an independent country, not a principality on the surface. Then, a minister asked, is it a monarch like the dukes and marquises in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period? Everyone nodded in agreement, but how should the level of independent dukes and marquises like those in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period be determined in the Ming dynasty today? Moreover, if we say he is a duke, there is a big character in front of him. Finally, Lu Jin got annoyed and said, don't argue. Since he calls himself a Grand Duke, let's not give him the status of a vassal king, but a duke. Of course, when he is scheduled to attend court, he will be below the marquis. When you see a duke of our dynasty, you must first pay respect. The ministers hurriedly said, good. Then, since the level has been determined, the court dress needs to be determined. Moreover, court dress is generally awarded by the Ming dynasty. According to regulations, the duke wears a black gauze hat, a jade belt, and the patches on his clothes are embroidered with unicorns. Civil officials embroider birds, and military officials embroider beasts. The only question is, how tall is Ma Lin? Lu Jin also gave an opinion on this issue. When the Ministry of Rites sent the Yuan Weilong of the Ministry of Guests to receive him, according to the regulations, Ma Lin and his accompanying officials need to practice etiquette for 3 days, to avoid making a fool of themselves when they officially attend court. And the person responsible for teaching etiquette is naturally the Yuan Weilong of the Ministry of Guests. Lu Jin meant that during the 3 days of etiquette teaching, this official could measure Ma Lin's height and weight, and then send someone back to the capital as fast as possible to report the data. Then, the Hat and Cap Bureau, one of the 8 bureaus in the inner court, would make a suitable official uniform and send it to Ma Lin before he left for Beijing. As for the 9 black turtles, Lu Jin also attached great importance to them, and ordered the Jinyui to send a team of generals to Daguku to bring back those auspicious, black turtles, as soon as possible. Lu Jin also thought carefully about whether the other 900 guards of Marin should be put on the shore, otherwise the Ming dynasty would be weakened. However, they could be put on the shore, but they were not allowed to carry weapons on the shore to avoid disasters. Chapter 1148, Terrible Etiquette Training. When Zhenggong, the official of the Ministry of Rites of the Ming dynasty, arrived at Daguku, he was also shocked by the toughness of the hundreds of guards of Ma Lin. He now understood He Zhenwu's idea. If thousands of such elite soldiers go ashore, it will indeed be a huge threat. However, he is a smart scholar after all. When conveying Lu Jin's order of no weapons on the shore, Zhenggong Zheng Yuanwei said that the capital is the best place with good public security. Therefore, the 900 men of Lord Ma do not need to carry weapons ashore. Marin also heard the other party's fear, and he was not here to fight, so if his men were not allowed to bring weapons, they would not be allowed to bring them. Then, he ordered the 900 guards to land, but without weapons. However, 900 empty-handed guards accompanied them, seemingly without momentum. So, Marin and Zhenggong discussed whether they could let those people hold high the flag without the tip of the gun. In this way, you can hold something in your hand and avoid embarrassment when marching. Zhenggong thought about it and felt that it was no big deal, so he agreed. Originally, Marin wanted his men to hold high the red flag of the 9 crosses, the golden eagle, which was the symbol of the family. However, it is very troublesome to make such a flag. Moreover, Gold paint is also difficult to find. So, Marin gave up later and simply let his men hold high the Black Cross flag. After all, the Black Cross flag is easy to make, just draw a black cross on the white cloth. In addition, because it is already summer, Marin simply asked his men to change into short-sleeved summer uniforms to avoid being too hot. To be honest, the summer in China is really hot. And the summer in Germany is very cool. Therefore, the soldiers are not used to the summer in China. But fortunately, they have been to tropical areas like Panama, and they have adapted to this hot climate. Moreover, the summer short-sleeved military uniforms, invented by Marin, are also quite cool to wear. Didn't you see the soldiers of the Daming Guards in Tianjin Way next to you? Didn't you envy them? They were wearing linen robes, which were not cool. On the contrary, the big generals of the Jinui wore silk robes, which were also cool. But the big generals were the face of the Ming dynasty, so of course they could afford silk robes. The guards were the losers in the Ming army, and they certainly could not afford silk, so they could only wear stuffy linen robes. If they were in the barracks normally, these rough men would have been shirtless, anyway, no one would see them. But now, they are responsible for monitoring Ma Lin's army, so they have to wear full robes and armor to show the majesty of the Ming army, which makes the soldiers of Tianjin Way uncomfortable, but they dare not complain. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face for the Celestial Empire and they would be severely punished. And Ma Lin's soldiers, seeing the heat, all put on summer short-sleeved shirt uniforms. The color is white, but there are black cross marks on the chest and back to indicate their identity. Seeing the guards of Beihai State wearing cool short sleeves, the soldiers of Tianjin Guard of the Ming dynasty, who were wearing neat armor, were jealous. However, Ma Lin was also unlucky these days. Under the supervision of Zheng Gong, Ma Lin could only take off his cool short sleeves and put on the animal clothes with animal patches borrowed from the generals to practice kneeling and bowing. There was no way. Most of the civil officials in the Ming dynasty were from the south and were generally not tall. It was good to be 1.7 meters tall. And Ma Lin's official uniform and hat bureau had not been completed yet. Therefore, Zheng Gong could only borrow a set of court clothes, worn during the grand court meeting and sacrifice, and a set of official clothes, worn when handling official business on a daily basis, from the generals of Tianjin Guard to practice etiquette. After all, there were still some generals who were about the same height as Ma Lin, not to mention Tianjin Guard, which was located in the north. Then, in the hot summer, Ma Lin was forced to wear a liangguan, a red loi, or a black yarn on his head and a red round-necked shirt to practice etiquette. It should be pointed out that the red silk robe used for grand court meetings and sacrifices has no patches on the chest. The status is distinguished by the beams. For example, the Duke has 8 horizontal beams running forward and backward, while the Marquis and the Earl have 7 beams, all of which use jiaochan, a sable tail or a pheasant tail and a golden cicada, not a name for a beautiful woman. The Prince Consort also has 7 beams, without a pheasant tail. Then the first rank has 7 beams, the second rank has 6 beams, the third rank has 5 beams, the fourth rank has 4 beams, the fifth rank has 3 beams, the sixth and seventh ranks have 2 beams, and the eighth and ninth ranks have 1 beam. There are also differences in belts and ribbons. For example, the first rank wears a jade belt and jade pendant, the second rank wears a leather belt and rhinoceros horn, the third rank wears a gold belt and jade pendant. This is a very formal court dress. Ma Lin's first court visit must be more formal and he needs to wear court dress. After that, if there is no grand court meeting, he will wear official clothes. The so-called official clothes are black gauze hats and round-necked red shirts with patches. Needless to say, the official uniforms of dukes and princes-in-law were embroidered with unicorns, civil officials were embroidered with birds, and military officials were embroidered with beasts, also known as beasts in human clothing. Moreover, the official uniforms were the most commonly worn by officials in the Ming dynasty, and they were worn on a daily basis. Ma Lin's visit to the court this time must have been more than 1 or 2 days. Except for the first day when he had to wear the most solemn court uniform, or happened to catch up with the grand court meeting. In fact, when foreign monarchs came to the court, they must have been arranged to meet at the grand court meeting. Because more people are more majestic, he usually wore official uniforms. In addition to wearing tightly covered robes in the hot summer, Ma Lin also learned various kneeling and bowing rituals under the supervision of Zheng Gong. The Ming dynasty did not implement the 3 kneeling and 9 kowtows of the Qing dynasty, but 5 bows and 3 kowtows. The so-called 5 bows and 3 kowtows means that after kneeling down, you should bow 5 times with the bow ceremony, and then kowtow 3 times. You only need to kneel once throughout the whole process. Unlike the Qing dynasty, you need to kneel 3 times. After kneeling once, you have to stand up and kneel down again. Standing and kneeling one by one will make people tired to death. Of course, in the entire Ming dynasty, the only people who need to make Ma Lin, a foreign monarch, kneel down are the emperor and the prince. Or, you have to perform a great ceremony when you meet the Empress Dowager and the Queen. But the Empress Dowager and the Queen don't show up easily, and the Ming dynasty currently has no prince. Therefore, Ma Lin basically only needs to kneel before Zhu Hozhao, the naughty emperor. As for other princes, Ma Lin only needs to perform the kowtow ceremony, without kneeling. For 3 days, the weather was hot, but Ma Lin was there wearing a thick robe, constantly practicing kneeling and bowing, sweating profusely, and his knees were sore from kneeling. In summer, there are no thick pants on the legs, and there is only a thin robe outside. It is really uncomfortable to kneel down. In order to solve this problem, Ma Lin asked someone to buy a broken quilt, cut off part of it, and tie it to the knees as a buffer, which solved the problem of knee pain when kneeling down. In fact, most officials of the Ming dynasty knew that tying cotton or leather on the knees as a buffer was an unspoken rule. Even some experienced censors would pad cotton on their buttocks to prevent being caned in court. Ming dynasty censors were perverts and were proud of being caned in court. But Qin Gong, as an official sent by the Ming dynasty, had the intention of killing Ma Lin. Therefore, he deliberately did not remind him. But if Ma Lin thought of a countermeasure himself, he would not stop him. Otherwise, it would be a loss of the demeanor of a great country. Chapter 1149, King Jarui, the Emperor's Treasure Turtle. Wearing a robe and practicing kneeling in the middle of summer made Marin want to die. To be honest, paying tribute in the summer is indeed suspected of seeking abuse. But Marin also had a hard time saying it. It was late spring when he came, and he was delayed for a long time in Taiwan Island. Even if there was no delay, it would be early summer when he arrived in the capital. The best choice is actually to wait until the summer is over before entering the capital. But the problem is that time waits for no one. By the 8th month of the lunar calendar, which is the early autumn, Lu Jin will be finished. By then, things may not be so easy to deal with. Therefore, Marin had to choose to pay tribute in the summer. Fortunately, Marin was born a knight and was in good health. Otherwise, he would have to suffer from heatstroke. For example, the 3,000 officers and soldiers of Tianjin Guard who came to monitor Marin's guards suffered from heatstroke in 3 days because they were wearing full sets of armor. While Marin was being trained in Daguku, Tianjin, the Jinui general sent by Lu Jin also loaded 9 Galapagos tortoises on a truck and transported them to the capital. The hot summer is very uncomfortable for people. However, for the Galapagos tortoises that have been living on the Galapagos Islands near the equator, they can't adapt to the hot and dry climate of the capital. After all, due to the influence of the Peruvian cold current, the Galapagos Islands also have a dry and hot climate. Therefore, on the carriage converted from a prisoner car, the 9 Galapagos tortoises seemed particularly leisurely, and even closed their eyes comfortably. As for the crowds of onlookers along the way, they were used to it. When they were caught on the boat at first, these tortoises were scared. But after a long time, these old tortoises found that these strange two-legged animals seemed to have no intention of eating them, and then they didn't care. As for the 2 most timid ones, they died long ago. Those who can survive are all brave. Lu Jin now controls the government and invades the government and the people. But he also needed to please the emperor. In order to fit the name of the turtle, Xuanwu, Lu Jin ordered 9 black turtles to enter the Forbidden City not through the Meridian Gate and the East and West Huamen, but to go around to the north and go through the Xuanwu Gate. The Xuanwu Gate of the Forbidden City was later called the Xinwu Gate, but in the Ming dynasty, it was actually called the Xuanwu Gate. After all, Xuanwu is the master of the north, and it is most appropriate to call the North Gate Xuanwu Gate. The change to Xinwu Gate was during the Kong Matsi period of the Qing dynasty. Because Kong Matsi was called Xuanya, in order to avoid taboos, the Xuanwu Gate was changed to Xinwu Gate. But this change lost the original meaning of Xuanwu Gate. Although Xuanwu Gate is the least famous of the 4 gates of the Forbidden City, because the meaning of the turtle in Xuanwu Gate is the most appropriate, it is the most appropriate to let the black turtle go through Xuanwu Gate. When the convoy transporting the Black Turtle arrived, Lu Jin personally led a large number of factory guards and jinui to wait outside the Xuanwu Gate. Moreover, in order to welcome auspiciousness, the middle gate of Xuanwu Gate was opened. There are 4 gates in the palace, and generally only the emperor is qualified to go through the middle gate. Of course, the queen at the wedding, and the champion in the parade can also go through it once. But the latter 2 basically only go through it once in their lifetime. Only the emperor can go through the middle gate every time. However, because the auspicious sign this time is very different, it is called the Black Tortoise, which corresponds to the Black Tortoise. Therefore, Lu Jin specially asked the Zhengde Emperor Zhu Hozhao for permission to open the middle gate to welcome the Black Tortoise representing auspiciousness. The Zhengde Emperor Zhu Hozhao was only 18 years old and was very curious about new things. So he also came to the Tower of Cunning Gate, renamed Shuanjin Gate in the Jiajing period, of the North Gate of the Gonghaiyuan, called the Imperial Garden in the Qing dynasty, closest to the Xuanwu Gate to watch the excitement. In fact, the bear child Zhu Hozhao wanted to run to the Xuanwu Gate to watch the excitement as soon as possible. However, he is now the emperor, and Empress Dowager Zhang told him to maintain the majesty of the emperor and not lose his majesty. Helplessly, he could not join Lu Jin and others in watching the excitement at Xuanwu Gate, so he could only run to the tower next to Cunning Gate, which was actually very close to Xuanwu Gate, to watch the excitement. Cunning Gate was very close to Xuanwu Gate, with only a large open space in between. When the modified prisoner van carrying 9 Galapagos tortoises drove into the open space between Xuanwu Gate and Cunning Gate, Lu Jin, who came to watch, was also shocked. "It's really a black tortoise. It's really a black tortoise." Seeing the huge Galapagos tortoise with his own eyes, Lu Jin's doubts had long disappeared. Originally, Lu Jin was still worried that his men were exaggerating. After all, no one is as good as eunuchs at deceiving their superiors and hiding the truth from their subordinates. Therefore, Lu Jin believed that even if the tortoise presented by Beihai Kingdom this time was very big, it was not as big as what Marin boasted in his letter. After all, this kind of exaggerated description is a common problem among Ming dynasty literati. Or, is the foreign chieftain Marin also suspected of this? But when he saw the table-sized Galapagos tortoise with his own eyes, all of Lu Jin's doubts disappeared. Moreover, he showed an excited expression. Why? Lu Jin has invaded the court and the public in recent years, but there have been too many oppositions. Although these oppositions have been strongly suppressed by him, it is an indisputable fact that his autocracy has been criticized by the court and the public. Therefore, as Marin guessed, Lu Jin, the eunuch, also needs some good news to help him get his name right. At least, it is necessary to prove that his autocracy benefits the country and the people and conforms to the will of heaven. When it comes to conforming to the will of heaven, what is more appropriate than the appearance of auspicious signs? However, ordinary auspicious signs are not enough to be recognized by everyone. If someone forges the Book of Heaven like Song Zhenzong did, it is estimated that he will be sprayed. Because the deeds of Song Zhenzong forging the Book of Heaven are already known to everyone. At this time, it is not only a copycat, but also will not be recognized. Moreover, there is a difference in level between auspicious signs and auspicious signs. There are many kinds of auspicious signs in ancient times, which can be roughly divided into 5 categories, that is, 5 levels. In ancient times, it was said that unicorn, phoenix and 5 spirits are auspicious signs for the king. This is the highest level of auspicious signs. The following are respectively great auspicious signs, upper auspicious signs, medium auspicious signs and lower auspicious signs. The new book of Tang Dynasty, Records of Official States, the Langzhong Yuanweilong of the Ministry of Rites is in charge of books and auspicious signs. Jingxing and Qingyun are the great auspicious signs, with 64 names, Bailang and Chitu are the upper auspicious signs, with 28 names, Kangnio and Qiyan are the middle auspicious signs, with 32 names, Jiahe, Sakeo and Mulianli are the lower auspicious signs, with 14 names. Among them, the highest level of auspicious signs is Jiarui, which represents the king. Its content is the Kirin, Phoenix and 5 spirits. What are the Kirin, Phoenix and 5 spirits? They are Qilin, Phoenix, Turtle, Dragon and White Tiger. The appearance of each kind of auspicious sign symbolizes that the emperor of the dynasty is the true son of heaven and a wise ruler of the time. However, Qilin, Phoenix, Dragon and White Tiger are all legendary beasts that do not exist in the world. White tigers actually exist, but not in China, only in India and Bengal. Therefore, in ancient times, the only auspicious sign of the highest level in China, Jiarui, is the turtle. In order to please Emperor Jiajing, Yen Song once used paint to forge a 5-colored divine turtle, which indirectly triggered the Renin Palace change and almost killed Emperor Jiajing. However, most of the auspicious signs of turtles in ancient China were forged. Or, it was just that the native turtles of China were deformed. For example, a turtle with albinism can also be regarded as a black turtle. But the Galapagos tortoise does not use those routines. With this size, it can be regarded as an auspicious sign. There is no other reason, the size is too huge. The turtle is large and looks obviously domineering, which is in line with the king's aura. Therefore, when the 9 super-large turtles entered the Xuanwu Gate, Lu Jin became excited. Then, as if he thought of something, he took the lead in kneeling down and shouted, "Jiarui! Jiarui!" Then, Lu Jin remembered a sentence that his retainer had said, "The tortoise with a blue-black edge is the emperor's precious tortoise," from Book of Rites and Music. Coincidentally, the batch of elephant tortoises caught by Ma Lin were all blue-black, which perfectly interpreted this sentence. So Lu Jin shouted to Zhu Hozhao on the Cunning Gate Tower, "Your Majesty, it is a giant blue-black tortoise, the emperor's precious tortoise. I congratulate your Majesty and congratulate your Majesty on this good fortune. May my Ming dynasty last for thousands of years, and your Majesty's achievements be remembered for thousands of years." Upon hearing that it was a blue-black giant tortoise, the naughty child Zhu Hozhao could not sit still. He immediately ran down the tower beside Cunning Gate, walked out of Cunning Gate, came to the cart loaded with Galapagos tortoises, and watched these giant tortoises. After careful observation, Zhu Hozhao, who was familiar with Book of Rites, had to nod and admit, "It is indeed a blue-black tortoise, which can indeed be called auspicious." Then, the naughty child thought the appearance of such an auspicious sign proved that he was an extremely wise and holy emperor. "No, I have to show off this to the ministers, they always think I am a child." The naughty child thought happily. So Zhu Hozhao ordered, "Take good care of these black tortoises. Tomorrow, I will take them to court and let the civil and military officials see what is the auspicious sign of a king. My emperor is wise." Lu Jin quickly flattered him. Lu Jin didn't know that because of the black tortoise incident this time, he avoided the torture of being cut into pieces in the future. Chapter 1150. It's the black turtle, for sure. Lu Jin was actually a very capable eunuch, otherwise, he would not have been able to control the government. Moreover, the rice penalty he invented has largely stopped the loss of state assets. What is the rice penalty? It is mainly aimed at the loss of the national treasury and local warehouses. Before Lu Jin's reform, many officials in charge of warehouses often took advantage of their positions to embezzle grain, cloth and other materials from the national treasury in local official warehouses, causing great deficits to the government. Moreover, this kind of embezzlement is gradual, and it is not easy to see if you embezzle a little every day. After all, it is normal for grain and other materials to be a little lost. As long as the method is sophisticated, a lot can be embezzled from the national treasury and official warehouses in a year, and the account cannot be checked at all. Lu Jin then thought of a trick-rice penalty. The specific approach is to strictly count the number of materials when the officials who manage the warehouses take office. Wait until the term of office is over, and then lighten the materials. Excluding the reasonable loss part, there is a lot of deficit, and the outgoing warehouse officials must make up for it out of their own pockets. Otherwise, just wait for the imperial imprisonment. This move is very simple and crude. I don't care what reason you use, if it's a deficit, you have to pay for it yourself. No matter how good your accounts are, I only look at the results. This move is very effective in stopping the loss of state assets. Therefore, after Lu Jin's death, although he was notorious, this method was retained. Ma Lin sometimes thought that if the reform of state-owned enterprises had also used this set, perhaps many state-owned assets would not be lost so easily. You know, when the state-owned enterprises were reformed, many of the original senior executives almost took over the factory at the price of picking up rags. If Lu Jin's fine rice law was used to deal with them, this situation would never happen. Sometimes, the wisdom of the ancients can also be learned by future generations. Of course, Lu Jin himself was not so smart, but a minister of the Ministry of Personnel named Zhang Kai helped him come up with this idea. Zhang Kai and Lu Jin were from the same hometown. After Lu Jin came to power, he relied on Lu Jin's thighs to rise to the top position of the Minister of Personnel. Of course, he also had talent, and the fine rice strategy he offered to Lu Jin greatly curbed the loss of court assets. However, after Lu Jin fell, this guy was also finished. Although Lu Jin was capable and came up with a simple and crude trick like fine rice he himself was not a good person. Because of excessive extortion of officials, Lu Jin had a very bad reputation among officials. Except for those officials who surrendered to him, the rest of the officials wanted to eat Lu Jin's meat raw. Later, Lu Jin was executed by slow slicing, which was the result of the promotion of officials. According to Lu Jin's own crimes, at most he was a super corrupt official, and he did not commit unforgivable crimes such as treason. But Zhengde was only 18 years old, and his ears were soft. He was fooled by the ministers, and naturally he was angry and asked people to cut Lu Jin into pieces. Before Lu Jin was killed, the young Emperor Zhengde actually trusted people very much. For example, he trusted Lu Jin very much and entrusted all the important affairs of the court. Later, he trusted those civil officials too much, thinking that Lu Jin was unforgivable, and in an impulse, he cut Lu Jin into pieces. It was after this incident that Emperor Zhengde realized that he was used by court officials. Then, he had some disagreements with the ministers and started to fight against them. Before that, Zhengde was just a newbie who didn't care about anything. Of course, Zhengde was still an emperor no matter how young he was. As an emperor, he naturally attached great importance to the imperial power and etiquette. The reason why Lu Jin was shaved by Zhengde was because those ministers fooled Zhengde. Lu Jin wanted to be the emperor, and said that the people called Lu Jin Emperor Lu. It was this slander that touched Zhengde's nerves and made him decide to execute Lu Jin by slow slicing. In fact, if Lu Jin really wanted to rebel, he would have been killed long ago with Zhengde's early rookie level. Moreover, it doesn't make sense for a eunuch to say that he rebelled. Eunuchs have no sons and cannot marry normally. Even if you take over the country, what do you do with it? There are no heirs. Even a super eunuch like Li Fugua of the Tang dynasty could only control the emperor's dethronement and enthronement at most, rather than becoming the emperor himself. And what is the purpose of the eunuchs dethroning and enthroning the emperor? Of course, it is to control the government. Lu Jin has already controlled the government, and Zhengde also trusts him very much, so he has no need to rebel at all. Therefore, Zhengde was fooled by the ministers and made a wrong judgment. In addition, other confidants of Zhengde in the 8 Tigers of Zhengde also colluded with ministers to blacken Lu Jin, which led to Lu Jin's end. However, at this juncture, Marin suddenly sent a blue-black Galapagos tortoise, a super black tortoise that completely matches the treasure turtle of the Son of Heaven in historical records, which helped Lu Jin to a great extent. Because the appearance of the top auspicious sign of treasure turtle of the Son of Heaven greatly increased the prestige of the young Emperor Zhengde and consolidated his throne. And the matter of presenting the treasure turtle of the Son of Heaven was precisely promoted by Lu Jin. In this way, it is somewhat unreasonable for ministers to frame Lu Jin for rebellion in the future. Why? If Lu Jin wanted to rebel, why would he offer the treasure turtle of the Son of Heaven, a good omen that showed the status of the Son of Heaven? It doesn't make sense. If he really wanted to rebel, shouldn't he discredit the target of the rebellion? Of course, this is a later story. The next morning, when the ministers came to court, Emperor Zhengde excitedly asked the generals of the Jinui to carry 9 black turtles to the hall to let the ministers open their eyes. Black turtles. 9 more. The ministers lost their composure on the spot, except for the officials of Lu Jin's party who had received the news before. When the huge turtle was carried to the hall, no minister thought it was not a black turtle. Because the size of the Galapagos tortoise is too huge. The qian in qiangui means strange, red and black, and also means sky. It represents the sky and also means a metaphor for being very big. Therefore, the huge Galapagos tortoise with a blue-black color is very suitable for the word qian. When many court officials saw these turtles for the first time, the word black turtle popped up in their minds unconsciously, which was purely a conditioned reflex. In addition, most of the ministers who often walked in the Forbidden City had seen the black turtle statues in the Forbidden City, which were comparable to the Galapagos tortoises. The only difference was that the head of the black turtle statue looked a bit like a dragon head. However, dragon-headed turtles do not exist, and only exist in fantasy. But the Galapagos tortoise, except for the lack of a dragon head, has other features that are very similar to the black turtle statues, which made the court officials have to believe that this is indeed a black turtle. In addition, the number of 9 black turtles is also very attractive. Because 9 means the supreme ruler. And Chinese culture highly respects 9. For example, the world is divided into 9 states, bronzeware has 9 tripods, the emperor has 9 ministers around him, court officials are divided into 9 grades, and the capital has 9 gates. In short, for ancient China, 9 is a very auspicious number. Especially when 9 is the number of super auspicious turtles. Black turtles are the top auspicious signs, not to mention the blue-black emperor's treasure turtle. What's more, there are 9 of them. Therefore, all the civil and military officials in the court unanimously agreed that it was the black turtle. Moreover, 9 black turtles represent good weather and good harvests in all 9 provinces of the world. After all, Xuanwu is the god of water and a symbol of good weather and good harvests. For a time, all the ministers shouted "Long live the emperor," congratulated the 18-year-old Emperor Zhengde, and praised him without cost, which almost made the young Emperor Zhengde lost. However, among the court officials, some ministers who had planned to overthrow Lu Jin could not help but show worry on their faces. Chapter 1151, Weakness and Kidney Deficiency. At this time, the Prince of Anhua, who was far away in Qingyang, Gansu, launched a rebellion. The court had sent the chief censor Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong, who was also one of the 8 Tigers of Zhengde, to quell the rebellion. But in fact, the rebellion of the Prince of Anhua was a joke. Because the Prince of Anhua appointed the very calculating Qiu Yu as the main general. But Qiu Yu did not intend to rebel at the beginning. He pretended to surrender to the Prince of Anhua because his family was in Xinyang City and was afraid of being killed by the Prince of Anhua. After deceiving the trust of the Prince of Anhua Zhu Zong, Qiu Yu responded from the inside and outside, and directly sent people to capture the Prince of Anhua Zhu Zong and quelled the rebellion. Not long after the quelling army of Yang Yiqing, Zhang Yong and Jingyang Bo Shenying set out, they received the news that Qiu Yu had quelled the rebellion of the Prince of Anhua. After the news came, Emperor Zhengde still sent Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong to Qinyang to appease the people. However, Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong have already begun to plot to get rid of Lu Jin. Needless to say, Yang Yiqing is a representative of civil officials. And Zhang Yong is also a great eunuch, one of the 8 tigers of Zhengde, and Lu Jin has become a mortal enemy because of his competition for favor. The two sides have common interests and have long been hooking up to get rid of Lu Jin. When the two return to Beijing in August, it will be time for them to stab Lu Jin. And now, it is already the 6th month of the lunar calendar. Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong have already rushed to Qinyang to stabilize the people's hearts, but they have contacted a group of officials in the court through secret channels, and plan to blacken Lu Jin together at that time and strive to take Lu Jin down in one fell swoop. Therefore, after seeing Lu Jin get these 9 black turtles, these ministers who have agreed with Yang Yiqing are naturally very worried. You know, with the auspiciousness of heaven, and the top auspiciousness like the black turtle, Lu Jin must have made great contributions. At that time, it will be much more difficult to overthrow Lu Jin. How big is the role of auspiciousness? During the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of Song dynasty, he even went to Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to the gods with the forged auspicious signs from the heavenly book. Although Emperor Zhenzong of Song dynasty was shameless enough, this also showed the important political status of auspicious signs. Generally speaking, the appearance of auspicious signs indicates that the saint is virtuous and is the true emperor. The funniest auspicious sign in history appeared during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. In the 12th year of Yongle, a vassal state presented a giraffe as tribute, which was mistaken for a unicorn by the emperor and his ministers of the Ming dynasty. And the unicorn, like the black tortoise, is the top auspicious sign. Then, all the ministers came to congratulate Zhu Di, the emperor of Ming dynasty. At that time, there was also a Hanlin Academy editor named Shendu, who wrote the Ode to the Auspicious Kirin with his wonderful pen, praising the appearance of this auspicious sign. The text said, "I have heard that the saint has benevolence and virtue, and is connected to the dark and the bright, then the unicorn will appear," directly praising Zhu Di, who was plotting to usurp the throne, as a saint destined by heaven. Emperor Yongle was just worried that his throne was not legitimate, so this was the right horse. Then, Shendu was naturally promoted and made a fortune. Moreover, Emperor Yongle even had a painting drawn to celebrate the appearance of the qilin. However, modern archaeologists found out that it was a giraffe. Of course, the misidentification of the giraffe as a qilin was a farce. After all, Emperor Yongle Zhu Di, who gained the throne through rebellion, was a bit hungry and used a giraffe to impersonate a qilin. However, there was no problem in mistaking the Galapagos tortoise for a black tortoise. No matter what others did, Lu Jin was going to take the credit. So, while others were still not able to react, Lu Jin knelt down first and, following Zhang Kai's instructions last night, shouted, "The sage is benevolent and virtuous, so the auspicious sign from heaven is revealed, and the black turtle appears. The number 9 black turtles shows that your majesty is the sage appointed by heaven, and it also represents the 9 provinces. The black turtle is the god of water, and is in charge of good weather and harvests. The 9 black turtles bestowed by heaven mean good weather and harvests in the 9 provinces of my Ming dynasty. Congratulations, your majesty, congratulations." Lu Jin took the lead, and Lu Jin's party's cabinet minister Jiao Fang, as well as Minister of Personnel Zhang Kai and others, with a group of followers, also knelt down, shouted "Long live the sage," and shouted, "The benevolent sage. I am a sage, I am a sage, ha ha ha." The 18-year-old Emperor Zhengde acted calm, but in fact, he was already overjoyed in his heart. Resisting his ecstasy, Emperor Zhengde waved his hands and said, "All the ministers, please stand up. This auspicious sign is also the result of the joint efforts of all the ministers. I am happy with all the ministers." At this point, the young Emperor Zhengde finally couldn't help laughing. Lu Jin hurriedly apologized, and then the ministers also apologized, and many people smiled awkwardly. At this time, Ma Lin finally finished the 3-day hard etiquette training, put on the customized qilin official uniform, rode his own European tall horse, and headed towards the capital surrounded by 100 guards and 900 flag-carrying guards. And He Zhenwu, the commander of Tianjin Wei, also brought 2,000 soldiers and horses with him. In the name of protection, he actually had the intention of monitoring Ma Lin and his party. Along the way, Ma Lin's troops were in neat formation and in step, which made He Zhenwu stunned. The guards of Tianjin Wei of the Daming dynasty were walking sparsely, and compared with Marin's guards, they were so inferior that I don't know how many levels. At the same time, Marin also arranged some personnel to escort more than a dozen carts, most of which were loaded with silver. As for the muskets and artillery used for tribute, they were already transported to the capital by the soldiers of the Ming dynasty. Daguku is about 170 kilometers away from the capital. According to the marching speed of the Beihai army, it can march more than 40 kilometers a day. However, there were also soldiers from the Daming Wei of Tianjin Wei accompanying them, so the team naturally couldn't walk fast. As a result, they couldn't even walk 30 kilometers a day. It took 6 days to walk the 170-kilometer plain road. What Marin didn't know was that when he led his men and marched hard in the scorching sun, the capital had already been in an uproar because of these 9 black turtles. On the day when the black turtle went to court, Emperor Zhengde ordered a banquet for all the ministers to celebrate the birth of the black turtle. Then, under the witness of the ministers in the court, the 9 black turtles were canonized by the absurd Emperor Zhengde as the 9 ministers of the inner court to deal with the 9 ministers of the outer court. However, they were black turtles, and although the ministers were full of black lines, they did not dare to question them. Because questioning the black turtles would soon be equivalent to questioning the legitimacy of the emperor. Do you want to die? Moreover, because the appearance of the 9 black turtles was a major festive event, Emperor Zhengde announced a general amnesty for the celebration. Of course, rebels like King Anhua were not within the scope of amnesty. When Marin entered the capital with 1,000 guards in an extremely orderly pace, he was strongly surrounded by the people of the capital. However, what made Marin depressed was that the focus of these people watching was not the strict discipline of the Beihai soldiers, but their appearance. Oh, these foreign ghosts look so strange. Look at their faces, so pale, are they weak and kidney deficient? Puff. Marin almost vomited blood when he heard such comments. You are weak and kidney deficient, your whole family has kidney deficient, I am white now, of course white people are pale, pale. Chapter 1152, Victory over the Jinwu Guards. The strict household registration system in the Ming dynasty led to little population mobility. Generally speaking, only scholars and businessmen had the opportunity to travel abroad frequently. Therefore, ordinary people were very rustic and had not seen much of the world. Although the people of the Ming dynasty in the capital were the most worldly wise, it was not like later generations where foreigners could be seen casually on the streets. The foreigners that the people of the capital usually saw were all coming to the Ming dynasty to pay tribute. However, most of the vassal states of the Ming dynasty were from East Asia and Southeast Asia. They were either East Asian yellow people who were similar to the Han people, or tan Southeast Asian Malays. There were actually relatively few white people like Marin. Although there were also Central Asian nomads who came to pay tribute to the Ming dynasty, they were also white people. However, due to the endless wars in the western regions, the road to the Ming dynasty to pay tribute was very dangerous. Therefore, there were very few white people who came to the Ming dynasty to pay tribute. Pure white Germanic people like Marin were even rarer, so there was a joke that some people thought Marin's pale skin was a sign of physical weakness. In fact, Europeans of this era were not very white. The main reason is that Europeans of this era don't like to take a bath. Although there are few people like Louis XIV who only took 7 baths in 72 years, it is common not to take a bath for several years. Therefore, most Europeans are covered with a thick layer of dirt, similar to the beggars in TV dramas, and naturally look darker. They are obviously bright people, but they are as dirty as black people. But the North Sea Kingdom is obviously an outlier, and the time traveler Marin obviously can't stand the bad habit of not taking a bath. Therefore, Marin once set a rule: no bath is allowed to appear in the court. Then, the entire North Sea Kingdom followed suit and began to get used to taking a bath. Therefore, Marin and his 1,000 men perfectly restored the white skin of white people. At first glance, the people of the Ming dynasty who had never seen the market thought that they were sickly pale. In addition to those who discussed Marin's weak body and kidney deficiency, some people also talked about Marin's curly blonde hair. Look, these foreign ghosts are so pitiful. Not only are they pale, but their hair is also dry and curly. It is obvious that they don't have good food. Hey, the people of the Ming dynasty are still happy. Well, the naturally curly blonde hair was regarded as the yellow hair of the yellow people due to malnutrition. Moreover, these Ming dynasty people discussed it quite loudly, and they were not afraid that Marin would hear it. Because, they thought that a foreign ghost like Marin could not understand the official language of the Ming dynasty. Marin had 10,000 MMPs to say in his heart. If he listened any more, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Originally, he thought he was quite handsome, and that was the fact. As a result, in the eyes of the people in the capital of the Ming dynasty, he became a weak body and kidney deficiency, and malnourished, unlucky foreign ghost. So, Marin decided to suppress these remarks that made him vomit blood. He turned back suddenly and ordered loudly, "Soldiers, come, sing, Our Beloved Lady, together." The boss gave the order, and the soldiers naturally followed it, bang, bang. It just so happened that Huang Qinghe, the chief of the Ministry of Rights, the chief officer of the Ministry of Rights, equivalent to the director of the later generations, responsible for receiving foreign guests, and Fang Yong, the commander of the Jin Wuzhuowei, who was in charge of monitoring the soldiers under Ma Lin, came to greet Ma Lin and his party. At the same time, Fang Yong also brought 2,000 soldiers of the Jin Wuzhuowei with distinctive armor. Their mission, on the one hand, is to prevent Ma Lin's troops from making trouble in the capital. At the same time, there is also the intention to suppress the other party through the majesty of the army. The left and right Jinwu guards are the top-ranked troops among the 26 guards of the Ming dynasty. When the emperor goes on tour, the soldiers of the Jinwu guards must accompany him for protection. Therefore, most of the people and horses of the Jinwu guards are physically strong, unlike the local guards who have many old, weak and disabled people. Moreover, because it is the most important guard of the pro-army, the armor of the Jinwu guards is very well distributed, and it can be said that the armor is distinctive. After all, when the emperor goes on tour, they still rely on them to support the scene. Unlike many soldiers in Tianjin who wear linen clothes, the Jinwu guards are the face of the court, and most officers wear silk. Even ordinary soldiers at least wear cotton clothes, which look very classy. As for armor, it goes without saying that they are given priority. The second-hand armor left by the Jinwu guards can be regarded as treasures by local guards. Fang Yong brought 2,000 Jinwu guard soldiers to the vicinity of Yongdingmen, the south gate of the capital, to greet Ma Lin and his party. But from the outside, the soldiers of the Jinwu left guards do look very good. After all, the Jinwu guards do not have old, weak, sick and disabled people to make up the numbers, and each of them has a bright armor. However, as soon as they arrived near Yongdingmen, they saw Ma Lin's 1,000 guards singing Our Beloved Lady and walking towards them in a neat and uniform pace. Huang Qinghe, a doctor in the Ministry of Rights, did not feel anything, but was curious about what these foreign soldiers were singing. But beside him, Fang Yong, the commander of the Jinwu left guards, was frowning and subconsciously put his hand on the hilt. Elite. This was Fang Yong's first reaction. I saw 1,000 foreign soldiers coming towards me, all of them were over 7 feet tall, over 1.7 meters, and all of them were full of fighting spirit. In terms of spirit, they were better than the 2,000 Jinwuzhuowei soldiers I brought with me. Moreover, these 1,000 men and horses, whether walking or singing, were extremely in step, which was a bit scary. As the Ming dynasty's ceremonial guard, the Jinwu guard's formation was probably the best looking in the Ming dynasty. At the very least, the Jinwu guard marched in a relatively consistent pace and the formation was relatively neat. However, during the march, the soldiers of the Jinwu guard needed to concentrate their minds to walk out a relatively consistent pace. And while walking in a consistent pace, they could not be distracted. Once distracted to do something else, the formation would be scattered. However, the foreign soldiers on the opposite side, thousands of people not only marched in step, but also sang very neat songs at the same time, which the Jinwu guard could not do. The Jinwu guard could sing neat songs, but they had to stop. Otherwise, the formation could not be highly consistent. Or, when marching at a slower speed, the Jinwu guards can also sing in unison. After all, they are a ceremonial unit. But those who march forward with big strides and sing in unison without distraction, like this group of foreign soldiers in front of us, are obviously better than the Jinwu guards. And the only thing that the Jinwu guards can do better than them is that their armor is more distinctive. In fact, Ma Lin's guards are now wearing short-sleeved shirts for the sake of coolness. But in the eyes of the ancients, it does look a bit shabby. After all, in the eyes of the Ming dynasty, the army must have armor, otherwise, it would be too poor. After the two armies joined, the soldiers of Tianjin completed their mission and quickly left Yongdingmen and returned to Tianjin. And after Ma Lin's 1,000 guards joined the Ming army of Jinwuzhuowei, the two sides walked on the street on the left and right. Afterwards, Ma Lin's guards continued to sing Our Beloved Lady, as if no one was around, with a loud and magnificent voice. On the other hand, the Ming army of Jinwuzhuowei on the side, the soldiers squinted their eyes and peeked at the foreign soldiers on the side. I was compared to others. Fang Yong shook his head bitterly. Fortunately, outsiders can't see it very well, otherwise, I will definitely be unlucky. Obviously, whether in terms of discipline or momentum, the left guard of Jinwu was outclassed by the opponent. Chapter 1153, Bribery. After sending Marin and his party to Huitong Hall, Fang Yong and his Jinwu guards took most of Marin's guards to the Jinwu guards garrison in the city to stay. Huitong Hall is specially used to entertain envoys or monarchs of vassal states, but generally speaking, few monarchs come to pay tribute. After all, monarchs generally do not leave their territory easily to avoid changes in the country. In addition, it is also very dangerous to take the sea route. Therefore, vassal states generally send envoys to pay tribute, and will not let the monarchs take risks. As for Marin's guards, except for Khan and other 20 or 30 confidant guards, everyone else was arranged to live in the Jinwu guards barracks. In fact, if Marin's 900 guards did not carry weapons and only carried flags, they would not be qualified to enter the capital at all, and would only camp outside the city. Generally speaking, even if a foreign monarch comes to the court in person, the entourage must not exceed 100 people. The rest of the people are not allowed to enter the city outside the city. But Marin presented a super auspicious black tortoise, and the 900 people were not armed, so they were allowed to enter the city as an exception. However, they were also arranged to stay in the Jinwu Guards garrison to facilitate the Jinwu Guard surveillance of them. After moving into Huitong Hall, Marin soon received a notice from Huang Qinghe, the doctor of the Ministry of Guests and Guests. The day when Marin went to court to pay tribute was set at the court meeting on the 15th day of the 6th lunar month, about 5 days later. Emperor Zhengde was not a diligent emperor, and he often went to court only once every few days. Otherwise, Lu Jin would not have the opportunity to infringe on the court and the public. The emperor went to court every day to deal with political affairs, and you, a eunuch, had the opportunity to speak. It was precisely because Zhengde did not often go to court that Lu Jin often wore red on his behalf, and only when he encountered important memorials did he let him report. Ordinary trivial matters were directly approved by Lu Jin. In this way, Lu Jin had room to operate. For example, Lu Jin could judge for himself which was a big deal and which was a small matter. Only those that were considered important were sent to Zhengde for personal approval, and those that were considered trivial were decided by themselves. But what was important and what was trivial depended entirely on how Lu Jin judged, so he had the opportunity to control the government. Seeing that the court meeting would be held in 5 days, Ma Lin decided to take this opportunity to bribe the people who needed to be bribed. Ma Lin brought several carts of silver, all packed in boxes, and escorted by the guards in person, without handling anyone else. All this silver was used to bribe Lu Jin and others. Originally, Ma Lin wanted to bribe more people. But then he thought that the people of Lu Jin's party all looked up to Lu Jin. As long as Lu Jin nodded, others dared not disagree. As for the dissatisfaction of other people in Lu Jin's party, they would be unlucky after Lu Jin fell. So, there was no need to care about their ideas. Similarly, the officials on the opposite side of Lu Jin did not need to be bribed. Because they currently had no say. However, the other people of the Zhengde 8 Tigers had to be bribed. Because, although Lu Jin is the most powerful at present, others are not bad either. The most important thing is that after Lu Jin falls, it is time for these people to turn over. If you don't bribe them now, when Lu Jin falls, he will definitely make things difficult for you. Moreover, eunuchs are the most vengeful. If you ignore him, you are most likely to be hated. Therefore, others can choose not to bribe, but none of the 8 Tigers of Zhengde can escape, and they all have to be served in place. Of course, eunuch Gao Feng has retired and returned home to retire, so there is no need to bribe. And Qiu Ju, who has been assigned to Nanjing, is also out of reach. As for Zhang Yong, who went to Anhua, Qinyang, to appease the people, although he was not there, Ma Lin must also give gifts. Otherwise, it is not a good thing to be remembered by Zhang Yong after returning. Moreover, because of his meritorious service in exposing Lu Jin, Zhang Yong was later very important. However, if you want to bribe these eunuchs, it seems indecent to drag a big box to the door in broad daylight, which will be criticized. However, there is a curfew in the capital at night, and you can't go out casually. In addition, money houses had not yet flourished in this era. Money houses and ticket offices would not flourish until the late Jiajing dynasty, and it was difficult to exchange so much silver into silver notes that were easy to carry. Therefore, Ma Lin secretly contacted Lu Jin through Jinyui, saying that he would visit him at night and ask him to help solve the curfew problem. Lu Jin naturally knew that Ma Lin was going to bribe him, so he was naturally happy. Moreover, he was powerful in the court, and it was just a matter of a word for him to solve this problem. Then, a small team of Jinui was sent to Huitong Hall to assist Ma Lin. Then, Ma Lin also put on a Jinui costume, not Faiyufu. Faiyufu could not be rewarded and could not be worn randomly, pretending to go out with Jinui at night to handle cases. As for the guards under Ma Lin who were responsible for carrying boxes of silver, they also changed into ordinary clothes of low-level Jinui. Then, under the guidance of several formal Jinui, that night, Marin and several of his men, carrying several boxes of silver, came to Lu Jin's house outside the palace. Marin, the lord of Beihai State, has met eunuch Lu. After arriving at the living room of Lu Jin's house, Marin saw Lu Jin sitting in the main seat and hurriedly bowed and saluted. It was a standard bow. In fact, at this time in the Ming dynasty, Lu Jin was in power, and ordinary dukes and marquises of the Ming dynasty had to not only salute but even kneel when they saw Lu Jin. But Marin was the lord of a foreign vassal state, and he was a barbarian who did not understand etiquette. Therefore, Lu Jin would not care too much. What's more, Marin came to give money, he was the god of wealth. Moreover, Marin was not willing to kneel down to a eunuch, it was too embarrassing. Kneeling to Emperor Zhengde was fine, but kneeling to a eunuch was a big joke. Therefore, he played dumb directly, and Lu Jin was not convenient to publicly ask a foreign monarch to kneel down for him. After Lu Jin snorted casually, he indicated that he knew. Then, he cast his eyes on the boxes that Marin brought. Marin immediately understood and asked his men to open the boxes. Then, with the help of the light, the glittering silver appeared under Lu Jin's eyes. Marin brought a total of 5 boxes, each of which contained 10,000 taels of silver. Even though Lu Jin had seen a lot of gold and silver, he was quite satisfied with these 5 boxes of silver. After all, Marin was just a foreign ghost king, and he was satisfied to be able to give him so much money. Please sit down, Lord Ma. Lu Jin's attitude immediately improved a lot when he saw the money, and he happily asked Marin to sit down. More seats are given by Lord Lu. Marin sat down happily and chatted with Lu Jin. I wonder how far Lord Ma's Beihai kingdom is from Daming, how big is the territory? How many people are there? Lu Jin asked straight to the point. For Marin, Lu Jin had a high-handed mentality, and he was too lazy to be polite and asked directly. My country is about 26,000 miles away from the Ming dynasty. Marin thought about the length of the Eurasian bridge in the future and applied it directly. But the road is very unsafe. There are many powerful countries along the way, and there are also powerful forces with many cavalry like Mongolia. Therefore, most people will not take the road. Otherwise, they will be killed by these grassland barbarians halfway. What about the sea route? How far? Lu Jin asked with interest. About 30,000 to 40,000 miles, it will take more than a year. But the sea route is not very safe either. If you encounter a hurricane, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. So, coming to the Ming dynasty is actually a gamble with your life. Lu Jin nodded, and agreed with Marin's opinion. As a eunuch of the Ming dynasty, Zheng He is definitely an idol of the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty. Lu Jin naturally learned about Zheng He's sailing deeds and knew that what Marin said was true. Hurricanes, typhoons, often occur on the South China Sea. If a ship encounters one, it will definitely not be able to escape. What about your country's territory and population? The land area of our country is about the same as that of Zhejiang province. Marin thought about it, and it seemed that the area of the German mainland of the North Sea Kingdom was about 65,000 square kilometers. But the newly acquired Scottish Highlands are more than 20,000 square kilometers, plus the southern border province, Northumberland in England and Wicklow County in Ireland, which definitely add up to more than 100,000 square kilometers, basically catching up with Zhejiang province. Population, probably less than 2 million. This statement is actually a bit watery. The population of the North Sea Kingdom is about 1.5 million, but the population in the Scottish Highlands and other places is sparse, and the population of Northumberland, Scottish border County and Wicklow County is not large either, which is still a long way from 2 million. But the people of the Ming dynasty had no way to verify it, so they naturally let Marin brag. Moreover, Marin didn't brag too much. Oh, it's quite big. Seeing that Lord Ma is so generous, does your country have a silver mine? Lu Jin is a greedy guy. Obviously, this guy has set his sights on Marin and wants to get more. Marin naturally couldn't be stupid enough to say that he had a lot of money, so he began to cry poor. Marin said that all the money was all the property in the treasury of the Beihai kingdom. If you can get permission from the Ming dynasty, you can buy silk and other Ming dynasty products and sell them back to the country to recover the cost. Otherwise, you will go bankrupt. Lu Jin was impatient, but he also gave up the idea of blackmailing Marin. In his opinion, the barbarians of foreign countries are all poor in remote areas. They come to the Ming dynasty to pay tribute and ask for more rewards. Therefore, he believes that the Beihai kingdom has no money. Seeing that Marin sent so much silver, Lu Jin agreed to speak for Marin. Then, Marin took the opportunity to ask Lu Jin to continue to help and let him go to the houses of several other eunuchs to give gifts. Moreover, Marin deliberately let Lu Jin know that he only planned to give 1 or 2,000 taels of silver to others. Lu Jin was in a good mood and agreed to help. Moreover, Marin's move also made Lu Jin believe that Marin really had no money. In fact, 50,000 taels of silver was only equivalent to more than 43,000 gold coins, and Marin could easily sell a batch of grain for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Marin didn't feel bad about this little money. Of course, he didn't want to be a sucker and continue to be slaughtered. So, he deliberately let Lu Jin think that he had no money. Chapter 1154 The secret technique of bribing civil officials, copying poems. Ma Lin asked Lu Jin for help, and Lu Jin agreed to continue to let the team of Jinui accompany Ma Lin to visit the other eunuchs of the 8 tigers at night. However, the team of Jinui was Lu Jin's people, so they naturally paid attention to the number of gifts Ma Lin gave. Therefore, it was not good for Ma Lin to give more. Otherwise, if he gave too much, he would offend Lu Jin. Therefore, Ma Lin gave 2,000 taels of silver to each family as he said to Lu Jin. 2,000 taels of silver is really not much in front of the red people in front of Emperor Zhengde. Several eunuchs such as Gu Deong, Qiu Ju and Ma Yongqing were not very satisfied. After all, they were the red people in front of the emperor, and their vision was a bit high. However, because several people did not control the government like Lu Jin, not many people bribed them. Moreover, to be honest, 2,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. The meeting gifts given by local officials to Lu Jin, a leader, started at only 1,000 taels. But Lu Jin controlled the government, especially the Ministry of Personnel. Zhang Kai, the Minister of Personnel, was a member of Lu Jin's party, so those officials dared not give. And Gu Deong, Qiu Ju, Ma Yongqing and others, because they had no real power, not many people gave them gifts. 2,000 taels was not much, but it was not too little. Ma Lin was not a fool, and naturally knew that these people were not satisfied. Therefore, before leaving, Ma Lin hinted to several people that there would be a second batch of silver in August. August was the day when Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong returned to Beijing from Anhua, Qingyang, and then the two would impeach Lu Jin. Once Lu Jin fell, Ma Lin had no scruples about sending other people. Sending now would be suspected of offending Lu Jin. Hearing that there was a second batch of silver, these eunuchs were all happy. After all, eunuchs cannot be humane, and that's all they pursue. Moreover, sending silver in batches not only avoids offending Lu Jin, who is now in his heyday, but also gives the other tigers the impression that I am a little tight on money, so that a few guys will not blackmail themselves in the future. After giving gifts to several eunuchs, Ma Lin did not stop, but continued to bribe. However, this time, the target was changed to civil officials. First of all, it was naturally Li Dongyang, the chief minister of the cabinet. Li Dongyang has been the chief minister of the cabinet since Lu Jian was defeated by Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin controlled the government, it did not mean that Li Dongyang was incompetent. In fact, Li Dongyang was just smoother than Lu Jian. Moreover, although Lu Jin controlled the government, it did not mean that Li Dongyang had no say. It's just that Lu Jin controlled the Ministry of Personnel and the official hats of all officials, and he had more say. Moreover, with the fall of Lu Jin in August, it was Li Dongyang's era. After all, Emperor Zhengde didn't like to be in charge. But the problem is that ordinary wealth and goods are not in his eyes for civil officials like Li Dongyang. Moreover, Li Dongyang himself is not short of money, and he may not necessarily want it if you give him money. Marin thought for a long time and decided to do something elegant. At first, Marin planned to spend a lot of money to buy some famous calligraphy and paintings to send to him, but he felt it was inappropriate. Why? Because if he spent a lot of money to buy famous calligraphy and paintings, Lu Jin would definitely get the news, and the other members of the 8 tigers would also get the news. Well, it turns out that you still have money and are unwilling to give it to us. Therefore, spending a lot of money to buy famous calligraphy and paintings is not feasible. However, if you don't spend a lot of money, you can't buy high-quality calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. If the calligraphy and paintings are not up to standard, how can you show them to the Prime Minister of the Ming Empire? For this reason, Marin was very worried. Then, Marin saw the idiot Durer who had just finished his meal and was picking his teeth. Well, I was just worried about not having good calligraphy in paintings, but here is a living painter. So, Marin dragged Durer, the idiot, to Li Dongyang's house. However, when he arrived at Li Dongyang's house, Marin found that he seemed to have nothing in his hands. Although he had good painting skills, it was indeed inappropriate to come empty-handed. So, Marin stood in front of the gate of Li Dongyang's mansion and thought of an excuse temporarily. Please inform me that Marin, the king of Beihai, came to visit Li Golao. I heard that Golao was a leader in poetry and painting, and he was the leader of the Ming dynasty literary world. I came to ask for calligraphy as the treasure of Beihai kingdom. Then, Marin quietly stuffed a small silver ingot into the doorman's hand. After all, he was a 7th-rank official in front of the prime minister. Damn, this excuse. Marin couldn't help but want to give himself a thumbs up. The literati in the Ming dynasty loved fame the most. During Li Dongyang's time as the prime minister, because of Lu Jin's tyranny, his political achievements were not impressive. However, Li Dongyang liked to write poems and paint, and was known as the leader of the literary world. Marin's excuse really hit the nail on the head. At this time, Durer was carrying a painting folder, pen, ink and paper, and he really looked like someone who came to ask for calligraphy. Soon, the doorman asked Marin to go to the back garden of Li's mansion to meet Li Dongyang. When Marin and Durer arrived at the garden of Li's mansion, Li Dongyang was wearing a bamboo hat and sitting on a small boat by the pond fishing. Because it was drizzling, he also put on a finely crafted raincoat on his shoulders to keep out the rain. Ancient literati liked to write, and many people also liked fishing. Because it is said that fishing can cultivate one's character and is the style of hermits and masters. In layman's terms, fishing is also a way for literati to pretend. Although Marin is the king of Beihai kingdom, he is nothing in the eyes of the people of the Ming dynasty. What's more, Li Dongyang is the chief minister of the Ming Empire. Therefore, after Marin came, Li Dongyang did not stand up, but just nodded calmly, and then invited Marin to rest in the pavilion by the pool. It seems that he planned to finish this round of fishing before inviting Marin. Marin was bored sitting there, so he simply asked Durer to turn on the painter and start sketching. It is impossible to paint oil paintings, there are too many equipment for oil paintings, and it takes a long time. Therefore, sketching is the best. Durer spread out the drawing paper, sucked some ink with a feather pen, and began to quickly paint the picture of Li Dongyang wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat sitting on a small boat by the pool fishing according to Marin's instructions. However, in order to enhance the effect, Marin asked Durer to replace the background of the pool in the garden of Li's mansion with a big river. After all, fishing alone in a boat on a big river is more impressive. Durer had never seen a river, but he had seen the Rhine. Then, the scene of Li Dongyang fishing in the garden pond was painted by him as fishing sitting on the Rhine. Li Dongyang was sent out of the country without anyone noticing. However, fortunately, Durer did not depict the background of the Rhine River in too much detail, so it can be used interchangeably. Durer painted very quickly, and before Li Dongyang had finished fishing, Durer had already finished the painting. It was indeed a sketch. But this sketch alone is not good enough to bribe the Prime Minister of the Ming cabinet. It was nothing, it was just too lowbrow. So, Ma Lin thought about it and decided to use the ultimate skill of a time traveler, copying poems. So, he imitated the scene of a scholar writing poems and pretending to be cool, and suddenly shouted, "I got it." This shout was so powerful that Li Dongyang almost threw the fishing rod in his hand away. Li Dongyang glared at Ma Lin unhappily and asked indifferently, "I wonder what Master Ma has come up with." Ma Lin said shamelessly, "I just thought of a good poem, which just fits the elegant scenery of Li Golao fishing in the rain." "Oh. Why not listen to my recitation? I have been immersed in poetry for a long time. Although I don't have any masterpieces handed down from generation to generation, it is still okay to appreciate them." However, judging from his expression, he did not have any expectations. No wonder, Ma Lin is a foreign ghost after all. Can a foreign ghost write poetry? It would be good enough if he could write a rhyming doggerel. But as soon as Ma Lin opened his mouth, he immediately hit hard. A straw raincoat, a straw hat, a small boat, a 10-foot silk line, and an inch-long hook, a song, a bottle of wine, and a person fishing alone in the autumn river. Li Dongyang was really scared and threw away the fishing rod in his hand this time. Chapter 1155, One Trick to Conquer the World. Li Dongyang, who was frightened and threw away his fishing rod, stood up suddenly, came to the pavilion, took Ma Lin's hand and asked anxiously, "Which great sage wrote this masterpiece?" Obviously, Li Dongyang didn't believe that Ma Lin, a foreign ghost, could make such a brilliant masterpiece. So, he just thought he heard it from somewhere. In fact, Li Dongyang's guess was not wrong. How could Ma Lin have such a talent? Let alone Ma Lin, in later generations, although Ma Lin was a liberal arts student, the teacher never taught how to write poems. Unlike the Ming dynasty, not only did they teach how to write poems, but they also taught any couplets. It can be said that in the Ming dynasty, any scholar who was pulled out casually had the ability to write poems that was better than the middle school Chinese teachers in later generations. Even most of the literature professors were scum in front of them. Don't look at the history professors on lecture room pointing out the Jiangshan and despising the education problems in the Ming and Qing dynasties. But in fact, in terms of the level of poetry and lyrics, most modern literature professors were not even scum in the Ming dynasty. Because, in the current literary education, there is no teaching of writing poems and lyrics. Even if there are poets, most of them learn the European style of love poems. Oh no, it should be called lyric poetry, which is the kind that makes people say, "aw," all the time, a bit like a pornographic film, and also like a little H-story plot, so it is also called love poems. Later generations always say that China is a desert of poetry, but they don't think about it. Chinese people are inherently reserved, so where is the market for European and American-style love poems? Only in the 1980s, when the whole society was suffering from literary youth disease and worshipped foreigners, love poems were very popular. When Chinese people returned to rationality and no longer regarded foreigners as gods, the decline of Western poetry was almost inevitable. Of course, there are also great Western poems, such as Su Jima and Haizi, who were talented poets and wrote some classics. But how many classic Western poems are there? In the final analysis, it is still because they are not adapted to the local climate. Moreover, Western poetry is free in form, seemingly simple, but difficult. Unlike traditional poetry, which has a certain format and rules, it is easier to write poetry. In ancient times, composing lyrics was also called filling in lyrics, which was to fill in the words according to the format of the ci tune. Therefore, in ancient times, any scholar could recite a few lines of poetry. In modern times, even university professors may not be able to write a poem. Therefore, under the later literary education model, although Ma Lin is a bachelor of liberal arts, he can't even write a doggerel. At first, Ma Lin was hesitant and wanted to pretend to be a great poet. But the enthusiastic Li Dongyang suddenly started discussing literature, and ancient literature. Ma Lin couldn't answer, and immediately came to his senses, not daring to pretend to be a poet anymore. "Sir, this poem was indeed not written by me, but by my teacher, my great master." Ma Lin originally planned to blame his legendary teacher Einstein, but thinking of the national pride of the Ming people, Ma Lin finally decided to make up a great master for himself. "Sir, I have a teacher who likes to travel around the world, called Einstein. When my teacher was young, he traveled to Guangdong in the south of the Ming dynasty and met my great master, Imei." Ah no, it was Taoist Chongshu. Ma Lin originally planned to fabricate a Imei Taoist version of Lin Jingying. However, Imei Taoist has straight eyebrows, and the characteristics are too obvious. Ma Lin was afraid that the Ming court would send people to Guangdong to verify it. After all, the characteristics of Imei are too obvious, and he is a Taoist priest, so it is easy to check. So, in the end, Marin gave the non-existent master a new Taoist name, Taoist Chongshu. Yes, that's right, the head of Wudang in Swordsman. Originally, Marin wanted to say it was Wang Chongyang, but Wang Chongyang was a real historical figure, and he lived in the Song dynasty. His disciples Zhou Chuji and others are real, and even the dragon knight Yin Jiping is a real person, and he is an ancient person. So, Marin finally let Taoist Chongshu in Swordsman play this supporting role. My master's grandmaster Taoist Chongshu is also a wandering Taoist who likes to travel around the world. Under his influence, my teacher also likes to travel around the world until he met me and accepted me as a disciple. According to the teacher, my master's grandmaster Taoist Chongshu is a very talented god. He is not only highly skilled in martial arts and can beat 10 people alone, but also can recite poems and write lyrics. This, Autumn River Fishing Alone, is his peak work. It is said that this was written when he and his family passed by the Pearl River in late autumn. When he saw an old man fishing on the river, he was inspired. Marin started the fooling mode. After fooling around, Marin asked Dur to take out the sketch just now and asked Li Dongyang to write the poem just now on it. After all, Li Dongyang is also a master of calligraphy. If he writes an inscription, the value of this painting will definitely increase sharply. Who let him be the prime minister of the Ming dynasty and a leader in the literary world? Some leaders in later generations who write like dogs dare to write inscriptions, let alone such a master of calligraphy. After seeing Durer's very realistic sketches, Li Dongyang was also quite interested. After all, in ancient times, calligraphy and painting were inseparable. Many ancient literati were good at painting. Even if they were not good at painting, they liked to write poems on paintings. For example, the poem Inscription on the Picture of Fishing Alone on the Autumn River, copied by Ma Lin, was a poem written by Wang Shizhen, a great poet in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, for his friend's painting. Moreover, many painters at that time also liked to ask literary masters to write poems. Especially those less well-known painters, after asking literary masters to write poems, the value of the painting also increased sharply. After all, Li Dongyang is not a painter, and he doesn't know much about Western paintings. Therefore, he didn't discuss sketches with Ma Lin too much. Of course, Western paintings such as sketches are still rare in the Ming dynasty. So, after writing the poem, Li Dongyang looked at the painting with some reluctance. It's not that he likes the painting, but he likes the poem more. Ma Lin came to bribe, so he would not give face. So, Ma Lin proposed to give the painting to Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang hurriedly declined, saying that he didn't want to take away someone's love. Ma Lin waved his hand and ordered, "Durer, draw another one." Then, the painting coolie, Durer quickly drew another sketch of the same. Then, Ma Lin asked Li Dongyang to write a poem again and leave his name, saying that the previous one would be given to the old man. "I want this one to be a national treasure." This move immediately made Li Dongyang smile. After all, he is a calligrapher and likes his calligraphy to be treasured, especially the super high standard of national treasure. Then, naturally, both the host and the guest are happy. And Ma Lin also achieved his goal. Because Li Dongyang had clearly promised to help speak up. Just like that, the original dirty thing of bribery was changed into an elegant way by Marin, making everyone happy. Next, Marin visited other members of the cabinet. First of all, it was naturally Yang Tingyi. Li Dongyang would retire in 2 years, and at that time, the chief minister of the Ming dynasty would be replaced by Yang Tingyi. Moreover, this guy would continue to be the chief minister until the early Jiajing dynasty, when he was forced away by Jiajing because of the dispute over great etiquette. Yang Tingyi was an upright person, upright and an honest official. But Marin also had a way. He asked Durer to draw a picture of a bamboo forest, added some rocks, and then copied a poem, Bamboo and Rock, by Zheng Banqiao, holding on to the green mountains and not letting go. The roots are originally in the broken rocks, thousands of grindings and thousands of blows are still strong, no matter the east, west, south, and north winds. Then, the great Qing official Yang Tingyi was knocked out. Next, Chao Yuan seemed to be closely connected with Lu Jin and was about to get into trouble. Lu Yuan seemed to be retiring soon. So, Marin went straight to Yang Chu, who later became the prime minister. He first asked Durer to paint a picture of autumn wind and falling leaves, and then presented Gong Zizhen's fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect flowers. Liang Chu was knocked out. Marin knocked out several bigwigs in the Ming cabinet with just one move. Chapter 1156, Finally Going to Court. After returning, Marin thought again and again, and felt that he still couldn't leave behind Zhang Kai and Chao Yuan, who were members of Lu Jin's party. After all, one of them was the Minister of Personnel and the other was the Minister of War, and they were the two most powerful knives under Lu Jin. At this juncture, it is better not to offend them. However, I had already told Lu Jin that I had no money, and it seemed unreasonable to send money at this time. So, Marin thought of a way borrowing. When Lu Jin was in power, because Lu Jin blackmailed the ministers. If you don't give it, let the Ministry of Personnel controlled by Zhang Kai give a bad review. This bad review is much worse than the bad review of Taobao in later generations, which can ruin people's official career. Therefore, all officials had no choice but to give gifts. As for those who had no money, they could only borrow from the rich in the capital to give gifts. At this time, there was no money house specializing in deposits and receptions. Generally, large households lent money privately, and the interest rate was also quite high. In many cases, the loan can reach 3/10 interest. That is, a monthly interest rate of 3% and an annual interest rate of 36%. Some black-hearted lenders also compound interest, resulting in higher annual interest. Of course, loans to officials generally do not have a 3-point interest rate, after all, they are big guys. But even if it is 1 point of interest, the annual interest rate is 12%. In order to show that he has no money, Ma Lin specially sent someone to deliberately find a pawnshop owner named Lu Ju and borrowed 4,000 taels of silver from him to give 2,000 taels to each of the two big guys, Zhang Kai and Chao Yuan. Lu Ju is actually Lu Jin's family slave, and the pawnshop he opened is also Lu Jin's industry. Ma Lin had already inquired about this. Lu Ju opened a pawnshop in the name of usury. With Lu Jin's support behind him, there are naturally no taboos. Moreover, many officials who gave gifts to Lu Jin also came here to borrow money. Because, in secret, this pawnshop is actually one of Lu Jin's official designated lending points. Lu Ju quickly reported the news of Ma Lin's loan to Lu Jin. Lu Jin nodded and indicated that he could receive it. However, bullying Marin as a barbarian, asking for 2% interest, which is 24% annual interest. He really has no money. Lu Jin sighed, and no longer thought about slaughtering Marin, the sheep. In fact, Marin still had a lot of silver on the warship at Daguku, guarded by the Frisian sailors who stayed on the ship. Lu Jin didn't know this. Moreover, even if Lu Jin sent someone to search the ship, he might not find it. Because all the silver is in the secret compartment of the cabin, which is relatively hidden. Even most of the sailors on the ship didn't know the existence of these silvers. That night, Marin sent 2,000 taels of silver to Zhang Kai and Chao Yuan. Although the two of them were a little bit too little, as a member of Lu Jin's party, they also heard about Marin's gift to Lu Jin and made him poor, so it was hard to say anything. After all, the big head of the benefits was taken away by the boss, how dare they be dissatisfied? As for Lu Zhong, Marin asked about it, and it seemed that this guy had not yet entered the cabinet. It seems that Lu Zhong entered the cabinet after Lu Jin fell from power, because Chao Yuan was implicated and resigned, and the vacancy was filled. Now, Lu Zhong is still in charge of the Hanlin Academy. Although Qingui has a future, he does not have much say. Moreover, Ma Lin has already dealt with the three big guys, Li Dongyang, Yang Tingyi and Liang Chu, which is enough. Li Dongyang is a smooth person and has a good relationship with everyone. After Wang Ao retired, Yang Tingyi became the representative of the Qinglu faction in the court. At this time, Liang Chu did not actually enter the cabinet, because there were not enough positions in the cabinet, but he was only one step away from entering the cabinet. With the support of Lu Jin's party and the support of the two civil officials, Li Dongyang and Yang Tingyi, Ma Lin felt that there should be no big problem. So he stopped bribing. Besides, as the leader of a foreign country, it was not suitable for him to continue jumping up and down in the capital. Then, 5 days passed, and Marin also waited for the court meeting on June 15 of the lunar calendar. This super meeting was actually a temporary meeting between the Grand Court meeting and the regular court meeting. Generally speaking, foreign envoys chose to pay tribute together at the Jingdan Grand Court meeting. The so-called Jingdan Grand Court meeting is the first Grand Court meeting of the new year at the beginning of the first month of the lunar calendar. At this Grand Court meeting, all officials gathered in the capital, and envoys from various foreign countries also concentrated on this day to pay tribute, which was very lively. Strictly speaking, Marin came at the wrong time. Because according to the rules, he should come at the end of the year and then participate in the New Year's Grand Court meeting. However, Marin came, the time was in the middle of the year, and there were still several months before the end of the year. If it was an ordinary envoy, he might be able to let the other party wait. But the person who came was the king, so he couldn't wait. After all, the king of a country is very busy, how can he wait for a few months? And based on the precedent of the king of Brunei in the Nanyang during the Ming Qingzu period, when several kings came, the crown prince would even come out to receive the king. But Zhengde was young and had no sons, so he could only let the Ministry of Rights receive him first. Moreover, since Zhu Yuanzhang founded the country, there have been very few kings who came to the court in person. The most concentrated ones were the several Nanyang kings brought back by Zheng He from his voyage to the west. Moreover, this was because people thought Zheng He's ship was very large and safe, so they dared to follow the ship. At other times, the kings of foreign countries rarely came to the court in person. Only occasionally did the tribal leaders in the northwest come to the court in person, but those tribes were not formal countries, and they rose and fell in the evening, and changed very quickly. Therefore, it was still rare for Malin's parents and children to come to the court. For this reason, the Ming court temporarily convened a small court meeting that was larger than the usual court meeting, specifically for receiving Malin's tribute. In fact, if ordinary people came to pay tribute on a ship, the Ming court might not believe it. Because, in the Song dynasty, there were Arab merchants who pretended to be envoys of the Seljuk Empire. At that time, the Seljuk Empire had already perished, but some people pretended to be Seljuk envoys to pay tribute and receive generous rewards. Fortunately, someone knew the news of the demise of the Seljuk Empire and exposed it. Otherwise, the southern Song dynasty would have made a big joke. Since then, the Ming dynasty has learned lessons and often has to confirm the identity of the other party in every possible way before issuing a license for tribute. No tribute is not allowed without a license. But Marin's hand is very big, with 10 warships and thousands of guards that shocked the Ming court. In this way, Marin is unlikely to be suspected of being a businessman. Because ordinary merchants simply cannot have the ability to build such a huge ship. Moreover, the elite of the thousands of guards are by no means trained by ordinary forces. In this way, the officials of the Ming court no longer doubted Marin's identity. Moreover, because of the money received, Lu Jin, the controller of the government, also helped to speak, and no one doubted it. In addition, Marin's hand is very big, with 9 black turtles that shocked the civil and military officials of the Ming dynasty. The situation at this time is if you question Marin's identity, you are questioning the origin of the black turtle. The Ming dynasty needed this auspicious sign very much. Questioning Ma Lin's identity was equivalent to questioning whether the Ming dynasty should get the auspicious sign, and it was the top black tortoise among the auspicious signs. Only a fool would question it. Well, since there is no problem with the identity. Next, we have to greet Marin, the king. So, the court held a small court meeting between the big court meeting and the regular court meeting. The specifications are not low, and it not only means to attach importance to it, but also means to show off the majesty of the celestial empire. Early in the morning of June 15, under the leadership of the Langzhong Yuanweilong of the Ministry of Rites, Ma Lin changed into the hot court clothes, put on the 8-beam crown, and held the ivory court hu. Under the guidance of the officials of the Ministry of Rites, he stepped into the court seriously. Chapter 1157 In the Golden Palace, Ma De deceives. This court meeting was held in Fengtian Hall, which is the Hall of Supreme Harmony in later generations, and is also called Jinluan Hall by the people. Under normal circumstances, Jinluan Hall is not easily used. It is only held in the Jinluan Hall during the New Year's Day court meeting, the winter solstice and the Wanshou festival, the emperor's birthday, the emperor's enthronement, the wedding, the expedition ceremony, and the new moon and full moon court, the court meeting on the 1st and 15th day of each month. Usually, the ministers are very hardworking during the morning court. Because the general morning court is not held in the hall at all, but held in Fengtian Gate, Taihe Gate, also known as the Emperor's Hearing at the Gate. The Emperor is better, sitting on the dragon chair in the corridor under the gate to listen to the evidence. The ministers, on the other hand, stand in the open space outside Fengtian Gate. If it is spring, summer and autumn, it is okay, but in winter, the cold wind blows and it is freezing to death. It just so happens that June 15th is the Wang court in the new moon and full moon court, and the Ming court simply took the opportunity to hold a grand ceremony in the Jinluan Hall to meet the foreign monarch Ma Lin. Before stepping into the Golden Palace, Ma Lin was a little nervous. After all, this was a big show. But Ma Lin secretly encouraged himself, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to act in a costume drama, I'm here to act in a costume drama. Ma Dahua, come on." Under the guidance of the officials of the Ministry of Rites, Ma Lin, holding the court hu, bowed his head slightly and stood carefully at a certain distance from the emperor. Then, Ma Lin knelt in the middle of the hall, holding the hu with both hands, and bowed 5 times. Then, he held the hu with his right hand, let go of his left hand, and performed the 3 kowtow ceremony. While kowtowing, Ma Lin followed the instructions of the officials of the Ministry of Rites and said loudly, "Your Ma Lin, the ruler of the North Sea Kingdom in the western region, kowtows to His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Emperor." After kowtowing, Ma Lin did not raise his head immediately, but continued to lie down, waiting for Zhengde's instructions. "You are the Lord of Ma from the Northwest Sea Kingdom of Thailand? Stand up, raise your head and let me see." The 18-year-old Emperor Zhengde said with interest on the dragon throne in the Golden Palace. "Thank you, Lord." Marin replied according to the routine. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, ministers all knelt to answer. According to the feudal etiquette, being able to stand up and answer by the emperor without kneeling is indeed a favor. In fact, the reason why Emperor Zhengde asked Marin to stand up and look up was just out of curiosity to see what Marin looked like. If he knelt, how could he see clearly? When Marin raised his head and chest, everyone was surprised. After all, Marin was a big man with a height of almost 1.8 meters. In the ancient Ming dynasty, this was definitely considered a tall man. Although northerners are tall, there are definitely not many who can reach 1.8 meters in this era, but there are many who are over 1.7 meters. And southerners of this era, those who are over 1.7 meters can be considered tall. Coincidentally, most of the civil servants in the Ming dynasty were from the south. After all, the culture of the south is prosperous, and it is easier to produce talents than the north. Of course, this does not mean that southerners are smarter than northerners. It is because there are more paddy fields in the south, and crops can be harvested at least twice a year. Therefore, southerners generally have better economic conditions and a high school enrollment rate. With more scholars, there are naturally more talents. The north grows dry land, and it is difficult to harvest twice a year. There are also frequent droughts, so it is naturally poorer. Studying is very expensive. The northerners are poor, so naturally there are fewer scholars and fewer talented people. Therefore, in the Ming dynasty, southerners with short stature had an advantage and were the main force of civil servants in the court. If Xu Yuanzhang had not forcibly stipulated that jinshi should be admitted according to the ratio of 6 in the south and 4 in the north, it is estimated that there would be very few northerners serving as officials in the court. But even if Xu Yuanzhang took special care of it, the imperial examination results of northerners were not ideal. Although 40% of jinshi were northerners, there were very few northern scholars who ranked in the top 3. Most of the top 3, second place, and third place were southerners. Among them, the largest number of people came from Nanzili, Zhejiang province, and Jiangxi province. Although there are 300 jinshi in each subject, only those who rank high have a greater chance to stay in the court. As for those who rank low, most of them are transferred to local areas to serve as county magistrates. Therefore, the ministers in the court are mainly scholars from the south. Of course, the average height is not high. Emperor Zhengde is more than 1.7 meters tall, which is not short in the Ming dynasty. However, compared with Ma Lin, who is 1.8 meters tall, he is still a lot shorter. The young Emperor Zhengde looked at Ma Lin curiously and murmured, "Yellow hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, it is indeed a typical image of a Western foreign ghost." At this time, there was no noise in the Golden Palace. In order to see more clearly, Emperor Zhengde asked Ma Lin to step forward a few steps. So, Ma Lin heard what Emperor Zhengde said. Ma Lin suddenly had a few black lines on his head. Foreigners are foreigners, why add the word ghost, it's really rude. Then, Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao seemed to remember something and asked curiously, "Prince Ma, I see that you are a real foreign ghost from the west, why do you speak Mandarin so well? And, there is a northern accent." Ma Lin spoke authentic Mandarin of later generations, but the Mandarin of the Ming dynasty had a southern accent. After all, the first capital of the Ming dynasty was Nanjing, which belonged to the Jiangnan region. Later, because the Manchus with a big mouthful of dregs entered the pass, the Mandarin of the capital was closer to the northern accent. Therefore, to the people of the Ming dynasty, Ma Lin's Mandarin was very close to the Mandarin spoken by the northerners in Yanzhou with a hometown accent. This. Marin thought for a while, and began to recite lines. These lines were all replies that Marin had thought of long ago, and they were purely fictitious. So, Marin held his breath and began to pretend. "No," he began to reply. "Your Majesty, I have a teacher named Einstein, who traveled around the world in his early years and came to Guangdong on the southern coast of the Ming dynasty. There, he learned from my great-grandmaster Taoist Chongshu. He not only learned all the skills of my great-grandmaster, but also learned my great-grandmaster's northern Mandarin. Then, he taught me. It is said that my great-grandmaster Taoist Chongshu, his ancestral home is the land of Yanzhou in the north of Daming, so he naturally speaks Mandarin with a northern accent." "I see." Emperor Zhengde nodded. Ma Lin's explanation is very reasonable, and Zhu Hozhao is still very young, and it is easy to trust others at this time. "So, Lord Ma, you claim to be the Lord of Beihai Kingdom. How big is the Beihai Kingdom, how many people are there, and how strong is it?" Ma Lin held his breath again and continued to use the method of deception. "Your Majesty, my Beihai Kingdom is about the same size as South Korea in the 7 Kingdoms of the Warring States period, which is equivalent to the area of Zhejiang province in the Ming dynasty. As for the population, it is less than 2 million. In addition, the Beihai Kingdom has about 60,000 troops." "What? There are 60,000 troops with a population of less than 2 million? Isn't this too militaristic?" The ministers in the court immediately discussed it. The Ming Empire had a population of nearly 100 million, and the army was only about 900,000 in the Zhengde dynasty. In other words, the ratio of the number of troops to the population in the Ming Empire was only about 1%. In the Beihai Kingdom, the number of troops accounted for more than 3% of the total population. Its proportion is more than 3 times that of the Ming dynasty. In the eyes of the Ming dynasty literati who valued peace, it was indeed a bit too aggressive. Influenced by his ministers, Emperor Zhengde also felt that the scale of the Beihai army was too large. Facing Zhengde's inquiry, Ma Lin, who had good acting skills, complained with a bitter face, "Your Majesty, I don't want to support so many troops." Then, Ma Lin performed a new round of deception in the Golden Palace. Chapter 1158 Listening to Teacher Ma's Story. Before speaking, Ma Lin asked Kong Tai, who followed him to the court, to enter the Jimawan Palace. Because Kong Tai was holding a huge map of Europe in his hand. After getting Zhengda's permission, Kong Tai took the map and entered the Jinluan Palace from outside the palace. Then, the eunuch brought it close and spread it out for Zhengda to see. This is a relatively accurate map of Europe, which depicts the territories of various countries in detail, and it is depicted in Chinese characters. However, there are too many countries on it, and Zhengda is dizzy, so he simply asked Ma Lin to point it out to him. Ma Lin did it immediately, but when he came forward, several Jinui generals came forward and gathered around Zhengda to prevent Ma Lin from hurting people. Their hands were all on the hilt. As long as Ma Lin dared to move, they would draw their swords and chop people. Of course, Ma Lin would not move, and he was not stupid. If he took action in the hall and didn't bring any weapons, he would definitely be chopped into meat sauce. When he stepped forward, Lu Jin took away the court tablet in Marin's hand, to prevent him from using the ivory tablet as a weapon to hit Zhengda. When he came in front of Zhengda, Marin first pointed to the North Sea and said, "This is the North Sea, an ocean in the northwest of Europe, about 8 times the size of the Bohai Sea. This is the native area of the North Sea Kingdom, with a total area of about 1/4 the size of Nanzili. This is the capital of the North Sea Kingdom, Auric. Look over here, this is the island of Great Britain. The northernmost part of the island is my territory." Marin pointed to the Scottish Highlands. Then, he pointed to the east coast of the middle of the British Isles and said, "This is Northumberland, a border county. Together with the Highland County in the north, the total area should be as large as Cheongjo Island." Then he pointed to Wicklow County on the island of Ireland and said, "This is also my territory. The area of this land is equivalent to 2 Daxing counties in northern Gili, but I gave it to my brother as a fiefdom." "Fiefdom? Is it real fiefdom?" Zhengda asked curiously. In the Ming dynasty, although there were also vassal kings who claimed to have fiefdoms, in fact, the control was in the hands of the court. The vassal kings themselves were mascots, responsible for collecting rent and being local landlords. But Zhengda had read history and knew that the princes in history were real fiefdoms and had great power. Yes, real fiefdom. The 2 counties in this county are completely managed by my brother. He even has the right to recruit his own army. Aren't you afraid that your brother will rebel? Zhengda asked in surprise. In his education, the civil servants reminded him many times to beware of those vassal kings. For example, the 7 Kings Rebellion during the reign of Emperor Jing of the Han Dynasty and the 8 Kings Rebellion during the Western Jin Dynasty are classic historical cases. Marin smiled and replied, "Of course I am afraid, so, Your Majesty, look, how far is this place from my capital?" Marin pointed to County Wicklow and then to Auric. Emperor Zhengda laughed out loud, "Indeed, since you are wary of your brother, why don't you just take away his military power? Wouldn't it be better to let him be a rich and comfortable man?" Marin shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, you don't know that in Europe, the eldest son inheritance system is implemented. In order to save expenses, in Europe, only the eldest son of the king can inherit the throne. As for other sons, the king with more land will grant a piece of land, a duke, an earl, etc. In kingdoms with less land, the king may not grant land to other princes. Even some princes were sent to monasteries to become monks. In this way, the land of the sons can be saved." So cruel. Zhengda was greatly surprised. On the side, the ministers in the court also felt that this was too much. "What's this?" Marin smiled and continued, "This is still the king. If it is replaced by the small princes below, they will do even more. For example, the lowest level vassal knights often have only 1 village in their fiefdom, which is equivalent to a landlord in the Ming dynasty. If it is divided among other sons, the eldest son will also starve, and even cannot afford a warhorse and armor. Therefore, the knight family generally raises other sons other than the eldest son to the age of 18 or 21, and then gives them a horse, a set of armor, and a weapon, and drives them out of the house, leaving them to fend for themselves." This. Zhengda and the civil and military officials in the court were speechless. Because, in the traditional Chinese culture, even bastards have the right to divide the family property, which is not as ruthless as Europe. Therefore, the people of the Ming dynasty could not understand this behavior. At this time, Marin said shockingly, "In fact, I was also the second son who was driven out of the house." Ah. Zhengda and the ministers were a little stunned. "Aren't you the king of the North Sea?" Then, Zhengda said with shining eyes, "Tell me about your miserable story." "No, it's your past experience." Obviously, Wuliang Zhengda likes to listen to people's tragic experiences. Marin was here to build relationships, so he would not refuse. So, he vividly described his experience. "Of course, it was beautified. I was born in a family of the lowest level vassal knight. My father was a poor knight who was not valued by the Lord, and the village he was assigned was also very poor. So, when I was 16 years old, I was driven out of the house with only a horse, a gun and half a set of armor. Kicked out of the house at the age of 16. Emperor Zhengde looked at Marin with emotion, and then asked, "How old are you this year?" "I am 32 this year." Marin replied. "In other words, it took you 16 years to go from a poor guy who was driven out of the house to a lord with 60,000 troops." The blood of Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao burned. He felt that people should live as wonderfully as Marin. Then, he imagined all kinds of scenes of Marin raising an army to conquer the world. So, he asked, "Tell me quickly, how did you raise an army? What banner did you raise? Was the slogan, 'The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky should be established'?" Marin's head was full of black lines, and the ministers in the court were also full of black lines. "You think it's Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" So, Marin shook his head and said, "I didn't raise an army to rebel. In Europe, it is impossible to become the king of a country without royal blood." "Royal blood? But didn't you say you are just the son of a knight? Moreover, you are not the eldest son." Zhu Hozhao has a good memory. "That's right, but your majesty, have you heard the story of the orphan of Zhao?" Marin asked with a smile. The story of the orphan of Zhao was turned into a zaju in the Yuan dynasty and was very famous. Suddenly, Zhengde and the civil and military officials in the court looked at Marin. Emperor Zhengde was shocked and said, "Could it be that, your father is not your father, and you are a prince in distress who was taken out of the palace when you were young?" Zhengde began to imagine again. Ma Lin had another row of black lines on his head. "No, no, I am naturally my father's son. It's just that my mother is a princess in distress." Oh, it turned out to be the orphan of Zhao. Well, Zhengde imagined again. That's about right. My grandfather was the son of a prince. However, when he was young, a traitor rebelled and killed my great-grandfather. So my grandfather had to go into exile and hide. Later, my grandfather married and gave birth to my mother. However, he was hunted down by the traitor. My grandfather was killed by an assassin sent by the traitor, and my mother was saved by my father who happened to be passing by. It turned out to be a story of a hero saving a beauty. The emperor and his ministers suddenly realized. And the curious baby Emperor Zhengde raised another question. "No, according to common sense, your mother is a princess in distress. But, does the princess's child have the right to inherit the throne?" It is normal for Zhu Hozhao to have such doubts. Because, in China, even if the emperor has no sons, it is not the turn of the princess and the princess's children to succeed to the throne. Instead, the emperor's nephew or cousin will be chosen to succeed to the throne. Marin nodded and said, "Yes, Europe is different from the Ming dynasty. In Europe, if the king and the princes have no children, then the princess has the right of succession. Of course, it is not the princess who succeeds to the throne, but the princess's son. Sometimes, the princess will even be made queen. Of course, this is only a minority of countries, and most European countries have male monarchs." Marin's explanation made Emperor Zhengde and the civil and military officials in the court indulge in listening to stories. Chapter 1159, Teacher Ma tells stories, continued. At this time, Zhengde suddenly remembered something and asked, "That's not right. According to what you said, Europe has the system of primogeniture. You are not the eldest son. Even if your mother's great revenge is achieved and the fiefdom is regained, it should be your eldest brother who succeeds to the throne, right?" Malin nodded and said, "Your Majesty is right. Logically, it should be my eldest brother who succeeds to the throne. However, the vassal states that my grandfather lost were conquered by me. Therefore, my eldest brother gave up the position of vassal to me. However, this is not in accordance with the etiquette. Therefore, in return, I gave this county to my eldest brother as a fiefdom, and even allowed him to recruit soldiers on his own. So that's how it is. This is just like Tang Xuanzong's brother asked Emperor Li Xian to succeed him." Emperor Zhengde did not consider whether Marin, a foreigner, understood Chinese history. Fortunately, Marin really understands. Marin agreed, "Your Majesty is wise, that's right. In fact, the country my grandfather lost was just a small country. Later, I started as a mercenary, fought east and west, and gathered a large army to regain my grandfather's country. Then, I continued to fight and expanded the territory more than 30 times before I was crowned as the Grand Duke by the Emperor. The King." Marin originally wanted to say that Maximilian I was the king. However, for fear of irritating the monarchs and ministers of the Ming dynasty, he simply called him the king. At this time, the upright Yang Tingyi suddenly asked, Lord Ma, since you have a king above you, why do you come to pay homage to the Ming dynasty? Does your king know? If you don't know, isn't the king a minister serving two masters? Suddenly, many Qinglu ministers in the court looked at Marin with some contempt. Because the Chinese tradition emphasizes, a minister does not serve two masters, and a woman does not marry two husbands. Marin replied calmly, Mr. Yang, you don't know that my country is called the Holy Roman Kingdom, and the ruler is the Great King. However, the Great King has no real power and cannot directly manage the princes. His status is actually equivalent to the Zhou Emperor during the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. The Great King can confer titles and recognize the overlord, but he is not qualified to manage the affairs of various countries. In fact, the status of the North Sea Kingdom and the Seven Heroes of the Warring States period is similar. The land area of the North Sea Kingdom is similar to that of South Korea, and the population is smaller than that of South Korea. Moreover, there are endless wars in the Holy Roman Empire. Therefore, the North Sea Kingdom alone has 60,000 troops, and they are war soldiers. Otherwise, it is difficult to survive in this chaotic country. Why did Lord Ma come to Daming? Asked a Hanlon scholar. First of all, I admire the majesty of the Celestial Empire and want to take a look at the richest and most powerful country at this time, and regard Daming as the lord of the world. Marin shamelessly flattered. However, the rulers and ministers of the Ming dynasty were most impressed by this, and they all showed proud and confident expressions. Secondly, the Ming dynasty is rich in products, which are not found in the world. Therefore, I hope to purchase various materials in the Ming dynasty for daily use. After a pause, Marin cried poorly, Your Majesty and the gentlemen don't know that Europe is poor. In Europe, even the king and the rulers like me can hardly wear such fine silk clothes. Usually, as the ruler of the country, I can only wear clothes made of wool. You all know the smell of wool clothes. Woo, I feel so happy to be able to wear the silk court clothes bestowed by the court, I can't bear to take it off. Marin started to act with all his strength, and even squeezed out a few tears. Zhengde and the civil and military officials in the court looked at Marin with sympathy, and at the same time felt that it was natural a barbarian and small country should be like this. Also, the nobles of the Beihai kingdom, including myself, cannot use porcelain for their daily meals and tea, and are still using inferior pottery. When I see that ordinary people in the Ming dynasty can eat with porcelain bowls, I am so jealous that my eyes are red. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the Golden Throne Hall. Hearing what Marin said, all the civil and military officials in the court were very proud. See, the Ming dynasty is awesome. In fact, the Beihai kingdom is poor and weak, and can't offer anything too valuable as tribute. But the Beihai kingdom has the most sophisticated guns and cannons in the world, so it can still be presented. Therefore, this tribute was originally mainly matchlock guns and Portuguese cannons. At this time, Chow Yuan, the Minister of War who had received the money, interrupted at the right time, May I ask Lord Ma, why is your country poor and weak, but the muskets and cannons are so sharp? Marin thought for a while and replied, In our Europe, there is a famous saying called, necessity is the mother of invention. Although Europe is poor and weak, there are endless wars, and people die in wars every day. Therefore, in order to survive and defeat their opponents, all countries attach great importance to the improvement of firearms. Any craftsman who has improved sharp firearms will be rewarded heavily. Stimulated by wars and rewards, the firearms of the Beihai kingdom have improved rapidly, and even surpassed the Ming dynasty in level. Of course, it's not that the craftsmen of Beihai kingdom are better than those of Daming kingdom. It's because Daming kingdom has been peaceful for a long time. Although there is no swords and guns are put into storage and horses are released to the South Mountain, it has also slacked off a lot. If our Beihai kingdom does not pay attention to the improvement of firearms, it is very likely to perish. Therefore, it is fortunate that Beihai kingdom has surpassed the extremely powerful Daming kingdom in firearms. Ma Lin's words are very reasonable and have also triggered the thinking of the civil and military officials in the court. Necessity is the mother of invention, wonderful. After hearing this, Bai Heng, the Minister of Works of Daming kingdom, had his eyes sparkling and hurriedly asked the Minister of Works to write down this sentence. In order to take care of the face of the Ming dynasty monarchs and ministers, Ma Lin added tactfully, in fact, the fact that I attach so much importance to firearms is also related to Daming. Ma Lin decided to make a far-fetched argument. How do you say it? Emperor Zhengde asked with interest. When I was still a humble official, I met my teacher. My teacher had come to the Daming dynasty and learned a lot of Chinese history from my master, Taoist Chongshu. He told me that Emperor Taizong of the Daming dynasty led the Shenjing, which used firearms, to defeat hundreds of thousands of Mongolian cavalry in the desert, laying the foundation for the stability of the northern border of the Daming dynasty. Therefore, inspired by this, when I was a general, I attached great importance to the improvement of firearms. All craftsmen who improved firearms were rewarded. Therefore, the unparalleled firearms in the world were created. Therefore, I was inspired by the deeds of Emperor Taizong to improve firearms. Suddenly, all the civil and military officials in the court breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, how could a barbarian country surpass the Daming dynasty? It turned out that he was inspired by Emperor Taizong. Well, it was also the credit of the Daming dynasty. This guy named Ma seemed to be the disciple of a Daming Taoist priest. Well, he was one of us. Then, the ministers looked at Ma Lin more favorably. Chapter 1160, only half of the goal has been achieved. At this time, an old man in the ranks of military generals and nobles asked, Lord Ma, you said that you started as a wandering knight who was driven out of your home. I guess you have won many great victories in the past 16 years. Otherwise, you would not have grown from a wandering knight to a lord. I wonder if Lord Ma can tell us a little bit. This old man is the contemporary Duke of Ing, Zhang Mao, who is already 70 years old. Zhang Mao is the grandson of Zhang Yu, a hero of the Jingnan camp, and the son of Zhang Fu, the second Duke of Ing who died in the Tumyebao incident. After Zhang Fu died in battle, he inherited the title of Duke of Ing and has always been a big shot in the capital army. He has been in charge of the Beijing camp and the 5 military commandery, and is a leader among the nobles of the Ming dynasty. In the army, perhaps only the Su family of Duke of Wei, who has been stationed in Nanjing for generations, can surpass him. As for the Mu family and the Zhu family of Duke of Cheng, who guard southern Yunnan, they are on par with the Zhang family. As for who is higher and who is lower, it mainly depends on the position of the current head of the family. But no matter what, Zhang Mao, who is already 70 years old, is definitely one of the top 3 top bosses in the Ming army. His words can basically be used as a representative of the military generals and nobles. The eunuch next to him was afraid that Marin didn't know him, so he specially introduced Zhang Mao's identity. Marin was shocked that was the Duke of England. In his previous life, in the few films that Marin had seen that traveled to the Yongle dynasty, Zhang Mao's father, the Duke of England, Zhang Fu, was a golden supporting role with a high appearance rate. Marin hurriedly bowed and saluted as a greeting. And Zhang Mao also returned the salute. After all, Marin was a foreign monarch and his rank was not lower than Zhang Mao. After the courtesy, Marin continued to tell the story. I went out to wander alone and happened to encounter a war. At that time, King Charles VIII of France, the strongest country in Europe, personally led an army of 37,000 people to the south and invaded Italy. After that, Marin also pointed out the location of France and Italy on the map to Emperor Zhengde, who was fascinated by the story. But Italy nominally belongs to our Holy Roman Kingdom. So our great King Maximilian I was not happy. Although he was not a monarch with real power, he ordered the princes of all parties to form an alliance to jointly resist the invasion of powerful enemies. However, the great king usually has only more than 10,000 soldiers and horses, and most of them have to stay to guard the homeland. Therefore, he has no extra troops to rescue Italy in the south. When I heard the news, I rushed to the capital excitedly, wanting to enlist in the army. After all, the children of our knight family have all received civil and military education since the age of 8. They are all very skilled and good at riding. At worst, they can be employed by the great king and become a cavalry. Here, Marin paused. Originally, he wanted to brag about the fact that he slept in a haystack behind the monastery on the Rhine River and was enlightened by the great sage. However, thinking that the Confucianists of the Ming dynasty believed in the master does not talk about strange things, and Zhengde did not believe in gods, he skipped the middle part. At that time, the king issued an edict to recruit warriors from all over the world to fight this war for him. On the way to apply for the army, I suddenly thought that I was alone and weak, so why not organize the warriors who went to apply for the army? In this way, there would be more room for bargaining. Marin smiled at Zhengde, who was fascinated. So, on the way, I first found an ugly man with great strength as a servant. Then, I took this warrior to persuade those applicants. At first, those applicants were not convinced by me. Then, I took my warriors to beat them. In order to have a more dramatic effect, Marin deliberately made the process more exciting. In fact, when he recruited soldiers, he used the banner of the fiefdom knights to trick those unlucky people into joining. But at this time, in order to make the young Emperor Zhengde happy, he naturally had to say something more exciting. Good. Emperor Zhengde actually cheered as if he was listening to a storyteller. Then, I recruited more than 100 warriors, formed a mercenary group, appointed myself as the group leader, and went to the capital to apply. My teacher was in the Ming dynasty, but he learned the art of war from his master, and my teacher also taught me. After a period of training, my 100-man team was disciplined. On the day when the king selected mercenaries, my 100-man team made a big splash. Then, I was also given the position of phalanx leader, which is equivalent to 1,000 households in the Ming dynasty. Then, when we went south to fight in Italy. By coincidence, I learned that the King of France wanted to withdraw his troops back to the country. But by chance, they were held up by the coalition forces. The King of France, who was eager to return home, decided to take the risk and withdraw his main force of 8,000 cavalry in the middle of the night. Coincidentally, the spies I sent out learned about it. So I imitated Sun Bin's tactics of ambush Pang Wan, and took thousands of his own troops to ambush in the middle of the night. But the King of France had two ways to retreat. So, I sent people to dig up the main road, and then concentrated the troops on the hillsides on both sides of the path. When the King of France passed by with 8,000 cavalry, I gave an order, and thousands of arrows were fired, rocks flew, and the 8,000 cavalry of the King of France were defeated in one fell swoop, and 4,000 French knights were captured alive, and the King of France was almost captured. It was because of this military exploit that I was appreciated by the great king, and later I was awarded the title of baron, and got a small piece of fiefdom, becoming an independent lord. Then, I led troops to take back the ancestral property. Good, wonderful. Emperor Zhengde excitedly slapped the handle of the dragon throne to express his excitement. In this era, it was not popular in China to applaud. When ancient people saw wonderful performances, they often cheered loudly or clapped their hands in admiration. Therefore, many ancient costume TV dramas that describe ancient people applauding are all screenwriters who have no historical knowledge. The excited Emperor Zhengde, probably because of the habit of listening to storytelling, actually shouted, "Old Lu, look at the reward." Well, Emperor Zhengde regarded Ma Lin as a storyteller. The civil and military ministers in the court were so ashamed that they covered their faces, but fortunately Lu Jin did not really give them money. And Ma Lin pretended to be confused, so the joke made by Emperor Zhengde was deliberately ignored by everyone. Next, another minister asked about the black tortoise. Marin naturally couldn't say that it was just an ordinary big turtle, but he made up a wonderful storytelling. I originally only brought guns and Venice's specialty glass as tribute, but when the fleet was sailing in the South China Sea, a strong wind suddenly blew my fleet off the normal route. At that time, I was so scared that I didn't know what to do. I thought I was going to encounter a shipwreck and was about to die. Unexpectedly, the strong wind blew the fleet to an unknown island in the South China Sea. Then, I saw 9 huge turtles on the island. At this time, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind: could it be that the strong wind deliberately blew me to this unknown island? My teacher said that the giant turtle represents Xuanwu. Although I don't know why the offspring of Xuanwu, the mythical beast of the north, appeared in the South China Sea. Maybe Xuanwu accidentally left his offspring when he went to visit Zhuge in the South China Sea. He smiled knowingly at the ministers above, but didn't dare to laugh wildly. After all, this is a black turtle, Jiarue, and laughing wildly is disrespectful. Marin's trickery made the Ming emperor and his ministers in the court confused, and they couldn't tell the directions. Seeing that Marin sent 9 black turtles representing the top auspicious signs, the Ming emperor and his ministers had a very good impression of Marin. However, when they finally reviewed Marin's request for tribute and trade, something went wrong. Because, all the civil and military officials in the court agreed to accept Marin's North Sea kingdom as a vassal state and allow it to pay tribute. However, most officials disagreed with Marin's request for normal trade. As for the reason, it was simple: there was no precedent. In other words, Marin's purpose of paying tribute and trade was only half achieved.